Good day to all of you, morning, noon, or night, wherever you are. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope everybody's having a good day today. Still trying to play catch up from the last couple of days and all the fiasco that's been going on here, and slowly working our way out of that one. But you can't expect everything to happen overnight, right? And that's what we do. We just look at the blessings, look forward to blessings, and thank them for them every time they come in. We are about a third of the way in fundraising for a new generator, and we've got a ways to go yet. So I'll be working on that today. The thoughts running through my mind right now are I'm extremely blessed to have such wonderful people and great listeners who tune in. I'm glad to see everybody here. We got about 65 people here now. Hello to everybody. I'm going to try and keep up with the chat as much as possible, but I'm trying to get a couple of things done here in the office at the same time. With the pups and all that. So I'm kind of running around trying to catch my own tail. That just vision a dog, trying to bite his own tail and running around in circles. That's what I've been doing for about the last 6 hours. So what can I say? Those of you who missed it, Slow Country put out a pretty good video this morning. Pretty good podcast. It's a short one. I think it was only like an hour and a half long. It's a quick one to view. I've got what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick up right where we left off last night, and jumping into Space Shot, Machiavelli, and Lisa B, covering the news from their perspective. We've got so many different things going on with the potential censorship bills that they're trying to pass through the House right now. We'll know more about that as we go along here. Um, and all that. I've got an interview with Patriot Underground and Dr. Scott Young. And then we have Alan Fontaine with Nicholas Viniamin. We should have X22 here probably in the next couple of hours. That'll be dropped. And along with more, I know that SGT has one or two more interviews with Nathan Reynolds. I believe that are going to be released today. So that's another one that I want to try and get in as quickly as it is dropped. However, I do want to start with one particular video. We were talking about Palestine and Israel, and about how that whole fiasco. Uh, yeah, Marianne, that's yeah. See, that pisses me off. That SOB should be in prison. He's a traitor. There's absolutely no doubt about it that Joe Biden is a traitor. He had classified information from when he was a senator, and then also when he was a vice president, and he wasn't allowed to have those things outside of his skiff. Period. The man, it's gonna when this ball rolls, the court decisions and everything that are going on now, or the prosecutorial decisions that are going on now, it's going to be nothing when all of this goes down. It is going to hurt them so bad. And it's not going to be just a little bit. It is going to be a major thing. So, but we were talking about Israel, Palestine, and things like that. And I was looking for a particular video in regards to uh, um, uh, Harry Truman's. Um, uh, he did a thing where he was talking about how Palestine was not, it was not what everybody thought it was in regards to, um, how do you put this? It wasn't what everybody thought with, uh, everything that everybody's seeing right now. It actually boiled down to, the plan was always about taking all of Palestine. Okay, it was always about that. And it still is about that. The only difference is now there's a monetary gain to it because of the ability of bringing that one particular canal into play. And so I wanted to share this video with you guys because I saw this about a month before um, everything kicked off in Israel and Palestine. And when I saw this, it was because I was searching for old presidents talking about the industrial complex. Okay, the military industrial complex. And I was trying to, and what I was going to do was I was going to take and piece all their comments and everything about the military industrial complex all together and make one montage of it. But then I stumbled across this video, and I was like, it took me a couple of days to find it again. So, but let's go ahead and watch this, and just to get people to understand the extent of this Israeli-Palestinian thing. It's a lot different than what people believe it is, and it's a shame that that it's going the way that it's going. So
we had several.
Fair use. Fair use.
got several other people in the country, even among the Jews, the Zionists particularly, who were against anything that is to be done if they couldn't have the whole of Palestine and everything handed to them on a silver plate so they wouldn't have to do anything. It couldn't be done. We had to take it in small doses. You can't move 5 or 6 million people out of a country and fill it up with 5 or 6 million more and expect both sets of them to be pleased. We had all sorts of objections to everything that was done. Something had to be done. We went ahead and done it and had it done, and now it's working out. Eventually, I think we'll have them all satisfied, but it's going to take a great deal of time yet to get the job done.
Can you tell us that they were worried about the war with the Arabs?
But don't think that decision to recognize Israel is an easy one. I had to make a compromise with the Arabs and divide Palestine. The Jews wanted to chase all the Arabs into the Tigris and Euphrates River, and the Arabs wanted to chase all the Jews into the Red Sea. And what I was trying to do was to find a homeland for the Jews and still be just with the Arabs. But when you go into a thing of that kind, the people you help most are the ones that get most angry with you. Both of them were against me on the situation, but as President of the United States, I paid no attention to them, carried out what I thought was right, and I had the support of the Congress, and I could do it, which is unusual in these days.
Can you tell us specifically that a lot of Jewish people are against you too?
All praises to Yahweh, by Hashem Yahushua, by Hashem Kakadash. Yahweh being the name of the Heavenly Father, Yahweh Shah being the name of his only begotten Son, who they evenly call Jesus Christ. Now, when you look at Joel chapter 3, verse 2, and talks about that land in Jerusalem. Verse 1 tell you that the people, which is Judah, see, that's a tribe, and Jerusalem went into captivity. I mean, somebody captured these people. Okay. Then when you go into verse 2, it say, I will also gather all nations and will bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat and will plead with them there for my people and for my heritage Israel. So all the nations had the Israelites in the tribe of Judah in the captivity, whom they have scattered among the nations and parted my land. But see, all the nations didn't have the same role. See, because when you go into verse 4, it tells you that Tyre, Zidon, the Hamites, and all the coast of Palestine, meaning the Arabs. So these two individuals had to play a part. And what was their part in the operation? Verse 6. It says, the children also of Judah and the children of Jerusalem have you sold unto the Grecian. So the Arabs and the Hamite Africans was selling the Israelites. And who were they selling them to? Verse 19. It say, Egypt shall be a desolation, and Edom shall be a desolate wilderness for the violence against the children of Judah, because they have shed innocent blood in their land. Now, when you go back up, and it talks about parted my land. That was the Edomite that was parting that land. See, and the UN have all the nations in it, but the Edomites was running the UN. The UN was in New York City, and they was running the UN and gathering the nations unto themselves. That's what Edom was going to do. See, when you go into, let's see, Habakkuk 2 and 5, it says, let me highlight it. Ye also, because he transgressed by wine, he is a proud man, talking about the nation of Edom. Neither keepeth that home, who enlarges his desire as hell and is as death, and cannot be satisfied, but gather unto him all nations, and heap unto him all people. See, the UN in 1944, right before Truman got in there, they all adopted all the gold of the whole world right there in Hampshire. No, Ham, um, and up there in New York, not New York, but what do they call it? Vermont and man, I forget the name of that place. But they pretty much started the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, and this is how when America got all the nations to give them the gold. Okay, New Hampshire, that's where they did it at. One of the places in cities in New Hampshire. But the UN was the major organization that they was operating through. Okay, and so Truman, he was the one leading the march. See, because the United States had the pretty much the commands to be the leader. But you see what he said? He said the Zionists was the main one that wanted me to hand them the whole state on a platter because they was telling him what to do. See, they telling him, you give us that state. But they know if you man, I can't make the Arabs all the way mad because they is a big operation. See, God gave them 12 princes in the earth. So they got land and they got power. You just can't run over there and do that. So he had to part the land. He had to give one part to the Israelis, the other Edomites, see, the so-called white man who was the Zionist. Then he had to give another part to the Arabs. Mind you, most of the Zionists was living in America. Most of them was the Christian Zionists, see, Jehovah Witness, who was promoting that crap. Charles Taze Russell, and who else? The Baphomet Declaration. See, these were the people that was pushing it, and it didn't come to a head until 1948 when they got pretty much the time to do it. So when you go into what is it? Going to Amos, it breaks the same thing down that was broken down in Joel 3, Amos chapter 1 talks about the Arab, the African, and these Edomites. This was the transatlantic slave trade, and Yahweh Shah talked about it in Luke. See, we're going to keep bringing it out about that land. It said, and they shall fall by the edge of the sword and shall be led away captive into all nations. See, Judah and Jerusalem led away captive into all nations. And Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles until the time of the Gentiles be fulfilled. See, that land was going to be trodden down of the Gentiles, and Truman divided the land. See, he parted that land. And then let's go ahead and get Ezekiel 36 and 5. Let's tell you who was going to be the main people that was going to get it. Therefore, thus says the Lord God, surely in the fire of my jealousy have I spoken against the residue of the heathen and against all Idumea. Idumea is the Edomites, the so-called white men, which have appointed my land into their possession with the joy of all their hearts. See, the Zionist Edomites was telling America, you give us that land. Forget them Arabs. Give us that land. See, the Edomites, which have appointed my land into their possession with the joy of all their heart, with the spiteful minds to cast it out for a prey. See, they were telling Truman, you give us that land. See, you working for us. We own America. We run America. You give us that land. See, but he had to make a deal and make everybody happy, the Arab and these Jewish Zionists and these Christians promoting the whole operation, talking about these are the people that belong in that land when they all Edomites and they just a different branch of Edomite. See, if that's the case, then all the Edomites belong in that land. You're gonna say just a 1% or a small percentage of Edomites belong in that land. See, this is what to get the Jedi mind trick and bait and switch that these people be doing. That's why King David. Let's go ahead and get King David now. King David let you know about all the Edomites. Psalm 58:3, he said, the wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they be born, speaking lies. Their poison is like the poison of a serpent. They are like the death adder that stoppeth her ear. See, they finna tell a bold-faced lie. They not finna just give you the truth. And they knew how to spin that thing where people wouldn't know what the heck going on. They masterful liars. Let's get them talking about them in 52. Say the Psalm of David, who Doeg the Edomite came and told Saul a bold-faced lie. See, verse 2, your tongue devises mischief like a sharp razor working deceitfully. See, they know how to lie. King David putting it down on them. You love evil more than good and lying. Love to tell a lie rather than to speak righteousness. You love all devouring words. You deceitful tongue. Oh, you deceitful tongue. See, that's why the Indians call them a fork-tongued devil, because these people know how to give you a freaking lie, man. Then what else King David wrote about? In 21, he said the words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but war was in.
Okay, so I want to explain this real quick. When he's talking about the Edomites, okay, it's not the it's not so much as he's saying it's all white people or anything like that. What he's talking about are the Khazarians. And if there's anybody in the chat that has information to feed people in regards to the Khazarian mafia, okay, and the history of the Khazarians, it would be John Dunning, okay, and I would recommend to John, if you have links to things in regards to Khazarians that you can drop for the newer people, please do so. So that they can start learning as much as they can in regards to the Khazarians. Okay. But what he's trying to express to you in this video, even though it seems okay, I'm gonna use the word, even though it seems a little racist, okay, he's not talking about the entirety of the white human race. Okay, what he's talking about is the Edomites. Okay, and the Edomites are the Khazarians. Okay, and it was basically they became Khazarians when the tribe of Judah was put into captivity. Okay, basically what happened was there was an escape of what we know as the Khazarians, but they were actually the Edomites. The Edomites escaped. Okay, and that's when they migrated to the Ukrainian, what is it, Ukraine, Georgia, and another set country there, part of Russia as well. Okay, so although it seems like he's bashing all white people, he's not. Okay, I need you guys to understand that that is not the case here. Okay, he was really trying to break down the fact that that these are the people who start the wars, fund both sides of the wars, that create create the problem, create the solution before you create the problem. Okay, and make it reciprocal so that you can use these same type of conditioning in order to wear down the human mind. Okay, so they were aware all the way back then of exactly how to manipulate man into being dumbed down. Okay, I mean, if we think about what we know today is absolutely nothing compared to what our forefathers, okay, and generations before our forefathers even knew. Okay. In most cases, the retention of the mind was 90% higher than what we have today, even with people with photographic memories. Okay. That's how so we've been wore down in the spirit, we've been wore down in the body, we've been wore down in the mind. Okay. And we have to remember that there is a collective of people who are the Edomites, also known as the Khazarian Mafia, that are creating these situations and controlling all of this. So it's but we'll go ahead and stop that there. I just kind of wanted people to understand the extent of what he was talking about. Okay. And although it sounds like he's saying all white people are bad and everything else, that's not what he's saying. He's talking about one particular tribe outside the tribe of Judah. When Judah was basically what it was there were traitors in the midst of the leaders of Judah that basically fed information to an enemy that led them to their captivity. Okay. And that's how it all broke down, because this took place after the Exodus. Okay. But before the Exodus, all 12 tribes freely moved to Egypt. Okay. Because at that time, the Joseph's, Joseph was, basically the governor of Egypt. He controlled everything. Okay. And the only thing that was higher than him was Pharaoh, but Pharaoh let him run it all. Okay. And basically what ended up happening was when Joseph died, the Egyptians were so angry because the Israelites were not paying taxes, okay, after Joseph died, because Joseph had set provision to take care of his people, okay, but also took care of their people. So Egypt had fallen into a poverty, but the 12 tribes had grown vast wealth and everything else, and they refused to help the Egyptians. And that's when they were taxed into slavery. Okay. Then thus the Exodus, then returning to the land of promise. And then the lands were split in order to create, there was one land for each tribe. Okay. But in order to do this, they also had to kill everybody who already lived on that land, whether they were good or bad. So they killed a whole bunch of good people at the same time. And the bad people that were there were the Edomites, and they just interwove in the tribes until they could create a narrative in which to cause a separation, which then caused certain tribes to fall into slavery again. And yeah, so it's a big circle that is still going on today. It's Elton John sang about the cycle of life, the circle of life, right? What exactly was he talking about? I don't think he was talking about animals at that time. He was talking about what these Khazarians repetitively have done since basically the beginning of time. So, and yes, Margaret Ward, you are correct. Some Nephilim were left alive as well because of the fact that they were the greatest warriors that most of those kings could ever know. Okay. So it's yeah. Well, okay, big chap, you're laughing about Lion King, okay, but when we talk about Christ, okay, it's behold the Lion of Judah. Okay, Christ came from the line, the lineage of Judah. He was to be the king of all nations. Okay, so think about it. You know, when you look at it with the right perspective, you begin to understand how this manipulation has gone on over and over and over and over and over. And basically, if you think about it in the right sense, you can see where they have tried to drum religion completely out of us. They've tried to drum out our connection to God. They have dumbed us down to the point where our minds are so numb that most people don't even believe that there's a God, because how can a God allow all of this evil to go on all this time? Well, God hasn't allowed it. He's done everything that he can to stop it without ending the world. The thing is that man has become so corrupt that we keep hiding the evil from our brothers. Instead of exposing the evil, we're hiding that evil. So we are partly at fault. All man is partly at fault. It doesn't matter what color you are, yellow, black, white. It doesn't, brown, purple, green. It doesn't matter. Okay. What color you are. All races have hidden the evil. The hidden hand. The hidden hand. All races have a hidden hand. And the hidden hand is always the evil within. So, all right, let's get on to our next one. I thought you guys might find that interesting, and it would be a good topic for conversation. All right, right now, let's get into last night's space shot, Lisa B. Machiavelli. Let's do it.
Of SARS-CoV-2 in the Wuhan lab. That case alleges that EcoHealth Alliance worked with the CCP in the Wuhan lab and created, well, this nightmare that we've had. Let me ask you something. Does anybody in this room believe that we could transfer the technology necessary to do that sort of genetic engineering, that sort of bioweapon development? And I say bioweapon because, remember, dual-use research under the law, bioweapon, gain of function, two sides of the same coin. Does anybody believe that we transferred that sort of technology to a CCP lab without an okay from the DOD or CIA? I got news for you. They knew exactly what was going on. We have a ton of evidence on this. I'm going to tell you further. I have right here in front of me from a report that we sent to a couple of people here in Congress before the 2022 election. It got about as much response as you guys are getting. That there was a study. Dr. Malone could probably comment on this better than I can, but that study showed that there was a 12 nucleotide sequence that they found in a Moderna patent, which was a perfect reverse match to what we have in SARS-CoV-2. That patent was filed in 2016. Thanks, David Martin, for a lot of his patent research. But the thing that I want to tell you about, according to our case and the data and evidence that we've submitted, we believe that this disease was actually developed in the mid-2010s-ish. We don't have a hard date, but around.
How is it going out there, my fellow world patriots? And it is indeed Wednesday, November 15th. Had to check the clock on that one. 2023. And apologies, guys, being late. Sometimes just can't do anything about the Rhode Island traffic. I was telling Mac and Lisa here, I said, when you're in that much traffic, you want to see brain matter splattered across the highway. My sick self, my sick sense of humor. But alas, there was like a 3 or 4 car pile up. One of them was already gone, but I am here. So, and Mac and Lisa are here. That's the most important thing, that we all finally got back here. And I apologize, guys, but really nothing I could do on that. Wish I could call in and have them start the show. But we do have Mac and Lisa, and we of course have Miss Lisa from across the pond. How are we doing this fine evening? As I know it's almost midnight for you there, Lisa, so we appreciate you staying up.
I'm good. I'm good. Looking forward to the show as usual, and just waking up so that I can get on with it. And interested to see this first video. So that's all I can say.
Absolutely. And Mr. Mac, sir, how are we doing today?
Doing pretty good. A little tired, It's been a long day for me as well. But Lisa, always thank you for staying up extra late. I know it's a long grind. It's 11:40 p.m. your time right now, and we do appreciate it always. Space Shot, thanks for having us. And everyone that tunes in, thank you very much. We really appreciate you guys listening in. And mods, thanks as always. Let's get to it. Let's get crack-a-lacking.
Absolutely. So what I showed you guys there was I think it was Vigilant Fox had posted that. It's just a clip of Marjorie Taylor Greene's COVID panel yesterday. And if you guys remember, I showed last night. I don't know if you guys saw this, Mac and Lisa, but the show started. She did her 5 minutes. The co-chairman did her 5. The 3 did, and then Ron Johnson came in and he was starting to talk about some statistics, and then technical difficulties for like 15 minutes. Whatever happened, who knows? They didn't want that stuff coming out, but I isolated this part of it because, like I said, it's a 7-minute clip, and Thomas Rentz here is bringing up, the elephant in the room here. Did you really think that we were going to be able to push this and move this around here without the DOD and the CIA? And of course, he brought up the whole fact of that, this thing was made in the mid-teens, right? We know about the paperwork going so far back. So, Lisa, I don't know if, we'll start with Lisa, and of course, we'll switch it up each time. But Lisa, I don't know how much you saw of this, but it's kind of stuff we knew already, right? And I think it's just for the public to get a refresher course on. But we've known all this stuff, and it's good that it's getting out. And I think, unfortunately, we need to hear this stuff on repeat, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. We did know all this stuff. The question he asked was, do we think that the United States transferred this technology? And it's like it was wholly involved in creating that particular technology. It's all documented. All of the evidence of who was involved and how it was done. So the answer is a big fat yes.
Absolutely. And we knew, and it looks like the sliding thing here has changed a little bit on Telegram, just to give you guys a heads up. The mute thing is like a disappearing window. But Mac, I don't know if you saw any of this stuff, but they're laying out all the goods, and clearly they have a lot of answers. Like the government has a lot of answers here. And of course, we get back into like, well, Trump was there in the beginning, and I firmly believe that they had probably at least a couple different types going, a couple different vaccines going. And I don't know the difference between people getting vaccinated early on versus later, if it was, a lot worse, but we do know the effects of this vaccine was not a good thing in the long run.
Yeah, the video is very interesting because you got Dr. Malone there. I'm going to pass this over to Lisa, but didn't Dr. Malone invent something? I'm almost positive, if my memory serves me correct, Lisa.
Yeah, is it Dr. Malone or is it McCullough? But anyway, one of these doctors that you see around all the time, he was involved in inventing mRNA vaccines. He owns patents in those. He worked with DARPA, the CDC, and he has been wholly involved in bringing about this situation to have these new type of jabs. And but yet he sits there as if to fight against them. but actually he still holds, his name is still on the patent. So in other words, he is earning bucks. I'll give you the name in a second.
Pretty sure
Yeah.
Dr. Malone. I did a quick little dig, but I'm waiting on Lisa to confirm that. But guess it's also ironic that during this hearing, is it Marjorie Taylor Greene that is actually holding that? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, yes, it was. What stock does she own, Mac?
She owns a bunch. I mean, she owns stocks that include vaccine makers, just like Ron DeSanctimonious. I mean, this stuff is like insane. Like it's all like fake theater that they're presenting to us based on the fact that they're still complicit in it. Why are they holding stocks in vaccine makers when we know that they're bad? So if you want to read some of that article, you're more than welcome to. I posted in the chat, but it's mind blowing. It's look over here, not over there.
Yeah, I got a little clip here for you too. Business Insider, I think it's India. It says, I know I'm blocking the screen for you guys. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has boasted about being unvaccinated, owns stock in 3 major vaccine makers. So here it is, guys. We're not taking sides and personalities, and that was something Q told us early on. Don't take personalities, don't take sides, or and people will try to push information, but you'll only listen to it if it's a guy behind a desk with a fancy suit. And I'm not wearing a fancy suit, but the thing I find interesting about this whole thing with her, right? She's like one of us, right? She's one of the MAGA. She's one of the Anons, essentially. And then she goes into Congress, and all of a sudden she has all these different stock. She owns AstraZeneca, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, each worth of about 1,000 to 15,000 each. Now, we know the amount of money they made, and I'm not trying to make this a hit piece about her, but the facts are the facts. And she did. And so it is so contradictory as far as like, why are you going to put this stuff on blast when you own the stocks in it? And I would find it interesting if somebody actually went and actually asked her, during one of these hearings. I think it would be hilarious. Lisa, do you have anything else you wanted to add to Miss Marjorie?
Yeah, I think that you find a good portion of members of Congress actually own shares in health or pharmaceutical companies. In the UK, of Parliament, just a few years back, I think 75% of the members of Parliament owned shares in the health industry. So for me, there's a direct conflict of interest. I mean, they're looking at bills, they're passing budgets, they're passing emergency bills that all benefit these companies. And it's certainly something that needs to be looked into. The other sector where a majority or a good portion of the members of Congress own shares is in the military industrial complex. So just imagine how many bills they vote on and pass that actually benefit the shareholders within those particular business sectors. It's a lot, and it's a huge conflict of interest, a huge one. I mean, they were trying to say that Donald Trump owns like pharmaceutical shares, and it's like, I think he's got like, I mean, it's something ridiculous, like 1 share in a company. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but it's very, very little, and nowhere near as much as Marjorie Taylor Greene. And that was done because he stepped aside when he first got into office. He stepped aside from running his companies because that's what they wanted. So he put somebody else in charge of running his company, and they just like almost invest like similar to like spread betting or whatever. They spread out the shares, and that's the only reason. But you just look into it. There's so many of them involved. In is it Rand Paul, his wife? Have a look at what shares she has, and I think that'll open your eyes. So really and truthfully, I think they need to pass a bill to say that none of these members of Congress or members of Parliament in the UK can own stocks and shares, or they declare a conflict of interest and they're not involved in anything related to making decisions where these companies are going to make a whole heap of money, or whatever decision it is. That's how it usually goes. Why is it different in this situation? You know, and then, oh, by the way, I'm sorry about this, but Dr. Malone, he's been involved in every major outbreak since AIDS. He received billions of dollars from the federal government, worked closely with the CDC, the DOD, biodefense, vaccines, many friends in the intelligence agencies, and he will actually tell you that he's friends with Fauci. So now we have that same person here, supposedly against the jabs. But his name is on a document where it means that he owns money, and he's probably still making money. He's the inventor, actually, of mRNA patents. So for the COVID-19 jabs, he's involved in gene therapy, and he's a retrovirus specialist. And I put to shill or not to shill, that is the question. Very friendly with the president and the CEO of the Mayo Clinic, who's also part of he's actually a WEF governor. So he's part of the World Economic Forum. So how nice and cozy is all of that?
Very good. And you see this, Mac? Here's the show yesterday. Here's the beginning of her thing when Ron Johnson's starting to talk, and the audio's on right now. So he was basically putting out these facts right here.
The VAERS system on the COVID vaccines alone, 1.6 million adverse events, 36,501 deaths. Now,
Whoop, sorry, don't want to talk about those VAERS deaths. They're a little inconvenient. And then it went to this frozen screen where, well, not frozen for a second, and then you couldn't hear anything for a little while. And then it went to this thing for quite some time here. So a good 20 minutes or so. So yeah, somebody's playing games, and I'm convinced that they do watch these things, and they are definitely trying to keep the information away from the normies, basically. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and just on Marjorie Taylor Greene, just pay attention to the fact that she took PPP loans, and she actually spoke publicly against taking PPP loans. Then she didn't have to repay those loans. It's mind-blowing. It's, just, it's insane when you kind of dig into it just an extra little bit. The other thing, and we've covered it in the past, is just like what, mRNA, it's actually modified RNA. It's not, mononucleic acid. The mono isn't there. It's modified. So what ends up happening is they engineered it to change people. If you have something that's modified and it's not actually natural, then you're looking at turning people into like a transhuman almost. And insurance companies have actually recognized this a little bit along the way, we've discovered. But if you kind of put, I don't know if you want to put this on the screen, but mod RNA, it has a missing E. What does that spell? Moderna. Makes sense? And so like these cartels that President Trump talks about also include big pharma. That's one, they're drug dealers. So they try to legitimize what they've been doing in the background. Meanwhile, trying to poison our nation with fentanyl and etc. But they end up becoming big heads and puppets for the cartels. And there's other apparatchiks just like politicians.
All right. Well, for me, the one thing that, the question that Rentz asked was, do you think that the American government would transfer that technology to somebody else? The answer to that question, in my opinion, is yes. We've got to remember that the pharmaceutical companies, and I'm not giving them a pass, I'm just looking at what the ultimate truth is. They were contracted to produce these things. They were paid to produce these things. There is a case, I think it was brought against Moderna, And in that case, the Moderna, I think it was Moderna, was supported by the DOJ. Why? Because they were contracted to do what they did. So always remember that. You know, the government contracted them. The government set up the biolabs in the Ukraine. Remember that. You know, Obama funded biolabs in the Ukraine. So that's where where you get the partnership with the pharmaceuticals, because they're the ones carrying out the work, but they're carrying out the work under contract. They were contracted to produce the jabs. And then don't forget DARPA as well. So, you know, I think that's worth remembering. He asked that question, and that's the answer to the question. And that has been ratified, let's say, through the court, who said that Moderna weren't responsible when they were taken to court about breaching it. I believe it was a patent, and the reason it's the government that are responsible, and the DOJ supported that particular view as well. What does that tell you?
Absolute craziness. Remember this, guys? And I think it was Mac or Lisa dropped this, but remember President Trump's vaccine? Hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, azithromycin, doxycycline, and zinc. I remember, hey, bleach. You telling people to drink bleach, you're gonna kill some. Oh, hey, this idiot over here drank bleach because Trump told him to drink bleach. Oh, see, Trump's got a death on his hand. Oh, wait, what happened? Oh, his wife poisoned him. Oh, okay. Yeah, so many things, so many, just if we you could write a chapter in a novel about the last two or 3 years. I mean, it would be an epic on how corrupt and just horrible these people are. And I think, like, when you think back to like Marjorie Taylor, it's like, what happens when they get to Congress? Like on their first day, they go, oh, hey, this is here's your portfolio. We recommend that you get this, or we're going to get you started with this. It's like, I don't understand how she could even, like you say, go out there and talk against these things, but then invest in them and then say, oh, well, don't go get PPP loans, but I'm going to go get one. It's just hypocritical, and it's factual, guys. So sorry if any of you guys out there, got some major feels for Marjorie, but the facts are the facts. And, I see somebody in the chat talking about Robert Malone saying, well, maybe he didn't know, what it was going to be back then. And now, he's having a second guess. And maybe that's the case now. Maybe he's having, I don't know, but who knows? We'll see what happens going forward. But it's just completely bad, and we need to have an overhaul in our government. And a big hat tip to my buddy Marauder, who's one of my state neighbors. He's up in Massachusetts here. And I remember a long time ago, he was telling us about, like, oh, hey, when I was younger, people used to go away for Senate and Congress, right? They'd go away for a couple of years and come back, and they'd, go retain their old job, and they wouldn't make a career out of it like these people do. And I also saw somebody else in the chat mentioning the word insider trading, and that's absolutely right. It's like these people get to vote on things that are going to affect the stocks that they own at the end of the day. So you know what? If you want to make this money in Congress and Senate, I think what they should do, honestly, is they should make. You don't get to do any stock trading. You want to be a congressman and senator. You want to, represent your country, and you're really there to help make your country better. You don't get to do any stock trading at all. Sorry, for the time that you're in Congress, okay? And that way they can't do that stuff.
Yes, or your spouses, spouse, or children, or anybody like that,
or your 10 relatives in the Biden case, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. And I did make a mistake. It's messenger RNA. It's messenger ribonucleic acid. So just wanted to make sure.
It's just crazy. All the lies, and it's like, what do they do for us? That's what I want to know. What has the government done for us that's good? Can anybody, and I'll be watching the chat. And Lisa, do you have something to say? So you're unmuted. So I'll look at the chat. You guys have any words about what the government's done good for us? Because probably going to be hard pressed to find much.
Nothing that I can think of. I can think of many things that they've done good for themselves. I can think of many incidences where their activities include laundering money back to themselves. Remember FTX? You know, all the money that went to the political parties and individuals like Joe Biden. You know, why is nobody talking about that now? After this guy's going to be jailed, you know, been found guilty, Sam Bankman-Fried. And just remember how one-sided they are as well. So it's one rule for one and another rule for them. So President Trump, when he got into office, somebody brought it up, and they made it so that he could not. Whilst he was in office, he doesn't take charge of his companies, and he had to get somebody else to run it. And I think maybe that it's that they're by trust or something like that, and children and I think it's ridiculous. You know, why don't they all do exactly the same? But no, it's just President Trump again, just for Trump. You know, that's what's really galling for me to see.
100%. 117%.
I've been there about 17 times. I figure about 17 times. So I do have a couple of things. Like I played something at the end of the day. I'm going to hold that if we have time. I did play it, but I'm going to play something later on for you guys as well. But switching gears a little bit here. You guys, here's going to be one of those things where, well, are they a good guy? Are they a bad guy? What happened? Well, we're going to have some more. Who should we start with, guys? You want to start with Sydney? Hello, Sydney. Or should we start with Jenna Ellis? What do you think?
Let's go Sydney, then Jenna.
All right, let's do it. You called it. I think this is it. And then here's the next one. So boom, that's Jenna. We're going to go with Sydney first. And this is interesting. Jordan Trump says, just putting this out there, I've watched a million videos of Sydney Powell. I've never heard her voice so manly, which I have heard her voice pretty manly. Nor have I ever seen Sydney wearing glasses, ever. Thoughts? So, all right, maybe you're like, well, what does it matter whether she's wearing glasses? Her eyes look weird too, guys. What do you think? Let's let this play out. We'll dissect this. But what she's gonna say and what you're gonna hear Jenna Ellis is gonna say, especially Jenna Ellis, is gonna blow your mind, because it's just like, excuse me.
There was a big shouting match in which Rudy called me every name in the book, and I was the worst lawyer he'd ever seen in his life. There were no circumstances under which he'd work with me on anything. He called me a bitch and I don't know what all. And that's pretty much all I remember about that one. Did I know anything about election law? No. But I understand fraud from having been a prosecutor for 10 years.
What was President Trump's sense of what you would do as special counsel?
I guess he assumed, and I would have thought that I would have looked at putting into effect a provision of 13848 that would have allowed the machines to be secured in 4 or 5 states.
How did you choose which states that you would target?
How would I have chosen that? By the ones where there were the most statistical anomalies.
Ms. Powell, were you ever around when anyone told Donald Trump that he had lost the election?
Oh, yeah.
Who?
Pat Cipollone, Eric Hirschman, Derek Lyons, all thought he'd lost.
Was that in the December 18th meeting?
Yes.
What was President Trump's reaction when, I guess, this cadre of advisors would say you lost?
It was like, well, they would say that and then they'd walk out and he'd go, see, this is what I deal with all the time. He was specifically willing to appoint me special counsel. In fact, he looked over at Cipollone 3 different times and said, do I have the authority to name her special counsel? And Cipollone said, yes, you do. And then somebody said, well, she doesn't have a security clearance. So he looked at Cipollone and he said, do I have the authority to give her a security clearance? And Cipollone said, yes, you do. And then about the 3rd time we went through that scenario, Cipollone, I think, said, you can name her anything you want, Mr. President, and nobody's going to pay a bit of attention to it.
Oh my, and this is just weird. I don't know what's up, guys. She looks really weird to me. Now, let me pop this up, and whoever's unmuting, go ahead, and I'm just going to play this in the background just for.
I think you should.
I'm sorry, Mike, and I'm sorry, Space Shot. I just got to say something about this. It's so interesting to listen to Sidney Powell. Remember, she took a plea deal. Yeah. Remember that she got 6 years probation, a $6,000 fine, and she had to pay $2,700 restitution to Georgia State. She pleaded guilty to 6 counts of conspiracy to commit intentional election interference with performance of election duties. Now, this is the same lady that added Linwood's name to lawsuits without Linwood's consent. So she put his name down on the filings. She wasn't supposed to do that. She had no consent, you know? Secondly, she never worked with Linwood. She never worked with President Trump. She was never President Trump's lawyer. So here you are listening to, as far as I'm concerned, to somebody who is dancing around and is also crafting answers to make it seem like when they asked me, you know, did you work with President Trump? Well, President Trump, blah. She said nothing. But what she didn't say was the absolute truth is that she was never President Trump's lawyer. And she was never hired as President Trump's lawyer. President Trump has stated that unequivocally. And at the same time, if you look back to November, December 2020, you will see a statement from President Trump where he absolutely distances himself from Sidney Powell. On top of that, Sidney Powell, General Flynn, and Patrick Byrne, they were allowed into they were given passes to get into the White House by a staffer, one staffer named Garrett Ziegler, and they went in there to try and persuade President Trump to declare martial law and get the military to confiscate the machines. And how would that look? How would that be? And he said, no, I'm not doing that. He talks about, President Trump was specifically willing to appoint a special counsel. Did he appoint a special counsel? No. Do you see what I mean? And it's just, for me, I'm sorry, it's like I am wide awake now. And I am mad as hell listening to this for the first time at you, Sidney Powell. I think it's absolutely disgusting. It sounds, it sounds okay and all of that, but when you look at the actual facts, what she's saying to me has got nothing to do with the facts. She is an experienced ex-prosecutor. She has written books and all of that. This same lady filed a load of cases and she filed them wrongly. A Supreme Court justice told her, go away. This is how you file them properly. These are the steps that you need to take. Did she come back? No, I haven't seen it. So sorry, that's what I think. And I am mad as hell listening to her. And I'm going to shut up now.
Lisa, I'd love to see Lisa on stand right now, or as a prosecutor against Sidney Powell.
You are out of order.
It'd be fantastic. I mean, she basically said everything that I was saying. The one thing I do want to point out, a couple of additional notes. She mentions 13848 and how they were going to use that, but notice how President Trump never implemented it. He is literally a genius on the art of war and the art of the deal. So why did he do this? To expose the rest of them is how we're seeing this play out. We also noticed in that video that she had no classified clearance. She's supposed to be the Kraken, right? She's supposed to be this military lawyer, and she didn't have anything to pull from. And it to me that is showing us, these little smaller details, and how we have a corruption amongst people that support President Trump. And Lisa mentioned it before. She represented Lieutenant General Flynn. He's not even general. He's a 3-star lieutenant general. And that, to me, plays into a bigger network that we've talked about in the past, where, Strzok and FBI and not having a lawyer and stuff. We're seeing that shell like formulate in front of us to take President Trump down.
Well, I don't know if you heard this one, but you're definitely not gonna. So I'll let you comment first on this one. Then we'll let Lisa explode on this next one if she hasn't heard Jenna Ellis. Oh my goodness! And yeah, one thing I'll just add to that, like Lisa said, oh well, he could make you a special counsel. Oh, she doesn't have a clearance. Well, could he give her a clearance? Yeah, he could do whatever you want. Well, why didn't he then? Right? Because we know the whole story about I think Mac and Lisa were mentioning there that they got in through Garrett Ziegler to basically propose this to President Trump. And what happened the next day? Weren't they locked out of the White House? They weren't allowed back in. So I know that Sidney Powell was not allowed back in after that. And then when this one just squirrely is all get out. Listen to this guy. You want to get pissed off? And just keep in mind, I forgot what the date was, but she basically said President Trump in a tweet should never give up this election, essentially is what she said. So let's see what her feelings are now. Like Lisa was mentioning, how the stories change.
And at the time period where they were going to start to discuss, what was Dan Scavino's role?
At the time, I believe his title was social media director for the White House. It became deputy chief of staff at the time that the conversation in question took place.
Okay, and when was that?
The conversation was around December 19th of 2020 at the White House Christmas party. And I emphasized to him, I thought that the claims and the ability to challenge the election results was essentially over, because he said to me in a kind of excited tone, well, we don't care and we're not going to leave. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, well, the boss, meaning President Trump, and everyone understood the boss. That's what we all called him. He said the boss is not going to leave under any circumstances. We are just going to stay in power. And I said to him, well, it doesn't quite work that way, you realize. And he said, we don't care.
Ooh, I'm sorry. What's this? Oh, President Trump should never concede the election. Jenna Ellis, of all people. We don't care. We're just going to stay. I don't think there's anything else. Mac, what do you think of that one? More covering CYA, covering your ass?
Yeah, I would say she's a big liar. She kind of exposed herself in a way. The fact that they said that they were not going to concede anything was a huge tell to us, like Anon. So, Jenna, she's trying to do whatever she's got to do to save herself when she admitted that she lied and in the past about the elections and everything. She had no evidence. She just went along with it to promote herself. But when questioned under oath, she says that, and it's interesting, did Scavino ever get subpoenaed to testify? Doesn't this fall under the presidential acts, where you're not supposed to talk about it, and they're breaking literally the law? And she just did it.
Oh yeah, they don't give two, they don't care at all. And I believe Scavino was going to testify. Let's see, actually, Salon puts out, Trump aide Dan Scavino may face superseding indictment after Jenna Ellis spills the beans. What do you think of those spilling the beans there, Lisa? I know that had to make you glow.
I'm honestly spitting feathers listening to these two people. Jenna Ellis, she has a history of being highly derogatory to about President Trump. And then miraculously, at some point, she did a complete 180-degree turn, and she was then all of a sudden working with President Trump's team, looking into like election fraud. You know, this is the same person. I can't. I think she made a statement about Disney. I'm gonna find it. I have to be specific about this. But Jenna Ellis, she's done more. She's probably done more turns than, you know, a car on a roundabout. You know, as far as what she thinks. She was the fourth person to accept a plea deal instead of going to trial. And here we're now listening to a testimony which seems crafted to try and, you know, get Trump, just like Sidney Powell. It's like, and then I think during this testimony, I think 1776 Patriot, I just want to thank him. I think habeas corpus was mentioned. You know, it said something about you would have 4 years from today's date to file habeas corpus. And then it says full knowledge of the charges against you. It is, do you understand that you may do that? You know, that you have 4 years to file habeas corpus. I'm just sickened by listening to these people, really. You know, I honestly don't want to listen to them anymore. And for me, when I first posted about Sidney Powell, people were like, "Oh, wow, you don't know what's going on," and you know, she wasn't really charged. And it's like, yes, she was charged, and it was even said at the time that she was going to kind of testify against Trump. Well, here you are hearing her testify against Trump. You know, what does she mean she wasn't working with Rudy Giuliani? Mike, do you want to comment on that one?
No, you're spot on. I mean, Rudy's another person. Remember when the FBI raided him? And I don't want to go into we could talk about a lot of this stuff for a long time, but the FBI raided Rudy Giuliani's apartment and they didn't take the Hunter Biden laptop. You wonder why.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you see the connections from the corrupt to actually the honest. And then when the corrupt notices stuff, they point it out to us because they always do. It seems like they always got to like put it in our face. Like, I'm so innocent. When in the end, they are not. They have all their buddies behind the scenes protecting them. And this is what we're seeing. And Lisa, I feel your pain. I'm totally behind what you're saying. It's crazy. We have to be able to recognize all this stuff, like, and point it out. So thank you for that, Lisa.
Yeah, and it takes a little bit to scratch under the surface on these things, of course. And you know, I don't like the fact that she was talking about, Sydney was saying that, you know, I doubt that Rudy was calling her, you know, swearing at her, calling the worst lawyer she's ever. Maybe she was, I don't know, but you know. And then we had Patrick Byrne basically calling Rudy a drunk, saying he was, you know, shit faced around there. Everybody knew, and I'm thinking, like, if he was really drunk, you don't think it would get back to Trump? You don't think it would be? You know, I just don't like, and I would never, I don't know what's up with that guy, Patrick Byrne. I'll never get behind that guy. Definitely don't trust him. But
yeah, he was working with the FBI on Hillary Clinton, and then they paid him off, so he shut it down, basically. And he admits to it in front of everybody. We have that video to look back on. He doesn't say it in so many words, but yeah. And you know that and Patrick Byrne shipped in, what was it, the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, on his private jet into DC during January 6th. I mean, there was something that came up today, and it was against Ray. I forget the guy's name, but he basically calls him out for shipping in, you know, human intel. And they have these 2 fake buses that they painted white, and all they did was infiltrate January 6th. So this is like a combination of a huge PSYOP operation, in my opinion. And I'll leave it there and let you all talk about it a little bit.
I just say, you know, the other thing that really gets my goat with Sidney Powell is she says, you know, did I know anything about election law? No, she told the prosecutors. So what was she doing all of that time? What was she doing taking on or filing all of those cases? She filed a case. It was on behalf of 17 states where they were saying that the votes within their states were devalued because of the fraud happening in other states. Yeah. So remember that. Did I know anything about election law? And she's saying no. And it's like, look, you're a prosecutor. You know, you've got the electoral commission, you've got the legislators that decide on what constitutes election law for that state. It's pretty easy. I could do it myself. It is very, very, very clear. So for me, it's like she talks about she's going to release the Kraken. It's like the only thing that's Kraken is her statement. It's like a whole heap of rubbish, to be honest. You know, I'm going to release the Kraken. We've got all the evidence and all of that. Did she release it? No. It's pathetic. It's beyond pathetic, if you ask me. Really, I'm going to stop there.
And just to help connect a little bit more dots, I know. I think it was General Flynn, Sidney Powell, a bunch of other people were on Linwood's property saying they were going to fix the election 2020, and they never did. So what was their true intention? What were they up to? Why did they file those lawsuits, like Lisa said, incorrectly? And I think Lynn has a little insight into this, and I think they're all caught at this point. They're totally fooked, as we say, you know, FOOKED. They're fooked. They're caught. So now how are they going to play it out?
Yeah, not only did Sidney Powell put Linwood's name on court filings without his consent, she also put him down as an executive of one of her organizations that was supposed to be a charity where she was paying herself with the money raised, supposedly, to fight election interference. Well, how about that? Now, is it sounding a bit deliberate now? I'm sorry if it is, but to me, it's seeming like it is. You don't make those kind of mistakes at that level, you know? Oh, does she not know about companies now? Does she not know about anything about company law or registering a company or registering an organization? It's like, oh, the other one. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. It's like some kind of comedy show, but it's not that funny.
Yeah, they're using like this plausible deniability thing, and it's super hilarious because they're all going to get caught. They're done with. They're all done. So everyone needs to pay attention to Trump and just watch the how would I describe this? The little viruses squirming around trying to infiltrate Trump still. They're all done. They're done. They have nowhere to go. And law and order, lawfare, at this point in time, in my opinion, we've been in a war for some time. And we're witnessing lawfare that's equal to warfare. And that's what they're trying to do. And Constitution, Bill of Rights, all stand tall.
Yep, they should. And let me give a big hat tip to my buddy Hulkinator. He dropped this in the chat after I just dropped him a couple links for the Table of Titans. This is pretty darn huge. Tony Saruga, who is investor board member, big data pioneer, Intel ops, CIA, NSA, contractor, whistleblower, philanthropist, healthcare. Okay. Says, my partners and I have been lifetime data scientists. We own the digital ID of every mobile device computer in the US and have indexed and archived every IP address in the world. Our extensive experience in big and deep data, including geo-tracking and geolocation, makes our dozens of data companies the top authority for providing data to corporations, let's say corruptions, law enforcement and U.S. government agencies like CIA, NSA, DOD, DIA, NGA, NRO, FBI, as well as Interpol and foreign intelligence organizations. There are a number of videos documenting these ghost buses, as well as a number of mostly nondescript DOJ vans that dropped off ninja-wearing individuals that appeared in other videos to have breached the Capitol, cutting fencing, removing barricades, opening doors, and other nefarious behaviors. 1 second, guys. We'll get back to that. Let me see. We'll get back to that in 1 second. I want to show what Mac had dropped here. Apologize for the shoddy work. My editing program wasn't working so good at work, so I had to screen record my software. But here's what Mac was talking about, and Lisa.
While people were entering the U.S. Capitol. Can you confirm that the FBI had that sort of engagement with your own agents embedded into the crowd on January 6th?
If you are asking whether the violence at the Capitol on January 6th was part of some operation orchestrated by FBI sources and or agents, the answer is emphatically
You're saying no?
No.
You're saying no?
Not
Okay.
violence.
Chairman. And these buses are nefarious in nature and were filled with FBI informants dressed as Trump supporters. And deployed onto our Capitol on January 6th. Your day is coming, Mr. Ray. Your day is coming, Mr. Ray. Handler.
Your day is coming, Mr. Ray. So I want to finish that part off there. Continuing on, it says, we also tracked the infamous J6, quote, pipe bomber from one of these vans. Later, we eventually tracked them to a Virginia metro station where a perfect capture of their vehicle license plate was made. The FBI has all of this information. Shortly after they were alerted, however, AT&T mysteriously accidentally corrupted that and only that particular cell phone user's data. Additionally, their mobile device was used hundreds of times before and after J6, accessing keycard required DOJ FBI parking garages and buildings. Oh God, I could have just played this, but that's huge. And now, so this is stuff that we need to make viral, guys, and you definitely need to post this stuff out. That's huge. Who can we go first? Lisa first on this one. I mean, we have it all kind of basically rings true right here, right? We have it all, and they've had it all, but are they going to act on it? That's what we want to know, right?
Definitely need to see some action. But what's tickling me right now is that the FBI again had it all. So they had the Biden laptop. They had it all before the 2020 election, and they held it back. And they did a cover-up job, a brilliant cover-up job, you know, where all of those agents and people in the intelligence agencies, 51 of them, signed a letter to say that the laptop was false. Interesting. And then when was the other time that they had the FBI had it all? Well, Tony Bobulinski, who was Hunter Biden's business partner, you know, he handed over all his information to the FBI. So again, we have another situation where the FBI had it all, they had all the information, and they never used it. So they never did their job. So I'm glad to hear this guy say to Ray that his time is coming, because it's been way too long. Look at all of the different things that he's presided over. J6, you know, the laptop, the Biden crimes and bribes. It's beyond the ridiculous now. It's got to be obvious to people what is really going on. The FBI are an apparatchik to, I'm using Mac's word there, an apparatchik or a part of the cover-up. All of the time, every time. We've heard testimony from an FBI agent who you know, she was a star in the FBI. You know, top marks all round, joined the FBI. She resigned from the FBI because she was disgusted about the way that they were dealing with things or not handling things. They have the information, they're not using it. And also, to me, it seems like they are complicit. Remember the guy who was part of the FBI who was tasked with looking into election interference, and he was the one that I think that was involved in the raid of Mar-a-Lago regarding the documents, you know, because they were trying to get something on Trump. That's all I'm going to say. It's got to be obvious to you all by now.
So obvious. And Mac too, you know, I'd like to get your comment on this as well, but people in the chat while we're talking here, I'm putting out a tweet right now. Can we get some sort of hashtag going viral? And I'm open to suggestions. So put your ideas out there in the chats, guys.
Fix 2020. Fix 2020.
Yeah, fix 20. Yeah, something like that. Or I was thinking like, enough is enough. We've had enough. Like time to act. Something along those lines to let the government know that we're done with their crimes, their frauds, and their cover-ups. Something along those lines, because it is just, we're beyond ridiculous at this point. It's just, it's a friggin', I don't even know. It's like a cartoon. It's so ridiculous at this point, Mac.
Yeah, I suggest fix 2020. I'll never take my eyes off of it. They cheated. We saw it. People are okay with it. And I want those people that are okay with it to kind of come around to understand that they really cheated. How do you have an election when you have more voters or more votes than voters? It makes no sense. This is like common sense stuff. This is like April Fools, as President Trump, like he's highlighting this stuff. So I would love for people to say fix 2020 going forward on everything, because I'm trying to gather my thoughts because I was going to comment on something else. But honestly, we have a situation where President Trump has said he's going to expose everything. I want sunlight. You remember that video I sent you, Space Shot?
Sunlight one. Is that the most recent one?
No, I'll just post it in. And this is like the biggest like highlight of a long time, other than another one. But right here, I'm going to forward it in, because we know what we're facing right now. We're facing an enemy, like an invisible enemy, it seems like. But I think President Trump is going to work for us and trying to expose it all. And I'm very excited about it.
The prosecution wishes to continue this travesty and darkness, and I want sunlight. That's a nice way of saying it. Isn't that pretty? I want sunlight. I want everything exposed to the public, including the election fraud, because this is all about election fraud, which took place in 2020 and the 2020 presidential election, so that such a thing can never happen again to our country.
Amen to that, dude. Yeah, we need the sunlight. What was the cue drop? Sunlight is the best disinfectant, I believe was the old quote.
Yeah.
That's what we need.
And notice how he's using that light to like darkness to light, like the Flynn. I'll keep it nice. Flynn people. This is about sunlight. This is about like teaching people. This is about helping people out, delivering the truth. He always talks about truth. He also does talk about the Bible and being a Christian, and that's very important. I've got many examples of that as well. But we are dealing against an enemy that is unseen most of the time unless we pay attention. Lisa, what do you think?
Sunlight kills.
I think you said it all. And sunlight does kill. Sunlight kills off what they call bacteria, and light, kills off bacteria. And right now, they are like the worst bacteria, So
or parasite.
Bring on the sunlight. Somebody talks about 7 rays of light. President Trump talks about sunlight. In the Bible, it says the way, the truth, and the light. So we need to shine more light.
Definitely, 100%. And and this is a post going back from 2020. Newly declassified records. Lindsey Graham shows system was blinking red over Steele dossier, but it was used to. We had this stuff 3 years ago, and the long and short of it is the people in charge aren't doing diddly squat about it. And my feeling is that it's those senior executive service people that are basically ahead. Remember, Trump wants to be able to just fire anybody. No, he wants to be able to fire people that are basically unfireable. right? So how do you get rid of the people that essentially you think like, oh, the FBI director, he's running the FBI. Well, he's got a guy above him in the SES, just like the head of the DOJ. He's got a person over it. They all got people over them in the SES. And this is just another cog in the wheel that needs to go bye-bye. Limited small government, you know, the whole United States can cover, you know, their own states. And I don't understand what they need for federal help, but they certainly don't seem to be doing anything that's helping us out. They seem to be spiraling our country downward. And, you know, I'm going to shift gears here a little bit, guys, because we definitely need to hear some of this. And, you know, I had a guy at my work that the one dude I always talk about who's always anti-Trump, and he's like sending me the comparables to Hitler. Oh, you know, he was anti-Jewish and Trump's anti-Muslim and da. He wants to track the Muslims and this, that, and the other. I'm like, whoa. Well, let's see why, right? And I'm not going to play this whole thing, but you guys need to understand that this thing exists here. So Bridget Gabriel here, it says the Muslim Brotherhood has been working to destroy the United States from within for decades. This is their secret written plan exposed. This is 5 minutes. Like I said, we don't have enough time for it, but I think about a minute is definitely worth it.
تفسيرية للهدف الاستراتيجي العام في أمريكا الشمالية. This is about their explanation on how they're going to take over the West, their 100-year plan to infiltrate and dominate the West and establish an Islamic government on earth. This plan was presented as evidence in the Holy Land Foundation trial, the largest terrorism trial ever in the history of the United States, where our government handed down 108 guilty verdicts to Muslim Americans and Muslim organizations in America, raising money in the United States and sending it overseas to support terrorist activity overseas. And I'm going to read you a paragraph about their intention in the United States and how they describe their work. Number 4 of the paragraph is titled Understanding the Role of the Muslim Brother in North America. And it says, the process of settlement is a civilization jihadist process with all the word means. The Ikhwan, which is the Arabic word for brothers, must understand that their work in America is a kind of grand jihad in eliminating and destroying the Western civilization from within and sabotaging its miserable house by their hands and the hands of the believers, so that it is eliminated and Allah's religion is made victorious over all other religion.
Over all other religion. And you see this, right? And I'll let Mac or Lisa let us know about the Q post that this is ringing in my ear about. But you know, you look at President Trump and he's talking about, you know, all of these people and that those type of people. Well, you have a group of people that are legitimately trying to take down our country from within. And you have Michelle Bachmann, who was talking about Huma Abedin back in what, I don't even know, 2012, 2014 or whatever, her ties to the Muslim Brotherhood. It's not a good thing. And we've seen plenty of videos. You see them over in Germany where they're like punking off, you know, you have these like, you know, 19, 20-year-old kids, like 5 or 6 of them Muslims, talking to like, you know, 25, 30-year-old German guy saying, listen, we're going to be running this country soon. Oh, you guys might have 1 or 2 kids. We're going to have 5 and 7. We're going to have so many Muslims here. We're going to be running. And that's what their plan is. Lisa, you know which Q post I'm talking about? I know I'm not asking you to be psychic here, but from what she's talking about, I'm sure you can probably put 2 and 2 together. Something instead of something.
There's Q post 71. If you reverse it, that's Q post 17. And Q post 71 talks about the Muslim Brotherhood, the Huma Abedin's connection. It talks about what's his name? I'll find it in a second. It talks about providing funds for the Muslim Brotherhood. It just tells you about all of the involvement. It tells you about, I'm just trying to find his particular name. Do you remember when President Trump gave a speech on video at an event, and the camera kept on panning to a Saudi Arabian guy. And I called it President Trump's brilliant speech on terrorism. Well, the person that the camera kept on panning to as President Trump was talking about how they should be dealing with terrorism was King and Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia from the 1st of August 2005 until his death in 2015. And that was Abdullah bin Abdul Aziz. Now he was in power, and he was also, you know, there's in QPOL 71, it is very, very long. It talks about, you know, follow humor. Who connects HRC, the Clinton Foundation, to Saudi Arabia? You know, who is the Muslim Brotherhood? We know that Obama was actually an operative. He was part of the Saudi Arabian intel, not just a CIA asset, but a Saudi asset as well. You know, we know about this king and prime minister of Saudi Arabia before his death. He was actually funding terrorism. You can read all about it. You know, we know that Obama, we know that he was an asset. We know that he gave money to Iran. We also know that Obama had Muslim operatives as part of his administration, right at the top. When I say Muslim, I mean Muslim Brotherhood operatives. You know, why did he give billions in cash to Iran? Why did he have these slush funds? Why did Mohammed bin Salman, when he got in to run in Saudi Arabia, why did he arrest all of those royals? Remember that. And in the Q post, it says what happened in Saudi Arabia will happen here in America. Interesting, that one, isn't it? You know, but and then you've got the connections to like Pakistani intel as well. You know, you've got Awan, you know, the Awan group who were looking after the DNC servers. Remember the leak from Hillary's server? You know, this was the guy that was looking after it. This was the guy that was asked to destroy the hard drives. You know, I remember Obama created ISIS connected to the Muslim Brotherhood. You know, and I'll stop there. Go ahead, Mike. I've got loads to say, but I just did a decode. There was a plane in the gold, and its call sign was gold 71, which connected to QPOL 71, which reversed is 17, and it has a whole heap of information about the Muslim Brotherhood and about all of the details and all of the connections. Go ahead, Mac.
No, I'm totally on the same page as you. And that's why I said Awan earlier, like Muslim Brotherhood. Where does Obama come from? Is he a Muslim Brotherhood kind of person? Most likely. Is he attached to Huma? Most likely. Huma is also what Harvard University Muslim Association. That's just one aspect to pay attention to. And there's other Humas. There's so much to this. I remember we've talked about this before, and we keep it quick. Judge Joe Brown explaining the Barry Soetoro link between his, I think it adopted father or real father is one of the richest people in the world, and it's based off of a trust fund. So how are anybody able to track trust funds? You know, money coming in, money going out, sounds like a lot like laundering, right? So we have to understand that there is a huge angle in infiltration that Lisa just mentioned that is going on. And now it extends into leadership. And leadership isn't for we the people. We see where it goes. It goes to other entities, the money launderer more. It's insane.
Absolutely. Yeah. And Lisa, thank you. I wasn't thinking of that post, but you absolutely cleaned house on that one. But I was thinking it was just a little simple infiltration,
Hey.
not invasion. But kind of it's an invasion now as well, right? It's they're infiltrating
Hey.
and now they're invading as well.
Well, an observation I've made is, when is Trump going to follow his 71st person? And I'm really curious on how he's going to do it, and the significance of it, because it will be worth something to look into. So once President Trump goes on True Social, goes to 71, I'm going to be diving into it. It's going to be fun. I think everyone should.
So he's following right now. He's following 70 people.
Correct.
That's interesting. That tells me that he's probably telling us to look at those posts around that number. That is interesting. Lisa or Matt, I know when you drop this.
Well, real quick before Lisa gets into this, President Trump always posts and on truth and stuff. It's not always to highlight a person. It's also to look into them. So I'm always looking at what he's trying to intend in his post. So sometimes it's obvious, sometimes it takes a little time, and I just sit on it and I wait for it to unravel.
Yeah, it actually looks like Lisa pretty much talked about all this stuff, and I didn't really get to the graphic while she was talking about it. But yeah, and it makes sense too. And if you remember that one video that came out, it was a guy from the FBI. He's saying, "Oh, we were hearing chatter of an intelligence asset that was working for many different foreign countries," and he was talking about Obama. So it's like, yeah, where is he from? Is he from, really from Saudi Arabia? Is he from Indonesia? Is he from Hawaii? Is he from Pakistan? Where is this guy really from? Right? He's got such a sordid past. But I feel like certain things are gonna start getting unraveled, and I don't know what's up. But are him and Mike still separated, or is she still on vacation away from him after the murder? I mean, their cook died in very short, shallow amount of water there. Interesting to find out. But yeah,
there's been some weird, very strange news articles that come out recently about certain people that we think that are celebrities or music, and they end up being gay or bisexual, however you want to look at it. But Dwight Howard was one. I think recently it was who was the other one I just saw, and it was a testimony from somebody. And I couldn't believe it. I was sitting there like, Will Smith.
Oh yeah.
Like, I was like, it was his assistant that came out and did it on live TV. I was like, wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Ugh.
If you remember, the first movie he was ever in, to my knowledge, was a remake of 6 Degrees of Separation. And the very first scene, he's in bed with a guy, right? So that's one of the things that they do. They put you in these gay scenes. They make you dress up like a woman. Cat Williams himself said, it's said that, a man in a dress is a funny thing. Well, if that's true, then there's really nothing funnier than a black man in a dress, right? So that's where they try to make, Eddie Murphy, Martin Lawrence, all these people conform to their little things there. But yeah, the whole gay thing with the beard, if people don't, know what the beard is in Urban Dictionary, it's basically, I would have, if I was gay, I would have, I'm a celebrity, but I would have a girl walking into the hotel with me, and then the next day walking out with me, but she goes to her own room. My boyfriend comes in, and that's how they do that. The beard is like a cover for their gayness that they don't want people to know. And I'm really wondering about if this is ever going to come out about Michelle Obama, because once it does come out, they're going to have some splaining to do, Lucy, because hey, if you were whatever you were, but why did you lie about it so much? If everybody's so pro gay or pro tranny, whatever you want to say, why did you hide it for so long? Oh, it wasn't accepted. Well, you guys were pushing it on the population, but it was not good for the gander. Apparently it was good for the geese. But yeah, very interesting stuff. It's cooking. What you got, bro?
We got Lisa still?
Yep.
Yeah, can you
yes, we can.
Little light.
So after my rant about the Muslim Brotherhood, I still cannot get back into the channel on my computer. It's telling me it's still connecting. My connection is perfect and it will not let me back in, so I'm now on my phone. But anyway, about this beard thing, remember that Obama was part of a gay group within the church that he went to, where the gay guys in the church were part of a group that was run by a gay pastor. And they, through that group, they organized beards, as in, people to be their wives, so that they wouldn't, because they didn't want to admit that they were gay, whatever it was, but that's what they did. But it was definitely a gay group. Now, every other person that was part of that group is dead. Every one of them found bullet to the head, to the back of the head, to the front of the head. They're all dead. Still, one of the mothers is still campaigning to get a proper investigation into that. Why do we think that was? Why have each one of them been killed? I mean, what are the coincidences? What are the coincidences there? Each one of them is dead. So I just wanted to say that and put it very plainly, And here we have the same guy colluding and putting members of the Muslim Brotherhood, you just heard their philosophy, their testimony, their plan, as part of his administration as top advisors. Huma Abedin's mum, part of Muslim Brotherhood, the Muslim Brotherhood only want the one religion. Where we heard that before, one religion, the New World Order. So the New World Order comes in many guises. Do not think that it's all wholly, solely Caucasian, because it's about power and control. And people of many different cultures, colors, whatever you want to say, countries want that type of thing. So don't make the mistake of thinking that it's only Caucasian people that are part of the New World Order. There are other people who are hungry for power and control. And you just heard that lady talk about the plan for the Muslim Brotherhood. The Muslim Brotherhood also supported Black Lives Matter. They got on stage at a big event that they and talked about Black Lives Matter, like they set up, like they were part of setting up Black Lives Matter. So
the same.
They have particles throughout, a bit like spaghetti woven in there. That's it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And I think it's all the same people. And to answer the question in the chat, whose kids are they? John M.F. Kennedy. Hey, what's up? John M.F. Kennedy in the house. What's up? So here is Obama and here's Michelle, Mike, or whatever. You tell me, anybody in the chat can really tell me that this daughter looks anything like either of them, and you can honestly tell me with a straight face that this daughter, I don't know if it's Malia or whatever, doesn't look like a spitting image of her father, and the younger one doesn't look like a spitting image of the mother. And now remember, these are best friends of the Obamas, guys. Can anybody honestly tell me that she doesn't look so much like her and she doesn't look so much like him, but yet neither of these two look anything like either of these two? Nothing. I mean, she's got the same chin, teeth, everything, smile. The nose is definitely different. I think she got the mother's nose or whatever, but the face, for me, it's a dead ringer. Mac, anything on here, and then we got to hit the road because unfortunately late start, but I still got to get my familial duties taken care of. And Lisa's sound was definitely very, very low there. So, but any parting words, sir, or anything at all?
Well, one, there's no actual photos of Michelle Obama pregnant. So there you go.
Nope.
Someone
None.
convinced me different. Yeah,
And that
Big
was
Mike
one of the things.
might be running soon, and we'll see what happens, or try to run. I also am paying attention a lot to these court proceedings because they're fake against President Trump, but President Trump has the ability to submit information. And I just realized he, from that sunlight thing, He's trying to like taunt them. He's trying to taunt the deep state, taunt them 100%. So you're going to take this into an election year. Now they're saying it's going to be delayed till 2025. And you wonder why. It is an exposure of corruption. And I want everyone to pay attention to these things, because I am on this complete line of it being law and order. So I can't wait to see what happens. What will happen? You know, are we going to get our elections fixed? I think so, but we have to do it the right way. And I am just waiting to hear what happens.
And just one more really quick, because this is pretty big. If you guys remember, I posted this out a couple of weeks ago. Where was it? Motion to withdraw. Donald F. Samuel, Amanda Clark Palmer hereby move this court for an order permitting their withdrawal as counsel of record for respondents in this matter. So I called it the Trump case, and it's technically not the Trump case. It's Garland Favorito versus Alex Juan et al. But essentially it is the Trump case because it's the election. And at task here, or at the heart of it, is 100,000 votes that were mail-in ballots that have no folds in them whatsoever. So I don't know this account CanCon, but they said prominent attorneys Daniel Samuel and Amanda Clark Palmer have flipped from representing Fulton County's Aaron Johnson and Teresa Crawford in Favorito et al. Versus Juan et al. And now represent Ray Stallings Smith in the Trump RICO case. Interesting. So people saying, oh, why down the bottom? Well, they figured the juice wasn't worth the squeeze. And the other person, I think, nailed it and says, because they know the election is a fraud on the American people. So I think, guys, we're getting some dovetailing happening here. We're having some interesting disclosures going on as we get towards the end of the year here. I'm hoping, we get some more serious shakeups in the action. But, we're basically on God's timing here, and however they want to lay this thing out. I'm here till the end, and I know you guys are as well. Once again, guys, sorry about the traffic and being late. Really can't do much about that, but got to get cooking. Mac knows it's burger night, so we got to get the burgers rocking and rolling.
You already cooked the burgers.
I'm going to get beat.
Lying.
No, I take time with my burgers. Max talked me into not just making regular cheeseburgers, but really sprucing them up. So I've taken that to heart and been doing some avocado and some other things on there too. A couple little pieces of bacon for myself. My wife won't touch the stuff because she's just all veggies. But yeah, definitely sprucing up those burgers and some sweet potato fries in a little bit. But always great show, guys. We still managed to bang out an hour and 20 minutes. Mac and Lisa, you guys can catch them, and their links are down in the description box below. And the Telegram link, they do Debunk the Junk, usually Friday or Saturday nights around 6:30 p.m. Eastern. Definitely give them a listen, and a lot of good people hang out there as well. And you guys can also join in on the chat. It's not one of these ones where they're not going to let anybody talk and have any, say anything. So it's a big community chat there. So definitely give them a peek-see, and I will be back with the Table of Titans guys tomorrow night at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. So Mac and Lisa, thank you so much again. I will make sure to release the old scratchings over here on the Foxhole and D Live guys before I go. And Bois Blanc, Paul Thaddeus, Bois Blanc again. And Trump Red Pill gifted the cookie. Love Patriot Women. I don't know which one that was about. Hopefully it wasn't Jenna Ellis, because she's definitely not a patriot. But thank you all for those. And I am releasing the scratchings. And like I said, check us out tomorrow night. Table of Titans, 9:30 p.m. Eastern. And Mac and Lisa Debunk the Junk, either Friday or Saturday night. Links are all down below in the description box. So with that said, we do appreciate each and every one of you guys for tuning in. And until that next video, thumbs up, like, and subscribe. Peace.
All right. That was Space Shot, Machiavelli, and Lisa B. with Hold the Line. Up next, we've got an interview with
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Patriot Underground.
Okay, so actually, I'm going to do a poll on this one. Do you guys want to hear about the QFS system or no? Give me a 1 if you want to see it, 2 if you don't. Because on the financial side, I'm pretty much going freaking nuts. I'm like, yeah, that's all we need is just more stuff. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Lord. So I'm going to move this over here for a minute. Federal Ninth District Court Judge Amy Tottenberg has ordered Georgia's Secretary of State into court to explain Georgia's use of Dominion's computerized electronic voting systems, concurring the 2020 election was not secure. There is sufficient evidence to believe that these machines used by the state of Georgia have substantial flaws. A non-jury trial is scheduled for January 7th. All right, next one.
Hello and welcome. Today we've got Alan Fountain, and today we are going to be discussing that it's not the end of the world, it's the end of the illusion. Now, just before we begin, you can subscribe to my Instagram channel at nicholas.veniamin, where you can follow all my daily newsreels. Alan, thank you so much for joining me. How are you and what have you been up to?
Hi, Nicholas. I'm doing very well. I have been doing lots of research lately. I took a lot of time to myself. For the last couple of years, I've been a guest on many, many platforms, sharing as the Pedalgate whistleblower, sharing my story to give validity and truth to power about what survivors go through. So for the last 3 years, I've been doing nonstop podcasts on other people's channels. I'm only basically exclusively doing them with you right now. So in between my 2-week periods, it's allowing me to do sit and meditate, find out what I feel like God is wanting me to talk about now. So I do a lot of research during this period, and I'm doing some private stuff for myself and healing. So this is kind of the difference in change right now. So that's where I am right now. Thank you for asking, Nicholas.
No, that's absolutely amazing. Of course, you're doing amazing work exposing the pedophilia, Hollywood, and of course, you've been a victim of that since you were a child. And we've gone through in our previous videos from 2.5, nearly 3 years ago. What is it like to share with the viewers today, with all the deep state infiltration and us seeing, the illusion ending, actually, because we've all been, we've all been blinded.
Yes, Nicholas, I think this is a very timely topic. And the way that you articulated it, you have a gift for having a pre-conversation and then summarizing something into a focus. And I'm very impressed with the way you did that, because that's exactly where it's coming from my heart. Just to give a quick overview for the people, if they might come into this interview, because I think this interview today might draw people from different areas of consciousness, from the left side, and I think we're trying to merge them. So I'm going to give a little quick 2-minute background of who I am and what I've been doing. Identified as the Pedalgate whistleblower. what has happened is, as a child, I was molested from age 9 to 16. I had trauma from that. We've learned that this trauma, 60 million adult survivors in America are victims of pedophilia. That's just America. It's really huge across the globe. 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 6 boys. So what this does is this traumatizes the children, makes them have to have a stunted development. There's an ACEs score that determines what their trauma is like. This gets them into the penal system, jails. They end up taking recreational drugs. So what this does is this stunts the society and creates all these adverse effects. Just what we've learned, that the deep state and the cabal, the Babylonian system, wants to create suffering. We know that they benefit from suffering. So when you're talking about this is the end of the illusion, there's a language out there in our culture that the media, which we learned was the Mockingbird media. The Mockingbird media is part of the black hat operations. We have black hats, white hats. Black hats are in service of self. White hats are in service of others. And we know we're in an ascension. The people that are on the left that are used to being indoctrinated, the woke community, the traditional Democrats, which have been infiltrated and taken over by this Soros, Khazarian Mafia, Rothschild power source, and the former House of Saudi. They were a power structure before what has happened. So we have a language problem between these two sides, the left and the right. You and I know the geopolitical language of how the world works. The media, which is part of that Mockingbird media propaganda, where Obama signed the Smith-Mundt Act in 2012 to allow propaganda to be legal. He re-invoked that. And the people that are on the left, that are the former Democrats, they have been being gaslighted. We are victims, the left is as a victim of not having the current language that you and I have. The America First, the MAGA, we realize that we are in a Sun Tzu sting operation to save children. And this is why I was able to adapt to this new geopolitical language, not only because I studied that we're in a pedocracy. People don't realize everything going on in America was about human trafficking. That's where the money was. That's where the esoteric elements of our world comes from that develops loose energy. These are topics that our mid-level political systems do not bring into the nomenclature or conversation. And this is where you're talking about we are crashing the illusion. The illusion is that 3D narrative that was part of, there's a compartmentalized agency out there through Soros, through the 3-letter agency, clown agencies, the higher, the FBI 7th floor. These agencies have great people working in them, but the Babylonian system, which is worshipers of Baal, the Khazarian Mafia, we are all at war between God. This is a battle between God and Satan, good and bad. Our political systems and media does not talk about these very relevant principles of geopolitical power systems. So in order for us to break the illusion, it's important that we educate the liberals and the left, the former Democrats, who really have more in alignment with the America First, we the people, except Soros through Antifa, through Black Lives Matter, through all of these topics. They have successfully used their media tools. The media is owned by 6 corporations. And so these 6 corporations through the Bilderberg Group, which is the corporate structure of, we know that America was taken over as a corporation. The liberal left does not know that. Mm-hmm. You and I know that because the MAGA America First people are 5 years ahead of education. So cracking the illusion is now for us to have open our hearts. We realize that we're not going to be a successful society unless we patiently educate our friends and family. And this is what God's doing. I'm seeing that God is reuniting me with people that are on the left, that I had connections and relationships with, that are good people, but they have bad information. They have wrong information. They don't have the history and knowledge that we were given through this military operation. People don't understand that the 17 movement, the Q, that letter Q, I don't know where this goes, but that is from, there's a movie out there called Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer is very big in the movie right now, and it was about nuclear war, the first atom bomb. In that movie, they talk about Q clearance. Q clearance is a classification of intelligence that came from the Department of Energy. This Department of Energy is the highest classification. So what has happened is the military has released Q information to this America First side, the people that follow the 17 movement, that are doing the sting operation to raise society. We got, for a 3-year-long period, the trust the plan was not about sit on your ass, think the military is going to come rescue. It clearly says, and it's in my blog because I was part of it, a 3-year information education process. So this is a little background leading into people that might pick up this conversation. They need to understand we are in a military operation. You have a guest on your show called Derek Johnson. I've been on speaking tours with Derek. Derek and I both, SG Anon, some of these podcasters in alternative media, Dr. Jan Halper Hayes, who is a analyst for the Department of Defense. Department of Defense is the military. These are finite rules. She's speaking on what you and I have covered over the last 5 years. Your network is going to be a great network for new people to come over to and go back to 3 years and start at the beginning with my blog, with the interviews that you had, educating the people on the truth. So your lead in about cracking the illusion is where we are. And this is one of the topics I want to talk about with a major event happened this weekend in in Palm Beach. There is a gentleman named Brandon Straka. He is a gay gentleman who walked away from the Democrat Party. He walked away because he recognized what I'm talking about with this Soros, Antifa, Black Lives Matter. He intuitively discovered the hypocrisy. He realized, not from my perspective comes from the topic no one will talk about, which is why are they trafficking 8 million people, children, across the globe in human trafficking? Nobody will touch that topic because they have learned and have been indoctrinated in our former system of power, which was that Soros, House of Saud, Rothschild power system, Vatican power system. They were in control. The left doesn't realize there is a sting operation where the global capitulation tour took place. These things they know nothing about. So our topic today is about Brandon Straka, the gay gentleman who started the walk away. He has brought lots of liberal people over to the America First movement. This weekend in Palm Beach, he did a walk-a-con, which was they celebrated their 5th year of success anniversary. Carrie Lake, who we love, she was a speaker there. Rudy Giuliani, all of these conservative people who do not hate gays. They understand the truth of the what's going on in society of separating gay people that are Americans. They understand that George Soros, the Khazarian mafia, the power sources, even behind the Vatican. This is very sensitive to people. We're having a conversation right now about religion. What's going on in Israel is related to this same topic that we're talking about. Hamas is Iran. Israel is part of that Zionist, Ashkenazi, Baal worshiping infiltrators who infiltrated Judaism. And this is what's going on with the topic of the gay culture. So these Satanists have come in with the woke movement. It has nothing to do with the natural, the natural thought processes or hearts of gay people. They are being victims. This culture is a victim of this Soros, Khazarian mafia institution who is trying to take over America with Satanism. This is why they're trying to create the Baphomet transgender movement. So this is where we're leading into. So this is a little background to lead into where we're going. Did I do okay with that? Do you understand?
Absolutely, absolutely. Of course, they use religion to control us, but ultimately it's all about, you know, unity, love, good intentions. Doesn't matter what you are.
Jesus loved prostitutes. Jesus loved individuals, and we've gotten away from the heart of Jesus. Humans have a heart. We come from our heart. It doesn't matter what an adult. I've always learned in my walk with God, and my journey is a personal relationship. I've attended church. I've read the Bible, but I am also, the fact that I am a truther and I can discern and I'm a researcher, I don't let religion interfere with my personal relationship with God. I know who I am. People out there know who or what my motivation and my intentions are. Plus, the gay people that I know from my past, I know their hearts, but I know they're victims of the same institution that we all are. The same institution that is creating the woke culture to put a stigma on gay people are the same people that created the jab. Anthony Fauci created HIV. It's a patent. So the people that are defending that Fauci culture, they're defending Mitt Romney. The left are. These left are defending Mitt Romney and Cheney, Liz Cheney. In the podcast with Brandon Straka and my former friend, two guys from Hollywood, which we're going to talk about, Alan Nevins and Joey Santos, they had never known of one another. Here we are 5 years down the road. We have two gay guys from Hollywood who are major agents in Hollywood. One's friends with Oprah, does her as a private chef sometimes for her, has been on her show. One of them is a major Hollywood agent of celebrities. But are these people that were groomed and compartmentalized for consciousness of the old system, which I think that they are compartmentalized people who got privilege in their world for helping spread the old consciousness illusion that we're crashing now.
Yeah.
So they don't know our illusion, our truth.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. Can you talk to me more about this obsession the left have or the Satanists in regards to this transgenderism and Baal?
Yes. So the Baphomet, what we've realized is that the liberal culture has been slowly indoctrinated, and there used to be an LGBT, which the LGBT came about as to unite because of the religious indoctrination. A lot of gay peoples were being harmed. They were being tortured. Back in there's a show out there called The Travelers. It's on Showtime. It's about these gay people with classified clearances. They worked in the military, but what they were doing is they were hunting down the gay people. This is part of that blackmail bribery system. So what they were using the gay people was to have power over them. A lot of gay people are in the military. They're in high office. So they created and stigmatized gay people so that they could blackmail them and own them to do certain duties. The gay population in general is a higher intelligence. They usually have the the both energies. They have the energy systems, the masculine and somewhat of the feminine energy, which gives them a fuller spectrum. We don't know what God has done in creating the human being, but the transgender thing is a movement that came from that Soros, the Baal Khazarian mafia who worship Baal. We know that this is a Baphomet. So what they wanted to do is the transhumanism movement, which is started with the people behind YouTube who did 21andMe. 21andMe was created by the sister of the girl who runs YouTube, who was married to the owner of Google, Sergey Brin. Then we have the Wozniacki, the sisters, Anne and Susan. One was the president and CEO of YouTube. The other was the president and CEO of 21andMe, which is about transhumanism. They were doing the DNA, but it was about the transhumanism agenda where they were trying to do the Baphomet. So they put out, they started infiltrating the gay community because they were already adverse. They were already needed support. So what happened is the gay people are not happy about this. They are destroying their
identity.
Power systems, their identity. Plus, this this community had to come together to survive AIDS. So what happened is Fauci, who is also behind the jab currently, he was also behind creating HIV. The gay community has not caught on to the fact that these two correlations are very, very much the same. The first genocide was an attack on the gay culture, but what they did that is they considered them to be, they had groomed society to believe that they were throwaways. So they wouldn't care. They know that there's a huge, huge population of gay people out there. So they created HIV. They killed them off with AZT, which was the first medication. So that made it scary so that the rest of the population for the next 30 years would take their very expensive antivirals when they don't realize you can heal yourself naturally. But what they've done is the deep state has created this different people to be commodities for the medications, etc.
What do you think about the LGBTQ, this LGBTQ movement? Because, gay, lesbians, and bis, they're in a group where people are having surgery to change their gender. Do you think they feel offended?
Well, I'll tell you what is happening, and we're now learning. You and I and the people that are on the intelligence aspect of our podcasting, we know that there are the people who have talking points for the liberal side, and there are people who have talking points for the 3D Republican side. But you and I know they're both two heads of the same snake. And this is why what people don't realize on the left, they see Donald Trump's persona from the media, which is okay with Donald Trump because he knows the power he has. You and I know that he is commander-in-chief of the military, and that there is a difference in commander-in-chief, and there is a difference in the president of the corporation. And this is what the left doesn't know. So the gay community that are being indoctrinated right now, it is slowly happening. It's like putting a frog in a pot. The frog is in the pot, and this Soros institution, which is creates Antifa, they're shit stirrers. They're social, psychological shit stirrers. So what they're doing is they have gaslighted all of us against one another. They've divided us into hate the blacks, Black Lives Matters, the LGBTQ, LMNOP, XYZ. They've added all of these things, and they're trying to put a pedophile on there so that the public will now think that LGBT is immoral. I'll tell you how they brought immorality into the gay community. It wasn't that gay people were naturally promiscuous. It's when you shame people into the inability to have intimacy, to have a partner, to be married, and have the natural human instinct of intimacy, you are shaming them into to having their natural organic needs that are natural to them. It's authentic to them. We don't know the genetic. We don't know they're trying to make it a moral issue. I know some of the most responsible military incredible people in the world that happen to be identified as gay. And it's these shit stirrers out there that are behind the Satanism that are trying to infiltrate this community. So the T part of it is coming from the Baphomet. The Baphomet is associated with that goat. The goat that we're seeing all over America. And these liberals cannot fathom yet that their leaders, the Obamas, Obama was infiltrated with Iran, which is going on Hamas. We know there was a 16-year plan that included Obama and Hillary Clinton. This comes from the intelligence narrative. I've been blessed that I was shared this information through my military contacts. The 16-year plan was Obama and Hillary Clinton bringing in the New World Order. We know that the left and the mainstream media, these are not their topics because all of this stuff is happening in the shadows. Trump is doing Trump zoo warfare, or what I call, we know as Sun Tzu warfare. You make the enemy think you're weak when you're really strong. Trump looks weak to them. They don't know the truth of what his policies are. In this interview with Brandon Straka and my former friend who I did a podcast a year ago with you, where I said, is this my deep state handler? You know, why did I come into his life? Why did I know he knows about my molestation? Why did he not support me? Why did he abandon me? Did God have another plan in mind for now? Does God know more than what we know? These are loving people. I'm going to put the podcast that they did with Brandon Storka, plus my podcast I did with you of how I felt a year ago. And this is why your topic, we're breaking the illusion, is so paramount. I see this is why it was necessary for Trump not to take office. We had to show the public. They had to see what was going on because
Absolutely.
you cannot tell people because of the MK Ultra.
Absolutely. People say to me, you know, why do we have to go through this? Why can't the good guys just tell the world what's gone on and then we could all move forward? And the reason why we can't, obviously, is because people won't believe it. Secondly, if they're told, and let's say they do believe it, they haven't experienced the pain, which means that we will be deemed to repeat history.
Yes.
This is a spiritual lesson. We have to go through the experience so that we could naturally want to take charge and control. When I started doing these videos, it's because the illusion broke for me and I needed to do something about it. I've been aware of the deep state since I was 18. But when I realized Trump was part of it, draining the swamp, I thought, right, we've got a chance. I need to be involved. And it's like everybody else. They need to mentally and spiritually have to experience it to take back power and responsibility so that we don't repeat history.
Sorry about the noise in the background. There's two bulldogs that were being trained. And
no worries. We hardly heard it.
Okay,
no worries.
Yeah. So you're absolutely right, Nicholas, about this. Let me shut the door a little tighter. Hold on a second. Excuse me.
Sure.
I'm in the podcast. Sorry. Sorry about that. So this is where we are right now. I appreciate your taking a deeper level and having this conversation, because I think in order for us to move, Americans are going to have to come together. Gay people are not going to disappear. Liberals are not going to disappear. What I see happening when you're talking about the breaking of the illusion, that is happening in every aspect of our world. It's happening right now with Israel, and it's up to the Israel community, the Jewish community, to take control back of their faith. They need to tell the world that they were infiltrated by the Khazarian mafia, the people from Ukraine who lived in Ukraine, who were who are behind the bioweapons, who are behind all this other stuff. Because they've been in charge for hundreds of years, and they are pitting us against one another since the Napoleon War. There's a movie coming out on Napoleon, which I don't know if it's the deep state's version, but this is what Hollywood does. Hollywood has created the history because they've always won the wars. Anyone who wins the war gets to create the new history. We have been lied to for 200 years of what our natural history is. All of the truth that we have done is in my blog, all of these things. So this is where we're having to come together now. Israel is one of them. The gay narrative right now of learning the truth about the LGBTQ and the Baphomet, and then you asked about cutting up children. The cutting up of children is part of the other element of this. The Rockefeller Foundation, who is part of the globalist 1%, Bill Gates, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Rothschilds, when you have 13 bloodline families having power over the entire earth, and a portion of them is into human sacrifice, worshiping Satan and keeping it from the public, they have infiltrated every system in America. The Rockefeller Foundation, who is part of these globalists, they are ahead of education. That's why they have destroyed the education system, and they're making teachers in order to, they're using their colleges, major colleges that have these fraternities that lead into the Masons, that lead into the secret societies. They are funded and controlled by these globalist funding institutions. This is why we have to reform these major colleges who are slowly educating and indoctrinating their students to think this stuff is normal. These kids are innocent. They have warped their brains. They have made them think that it's normal to have 50 genders. You know, they have taken them away from a Y chromosome and an X chromosome, and they've made them think that their emotional state or how they feel or how they identify is a legitimate orientation. But they have been indoctrinated. This is child abuse. And it's the same child abuse to have them mutilate their bodies. They're using MK Ultra as well.
To me, there's only two genders, a vagina and a penis. Excuse my language. But and they will see through that eventually. They will see through that. And they will see there's only two. How comes there's only two?
And what you choose to do with it, one thing that I have learned is that judging, people don't realize there's a lot of people that are on the liberal America First right side that their intentions are good, but they think they can go out and now they're weaponized with hate. They now can hate gay people. They can now hate transgender. There is more in the Bible about not forgiving and walking as Jesus. They don't realize, they think they're ascending. They are descending.
Absolutely.
Anytime you go in judgment of another human being, you are lowering your vibration. So you're not God. Let God has put me, he has put other people that might be of different orientations to be leaders. There's people out there that are doing things for humanity. You don't know God's plan. We are to love one another. We are to not judge. We are to pray for God's will, and we have to realize that the pedophiles are from the Vatican. These pedophiles that are running the Vatican are Satanists, and I'm not trying to offend Catholics. You hear people refer to as recovering Catholics. The Vatican is the part of this Babylonian system of power. The Vatican and the British Crown are agents of the Rothschild family. So it was up to them to keep us repressed, to divide us, to use religion. The Vatican is the holder of religion. Why do we have so many religions? It's so that we can't unite and overthrow them. God is about love and unity.
No, of course. It shouldn't. Religion is just one God, and that's love, and they just want to divide and conquer us and, divide us. And that's how they control us, because we're small groups instead of us being one big unity. We're massive, us all together. They don't want us to be joint, to be united.
We're mutilating our children, as you said.
We're more stronger than them because they're a small people. They're a small amount of people, 1%, less than 1%, and we're more powerful than them.
And this is what you're doing, Nicholas. Your platform with your guests. All of these videos are recorded over the last 3 years. They are available for these people that are now going to wake up on that side and hopefully be educated. There has been thoughtful, articulate education with Derek Johnson, with Michael Jaco, with Lewis Herms, all of these people that are familiar with the intelligence narratives of the former intelligence agencies. They know the geopolitical truths. We've done our research. We've documented it with, it's out there for them to learn. It is important that they get off of their asses and have an open mind and quit, let their ego defend what they think is their truth. This is why I'm taking the risk. I don't like shaming people, but my friend who is an agent of, he's an agent of consciousness for the left, for that Babylonian system. And whether he knows it or not, he knows in his heart that he has not talked to me as someone who is advocating for these children. I had a very nurturing life. He took me to Portugal to get me away from speaking for the children. My wish is that we're all on the same page and everything was about the right timing. And God is bringing us together now. These people have to decide, do they want their history to be agents of, like we know what was that movement in Hollywood with the women where they were all being raped and it was the big movement. This is what's happening now for the children. These people from Hollywood, they're going to either have to join and align with us and expose this system, or they will forever be known as the ones who held down the arms of these children while they were raped. Because my friend who could be there for me, he still has a chance in the future to heal, have a thoughtful conversation. My goal is that Brandon Straka, who is major political voice for the America First, MAGA, and these people, two men from Hollywood, I can bring in my military intelligence aspect and us all have a thoughtful conversation on how to unite the sides. This is the motivation of that versus shaming them into being bad people. I think God is moving mountains right now.
Absolutely, and we're looking forward to it. But Alan Fountain, thank you so much for sharing everything with us today. It's always an honor. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the viewers before we finish?
Well, I'd like to say, I want to point out where they can go, that I'm going to put into an article the podcast and the event this weekend with Brandon Straka. I'm going to put in the podcast I did a year ago with you, where I was heartbroken over these people abandoning me because I was advocating for children, plus the interview with Brandon Straka and the same guys, so that people can go and look at them and realize that what's going on is, like you said, we are breaking the illusion is what's happening. But I would like, I've been invited to go on some speaking tours for the children. People know that I haven't aligned with selling products. If you're willing to donate to my Give, Send, Go so that I can continue doing the message for the children, please go do that. And I'm not a grifter. All my money goes to advocating for this cause. But thank you, Nicholas, for your platform and for helping save humanity. And that's what you're doing. You're changing consciousness.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Alan. You take care and God bless you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, that was Alan Fontaine with Nicholas Viniamin. Up next, what do we got up next? Oh boy, what kind of trouble can we get into next? Come on, refresh. Sometime today would be good. There we go. All right, part A and part B. I already got banners made. Here we go. X22.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3213 AM. Today's date is November 16th, 2023, and the title of the episode is The Central Bank Joe Biden. They're right on schedule. Soft landing illusion, hard crash, reality. Let's talk about our health. When it comes to anti-aging, we're all searching for a miracle pill. Generally, you have to use multiple products that target each area of the skin differently to fully combat the appearance of aging. Some supplements may attempt to reduce wrinkles, while others might bring back firmness to sagging skin. But believe it or not, I might have found a solution that removes the need for juggling through multiple anti-aging products. It's a special type of collagen, and it's better at maintaining skin elasticity, reducing visible signs of aging, and promoting a youthful complexion that most anti-aging products I've seen typically found on store shelves. Tens of thousands of five-star reviews back up the notion that this collagen is not only a modern-day fountain of youth, but that it also removes the need for us to use countless serums and anti-aging supplements. But there's more. If you place your order now, you'll receive 53% off, free VIP life health and fitness coaching for life, a free new ebook titled 14 Foods for Amazing Skin, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and last but not least, free shipping. Simply go to healthwithx22.com. That is healthwithx22.com to take advantage of this limited time deal before they sell out. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, the private West Central Bank, the World Economic Forum, as they continually push their Great Reset, the Green New Deal, the people are figuring it out. The people are figuring out that everything that they're pushing, just almost like COVID with the bioweapon, with the virus, people are starting to realize the reports and the studies that they're pushing out there, they're completely fake, phony, and false. And they're trying to use them to convince the public that, yes, we have a climate emergency. But we're realizing when you look deep into the reports and you look at what's really going on, that this isn't the case whatsoever. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we can see the deep state players, they are now building up the narrative that the economy is going to be okay. Everything is great. We got the fuel cost under control. There's inflation is holding steady, and we're approaching a soft landing. Now, of course, this is the narrative they want you to believe. This is the illusion they want you to believe. But as we move throughout this entire year, which is 2024, as we approach the presidential election, we know that the economic system is going to fall apart. And when it does fall apart, what is going to happen to the central bank, the Treasury, the D party that's been pushing the economy is okay? Because what are the people going to see? The people are going to see a crashing economic system. The reality is going to be a crash. The illusion is a soft landing that everything's going to be okay. And I do believe once this happens, I do believe the people are going to see all of it. They're going to see the truth, and they're going to say, you know something, you've been telling us this entire year that everything's fine. We don't have to worry. Even though we are experiencing inflation, high fuel costs, I see people losing their jobs. And now this is the proof, and this is the reality that is now upon us. And we can see it with our own two eyes. And no matter what you say, it's not going to matter. And I do believe we are approaching that time. We'll be talking about that a little bit later. But first, let's talk about Biden's climate report, where he's now pushing the Green New Deal, trying to bring us into the Great Reset, the Green New Deal. And he had a whole speech about this report. But when you start to look at it, you could see, once again, it's a little misleading. A key top-line statistics featured in the Biden administration's latest report on the state of the climate change in the U.S. is misleading in several ways. The Fifth National Climate Assessment, NCA5, features numerous analysis and graphics that purport to highlight extreme weather events that result in at least $1 billion of damage, as well as using monetary losses from events like hurricanes and floods as de facto proxy for climate change intensity. Critics of this metric assert that its use obscures key context, namely the growth of population, asset density, and asset values in coastal regions that inflate the prevalence of billion-dollar damage events. There is no peer-reviewed science that attributes any part of increasing disaster losses to changes in climate. This is coming from Roger Pilkey Jr., a professor at the University of Colorado who has extensively studied and written about the politicization of science. Pilkey Jr. has harshly criticized the billion-dollar damage metric in the recent past, writing in January that its use by supposedly authoritative scientific bodies amounts to a national embarrassment, pointing out that an identical hurricane making landfill in Florida in 1980 versus 2023 would result in vastly different loss totals, because today there are simply more people in more homes with more stuff than 43 years ago. So the report actually makes people believe upon first glance that there have been more than $900 billion loss events between 1980 and 2022. However, the data published by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, shows that the actual number for that time period is 373. The reason for the discrepancy between NOAA's data and the NC5 data is that billion-dollar damage events typically impact more than just one state. Accordingly, the NC5 data adds to the count for each state affected by the same billion-dollar damage event, regardless of whether or not each state impacted suffered $1 billion of losses on its own in such a scenario. Pilkey Jr. ran his own analysis in his January piece, putting North America catastrophe losses in terms of U.S. gross domestic product, which is the GDP. He found that North America catastrophe losses as a population of U.S. GDP clearly showed no upward trends. So once again, they're using this information, not peer-reviewed, and they're trying to convince the people. It's almost like when they say, "Ooh, flu shots and COVID together is not going to hurt you," and they point to a very small study, and the small study is not peer-reviewed. They're doing the exact same thing, and you could see that they're using this to push their agenda. Is this going to work? I don't believe so. I think the people are starting to realize that this whole Green New Deal thing is one gigantic hoax, and the people who are watching this play out, they're realizing it, and the poll numbers for this, for their climate change agenda, is completely dropping over time. And this is just going to get worse and worse for them, especially with the economy completely imploding on itself. Because when you look at the economy, you can see that things are not improving. Now, remember, when Trump was in office, we came from a place where the inflation was very, very low. People had more money in their pockets. Why? Because we were energy independent and fuel prices were very, very low. And people saw all of this. They experienced it because they had the money in their pockets. Plus, with his tax cuts, people even saw more money. Now, what are people seeing? The people are seeing the opposite. What the Biden administration is trying to do is they're trying to get people to get used to their new normal. So what they like to do is they like to bring you into this new place, and they like to hold it steady for a while, and they try to convince you, look, we made it a little bit better. Aren't things great? But people, they're going back to the time that Trump was in the White House, and they're saying, why can't we have that? And the entire push is going to fail. See, if Trump didn't step in and show the people, look, we can place tariffs on China, we can give that money to the farmers, we can revitalize the industry, we can rework trade deals, we can control inflation, we can make the country energy independent, we can create a lot of jobs. Without the people seeing that, this would look normal to them right now. Because if we came off of Obama and we went to Hillary, because this is what she was supposed to be doing, this would look normal to everyone because you wouldn't see the difference. I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they wanted everyone to see the difference, and they wanted to show everyone, look, these things are possible. They've been lying to you from day one, and you can have low inflation. You can bring industry back. You can place tariffs on China without having the electronics skyrocket and all the other products skyrocket. Everything that they told you is not true. And what are people seeing now? The people are seeing that the deep state players, the central bank, the World Economic Forum, they reversed everything that Trump did. Let's talk about our health. When it comes to anti-aging, we're all searching for a miracle pill. Generally, you have to use multiple products that target each area of the skin differently to fully combat the appearance of aging. Some supplements may attempt to reduce wrinkles, while others might bring back firmness to sagging skin. But believe it or not, I might have found a solution that removes the need for juggling through multiple anti-aging products. It's a special type of collagen, and it's better at maintaining skin elasticity, reducing visible signs of aging, and promoting a youthful complexion that most anti-aging products I've seen typically found on store shelves. Tens of thousands of 5-star reviews back up the notion that this collagen is not only a modern-day fountain of youth, but that it also removes the need for us to use countless serums and anti-aging supplements. But there's more. If you place your order now, you'll receive 53% off, free VIP life health and fitness coaching for life, a free new ebook titled The 14 Foods for Amazing Skin, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and last but not least, free shipping. Simply go to healthwithx22.com. That is healthwithx22.com to take advantage of this limited time deal before they sell out. And they can see it as clear as day. And when you look at U.S. industrial production, well, that's not doing very, very well right now. And yes, we know the automakers, they're on strike, so that's adding to all this. But when you look at U.S. industrial production, it was expected to decline by 0.3% month on month. It was worse, down 0.6% month on month from a downwardly revised September print. October's decline is the worst since December 2022, and the year-over-year drop of 0.8% is the worst since the COVID lockdowns. And that is the 8th straight month of year-on-year declines for manufacturing production. And people are seeing this. Now, once again, it looks like there's a tentative deal with the auto workers, and as we approach December, we might see things pick up a little bit. But let's see how this all plays out. This is going to be very, very interesting. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is as we approach the holiday season, we can see the American people, they're just tapped out. Yes, they're putting everything on their credit cards. The APR on their credit cards, it is skyrocketing. And now people, as they look towards the holiday season, you know what they're thinking? They're thinking, you know what? We're not going to buy as much as we did last year or the year before. Actually, there was a poll from YouGov, and it says the majority of Americans, 52%, plan to skip Black Friday 2023. Now, why are they planning to skip this? Because they realize, listen, we don't have the funds to pay for all these items like we used to do. Actually, we're going to have to cut certain things. And I do believe we're going to see a very big difference in retail as we move into 2024. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that when we look at treasury bonds, we're going to have a major, major problem. Octavio Costa put this out and said, an unprecedented $8.2 trillion of U.S. government debt will be maturing in the next 12 months, 1/3 of the total treasuries outstanding. That is 3.5 times more than what was net issued so far this year. Keep in mind that the fiscal deficit next year would also require at least another $2 trillion in addition to the $8.2 trillion that needs to be reissued. So once again, everything's going to hit at once, and this is going to be a major, major problem as we approach 2024, actually, as we approach the presidential election of 2024. And you can see this is why the deep state players are trying to shape or control the narrative. And they want everyone to think that everything's going to be fine. And they're putting out the idea, and they're basically right on schedule, that the economy is going to be okay. And we're going to have a nice soft landing. You won't even notice it. Everything will be perfectly fine. And remember, in 2008, Bernanke pretty much did the same exact thing. In the beginning of that year, he told everyone that we're not predicting any type of recession. Everything is under control. But when you look past the Fed and you look at the actual economy, people saw that we were already in a recession, that the entire system was already breaking down. But again, when you just look at the fake news and you just listen to the Fed and you just listen to the corrupt administration, you would think everything was okay. But those people that look past that, they saw the problems. The same thing's happening right now. I do believe they're putting out this illusionary idea that the economy is perfectly fine, but in reality, the crash is going to hit. And I do believe the crash, and I do believe the stock market crash, it's going to come down probably right before the elections. Wall Street Silver put this out on X and said the following. Their goal right now is to hope and pray they can hold this thing together until November 2024. After the election, they have 4 years to deal with it. If the economy tanks in the next 11 months, Trump will win a landslide. They will change the definition of recession, falsify inflation data, and do anything they can to pretend everything is fine. And when you look at the different articles from the Wall Street Journal, from Bloomberg, and so forth and so on, AP and the rest, they put out the same exact articles. Soft landing. It's going to be a soft landing. Don't worry. We're going to have a soft landing. And they keep mentioning this over and over and over. And the reason they're doing this is they want to convince you and convince the public that everything is great. Because remember, as we approach the 2024 elections and the economy actually completely and utterly falls apart, or they admit the economy is falling apart, you think the people are going to stay with them? No. So what their plan is to make people think that everything is fine, and hopefully the people believe them. And as we go through 2024, they're hoping that people don't realize what's really going on. Now, I do believe the people are going to realize what's going on. They're going to understand that the economy is not doing as well as they're saying, because people can can see it, they experience it, they understand it. And every time they go to the store, every time they fill up their tank, every time they pay their insurance bill, they understand that there is a problem. The young generation is getting hit very, very hard with this. The older generation who are on a fixed income, they're getting hit very, very hard with this. And this is something that the deep state players really can't lie about, because they can lie about it, but it's not going to work like everything else. Because when you're going about your day-to-day business and you see what's really going on, their lies are just that. They're lies. No one believes them. And it looks like more and more people are not believing them. Now, this is happening organically. So as we go through 2024, and more people wake up and they realize that they're lying and they keep their narrative. And as we approach 2024, the people are going to realize, okay, there's something definitely wrong. Because yes, in the beginning of the year, they might convince some of the people. Other people might say something's wrong here. As we go through the spring, then the summer, and retail starts to break down, and real estate starts to break down, and everything starts to break down, and people start to realize something's going on here. Well, they're going to run into a major problem, especially when we get close to September, October, and when that crash comes and the stock market takes a dive. That's when people are going to go, holy crap, they've been lying to us this entire time. And I do believe that's what people are going to experience, that people are going to experience all this. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they knew the playbook. They knew if the deep state players, the central bank, the World Economic Forum, if they went down this path and they followed the playbook and they tried to bring us into the Green New Deal, the Great Reset, they knew that they were going to destroy this old system. We all knew they were going to destroy this old system. And when you're destroying the old system, something's got to give. And eventually what's going to happen is everything's going to come down. And I do believe that's exactly what's going to happen as we approach the elections. And actually, this is going to benefit Trump and the Patriots. It's not going to benefit Biden, whoever else is running. This is going to hurt them immensely. And this is really going to really damage everything that they're trying to do. And I do believe at this point, at that crisis point, the people are just going to see Biden and the rest, or Biden's even there, or maybe Kamala Harris. They're just going to see them as liars. They're going to see the Fed as a liar, the Treasury as a liar, the fake news as a liar. Everyone lied to us. They told us it's going to be okay. And Trump was telling everyone throughout the entire year that it wasn't. And this looks like the same exact playbook. If you go back to 2008, when McCain and Obama were running, McCain was out there telling everyone that everything is going to be fine. The economy is strong. Obama was out there telling everyone that the economy is going to crash. It's weak. It's not good. And the people throughout the year, they saw that. Now, I do believe Trump is using this same exact strategy. And he allowed the deep state, the central bank, and the World Economic Forum to do exactly what they do best: destroy their own system, then lie to the people. And when you do this, you lose all credibility. And when you start to look around, think about all the different agencies that have lost credibility. We have the CDC, the FDA, FBI, DOJ, and now it's going to be the Federal Reserve. It's going to be the Treasury. It's going to be the administration. So once again, this whole thing is coming full circle. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they have turned the tables on the Biden administration, on the deep state players, on Obama, on the central bank, the World Economic Forum. And now the people are going to see the truth. And the people, in the end, they're going to side with the truth teller, because that's all he has to do, is tell the truth. And yes, as he has the people, he's going to be able to shift us away, with the people's help, away from the central bank system. And we can see we're getting closer and closer to that time. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
Okay, we're going to stop that right there because oh, there we go. I got a guest.
Oh, how'd that happen, man?
I don't know. Just popped right up there.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right. We're gonna hold off on part B for a little bit, guys. And there's a reason for that. Because Dave has some things to show you guys. How you doing, brother?
Hey, I'm doing okay, man. How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Just getting set up here. Let me get dialed in. So yeah, so we did a great piece last night with Rob Cunningham and on Twitter Spaces. And so I'm going to try to tap that in for y'all. I thought it was a great conversation. And, it was on the heels of the interview with Nino. And yeah, it was great. And I think 3,000 people have seen it. Yeah, 3,000. So now the question is, what's the best way to do that?
Do a share screen, pull up the interview, and then
Let it
make
rip.
it. Yep,
Okay.
yep. And I just made a banner. That's Twitter, MySpace, right?
No, it's Twitter Spaces.
Oh, Spaces. Okay.
Yeah.
Spaces.
And let me see.
Jesus, you remember MySpace?
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, that's gone the way of the dinosaur, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, Zuckerberg and them, the DARPA guys, they pretty much they stole everything that they could from that kid. Tom, I think his name was.
Right.
Tom from yeah, they stole everything that they possibly could.
Is that right?
Yeah, yeah, it was, because at first when I first started catching truth and everything, I always wondered if Tom was involved in that, on the DARPA side, but he wasn't. He tried to sue them and everything, and he was just totally destroyed in court.
What a shame.
From my understanding, he even had to pay their legal fees.
Oh man.
For what was then LifeLock. It's geez, yeah, they screwed that kid. And he was just a college student trying to be an entrepreneur. And build a platform. And man, I still have a MySpaces page.
Do you really?
Yeah, it's still there.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Cool. Does anybody, before I'm going to play this, and then I'm probably going to go have a little dinner while it's going. But what does anybody have any questions, or is there anything you wanted to talk about before?
I mean, there's lots that we could talk about. I mean,
yeah, no kidding, no kidding, right?
Yeah, you'd never end up eating. You'd be starving to death. Poor guy. It was bad enough he was without a home for a year and a half. Now we're going to starve him of food for a whole night.
Yeah, no kidding, no kidding.
No, let's go ahead and get the video going.
Okay.
Then when you after you get done eating and you come back, we can pause it. Maybe like in the middle of it, and take
Cool.
questions from the crowd.
Cool. Great. So this is Rob Cunningham, who's a SNED head. He came to the SNED Fest, and he went on with Nino, I think, for the first time this like maybe 6 months ago, and Nino loved him. And what's not to love? He's a great guy, great researcher, and and so that's what. And then he reached out to me. So I'm going to do a share screen with you here.
Yeah, you just got to make sure you share the entire screen, and then do and then click that audio box. There, the little audio thing above where you click to, where I'm talking about.
So I click screen 2, entire screen.
Yeah.
And there is an audio. To share audio, share a tab instead. So I can do that, I think. Because it says to share audio. Oh, I see what it's doing.
Yeah, it should.
Excuse
When
me.
you do an entire, when you share entire screen,
Yeah.
there's just above where you click to present. You'll see that there's a little. It's almost invisible. For some reason, I don't know why it doesn't show up like super clear. But it's like not even an eighth of an inch. So when you do entire screen, and then right above the cancel button, you'll see it, but it's like almost grayed out.
Okay. Do you see that? You see that there?
Yep.
All right. Let me just hit play here.
Is something that is
Let me see where that
now being utilized.
Let me see if I can back that up. Yeah, I need to back that up. Okay, here we go, folks. Enjoy, and we'll talk a little bit later. Yeah.
Yep. If you guys got questions, just write them down so that when Dave comes back, you can type them in, and we'll have a question and answers period.
All righty, here we go.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My sincere apologies. This is Rob Cunningham with a Cool Show. We had some technical glitches, some gremlins in the
Imagine that.
interwebs that didn't seem to want to let this program get started tonight. Mr. I, brother, can't thank you enough for trying to bail me out here and get this thing up and running. But we thought we were going to have to call an audible, but through the magic of technology, all of a sudden our space is back up and running. So if everyone will give me just a brief moment, I want to make sure I get our star of the evening, Mr. Snedeker. Let's see if I can't get him logged in. I just got a message. It's not letting him in. So thanks everyone for being here. If you don't mind, retweet this space while I give a little technical assistance to Mr. Snedeker. Be right back with you.
Yeah, just bear with it, guys. I don't have access to fast forward or anything like that, so this is
Brother, again, love you much. If you don't mind, you can dance, sing.
Happy you 7. Hopefully Rob will come.
Will be a full-on speaker. Let's see. Okay, well.
Edgar. If come through the rite of passage. Dave better drop some bombs.
I've never in one video heard so many bombs be landed program, and I've
This boy Dave better drop some bombs tonight.
I'll bet you he will, brother. But with this warm-up act that I've got, this announcement ought to get everybody's blood boiling and or at least excited. Ooh. Once we get that, then Jenny bar the door. We'll just open it up for a lot of questions. But literally, what I heard last night, he was on Nino's Corner and did an 1.5-hour program, and I've never in one video heard so many bombs be landed than I heard last night. And
send him an invite.
Yeah, man. Is he here? Do you see him?
Yep, I see him. David Snedeker.
David. Hit your button, buddy, on the left. Do request to speak, and I will get a little I'll get a notice, and I can pull you up, brother, before I start introducing you and making you blush. Let's see. There he is. Let's see. I'm going to invite you to speak. David has been canceled about 48 times, so they've got his number pegged. I don't know if the algos are going to like him much, but that might have been part of the reason we got a late start tonight, everyone. But let's see if we can get David out of jail and get him up here to speak with us. David, shoot me a direct message, brother, if you're having trouble. But I sent you a link and invited you to be a speaker.
The anticipation.
Get in the game and start doing something like this. For all your support, brother.
Well, we have to thank the missus as well. And the deadlines. The OG.
I'm still able to infect via the airwaves.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, David, you know what? So glad that you're here, brother. We're going to go ahead and jump right in and get started. Again, folks, I don't want to overhype this, and I don't want to, we're not selling anything here, but I just want to share my glee, my gratitude, my awe as to what tonight's going to be able to bring. I wish we had a screen and wish we could do some screen shares, but throughout the evening, David, if you've got some nice little pictures or snippets or screenshots that you can save as a photograph, you can drop them down in the little purple pill in the bottom right corner, or we can bump them up onto the Jumbotron, which is at the top of the screen. But folks, again, thank you for being here. I want to tell you a little bit about David. David Snedeker he's a friend. He's a dad. He's a leader, a patriot. He is truly a research warrior who has been awake for a very long time, going on 17 years. What a cool number.
Right.
Well, I saw David when he came to Atlanta. He had a little Sned Fest. He's got a bunch of groupies, a bunch of fans, a huge family, extended family across the United States and the world based on all the research. When David does a call, it's normally a 3-hour call. And he is all about truth and nothing but the truth. So help him God to the best of his ability. He is a man that is truly a deep sea diver. And when he doesn't just skim by a rabbit hole, he goes in and sets off little low altitude thermonuclear bombs and blows the whole rabbit hole up and tries to look at everything he can find in the rabbit hole. And then he connects dots that will absolutely blow your mind. So last night I listened to a podcast he did with David Nino Rodriguez on ninoscorner.tv. And Nino was so blown away. In the middle of his interview, he pulled out his iPhone and had David speak for 2 minutes or a minute to do a little YouTube short to explain what he was talking about in a YouTube friendly way. And he posted that as a short little video. That's how excited David Nino Rodriguez got about last night's topic. So off the top of my head, I want to give you 7 of the most stunning dot connections I think I've ever listened to or heard in one show.
Well, first of all, thank you, Rob, for that introduction. That's very generous. And I just wanted to thank you for that. And thank you.
Yeah, no, go. Look, I haven't even warmed up. I haven't even begun to introduce you yet, brother. That was just like scratching my nose, okay? So, everyone, I want you, get a load of this. Last night, I'm sitting and I'm listening, and I want you to know that after thinking about this last night and today, what I'm about to tell you is statistically, mathematically, historically impossible to fake or to classify as some sort of psyop. These events are all hard truth, provable data points. Okay. So, first of all, on the screen, David took us all to the Ingersoll Lockwood website. We took a look at that website and all the information that's on it. It's unbelievable. And it's just, if you've not ever been there, go to the Ingersoll Lockwood website. On it, there's some references or information alluding to a book written in the early 1900s about the last president. The last president that was a baron from New York, a tycoon, a super wealthy tycoon. And David, where did this last president live?
Fifth Avenue in New York City.
Fifth Avenue in New York City. There was also a book in the early 1900s called about Baron Trump. It was a book about the marvelous adventures of Baron Trump. And wow, unbelievable, uncanny image and resemblance to the current day live Barron Trump. That's the son of the President of the United States. Now, it gets really cool when you start thinking about the address on the website of this. I'm sorry, Ingersoll Lockwood. That's IngersollLockwood.com. David just shared that with me. I'll put that up in the top, David. The address, the physical address for the Ingersoll Lockwood website is what, David?
Say that again. Ingersoll.
What is the physical street address for the Ingersoll Lockwood website?
1717 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Pennsylvania Avenue. Okay.
Yeah. And it's
There's
also 1025 is the suite, which is 17.
Is there not also a PR advertising agency and a company that is for the Ingersoll? And what address is that?
And I'll give you a few more of those as well. First of all, the actual building has been connected back to Rockefeller Center in New York City in terms of the owners of the actual building. But I don't put too much credibility in that in the sense of any nefarious goings on, because it's one of those WeWork places. It's called Course. Excuse me. I'm forgetting the name of it right now. It'll come to me, but it's like a WeWork space where people can have a virtual office, right?
Okay.
And so one of those other offices, and not necessarily just virtual, but they might share, receptionist, and there might be, 10 offices on one floor kind of thing, right? Different businesses or what have you. And so one of those is called Patriot Strategies. And Patriot Strategies is a PR firm at the exact same address.
As IngersollLockwood.com.
As IngersollLockwood.com, yeah. And and it's also on the 10th floor of that 1717. I'm going to drop that also in the. Now I put it in my replies. Is there another place I could put it that would make it easier for people to see?
Yeah, put it in the purple pill in the bottom right corner. The Love Boat Show, and I'm just going to be the cruise director, and you're going to be the captain here.
And who's playing Isaac? Because I'm thirsty.
Isaac will be Mr. I. He will have a drink sent over to you at anything you want. He'll get that taken.
Mr. I, was that you singing Happy Birthday when I jumped on briefly?
That was Mr. Snedeker.
Wow.
Angie, who's sitting next to you.
She's the birthday girl.
Happy birthday. I used to do that on my show when people had birthdays, so I loved hearing that. So happy birthday, Angie. Thank you for sharing that.
I'm looking forward to listening to this and sitting back, as I love your profile description. Looking forward to the military tribunals.
Yes.
Well, Mr. I, let me piggyback off that. In addition to this IngersollLockwood.com website, David did something that I did not see coming. I've never seen anybody. He goes to this website that on the front of it, it's white with black ink and graphics and kinds of cool information on it. It's very patriotic in its themology. But he goes, now watch this, Nino. I'm going to switch to dark mode and reverse the website, reverse the homepage. And when he goes to dark mode, there are links that are clearly available that you can hardly see the words, but you can see the links on the website. So if you have a Google browser with an extension up in the upper right corner, you can go to IngersollLockwood.com's website and switch over to dark mode. Yep. And in that, when you do that, you're going to find links to an article that pops up about the Abraham Accords in the Middle East, Trump's epic Abraham Accords that brought peace to the Middle East and brought a bunch of long-term enemies back together in trade agreements and peace treaties. Mm-hmm. You click on another link, and wow, Shazam, you go to the usdebtclock.org. And guess what's on the U.S. debt clock and all of those columns and all of those cells? Nothing. It's zeroed out. And it's live. last night when he did it, and I don't know if it's still the case right now, someone can check for me, but when you go to the usdebtclock.org website, there's not a number in any of the cells. It's been completely blanked out.
And one of the
Now-
viewers last night, just to jump on that, is they let me know that I was still in dark mode when I did that. And so once I took dark mode off, the numbers reappeared. But
Okay,
very interesting that happened. And I honestly didn't, it didn't hit me at the time. But the other thing too is if people have Chrome, Satan get behind me, you know, the 666 divine king sign on Chrome. You can get that extension that you mentioned. You have to go and get it off Chrome extensions and then add it to, and that's the dark mode thing. So I think you explained that, but I just wanted to be clear that they had to add it to their situation.
Okay, so this is the teaser. This was the appetizer. I'm going to turn it over to the main course. Dave, I want you to emphasize anything that you would like. I know that you believe tomorrow on the 16th, there is on the Ingersoll Rand website, there are icons, there are images or memes.
Ingersoll
and on
Lockwood.
Ingersoll Lockwood. I'm sorry, IngersollLockwood.com. There's a rabbit. And you want to talk to us about that a little bit and what the symbology is on that and the decode that you did with Dino?
Okay, so let me walk you through the decode I did real quick, and then you can continue on. I know because I know you have your notes that you're going there. So basically, first of all, I want to start by saying that not only have I been at this a very long time, but I want to acknowledge all those that have been awake longer than I have, and share the loneliness that journey has shown me and so many others, and the loss of relationships and friendships, and because of this absolute paradigm that we're presently living in, which is we are in separate dimensions. I'm using a big kind of airy-fairy word there, but what I'm kind of getting at is that we've all had the experience of trying to communicate to another human being something that we've sought out and we've researched and we've found and tried to share with our fellow man, and see their eyes just glaze over and leave you to get another drink at the bar, or try to get out of the conversation, or just smile and move on, or and when if we think about that situation as two very different paradigms of reality, then we come to understand why it's so difficult to go back into the swamp and pull out a Fauci, or pull out a Cheney, or pull out a Herbert Walker Bush and show our friends and our neighbors and our coworkers, like, look at this person, look at what they did, this is what. And as we journey through this, and Rob, you've been an amazing patriot and sharing what you've found to be true, and trying to get at the bottom of this whole thing to help others along. We walk through this swamp every day in this line of work, and by the time we come out of this, we're just as dirty, if not dirtier, than the people that actually created and live in the swamp. And so they've trapped us. The swamp, the indoctrination, the matrix has trapped those who are blind to it, blind and deaf to it, due to the brainwashing. And they have entrapped folks like us who have awakened to it, but keep going back into it to justify our position and try to bring people out of, if you will, a burning building. And so it's very, to me, going through a very difficult time in my life this past year and a half. I had to extract myself from the swamp because I saw how it was bringing me down. It was draining me of my life force vitality. It was robbing me of simple joys, and so it was successful. Even though I've spoken to millions over the past several years of people, and that have been very grateful for the work that I've done, and in helping them and their family navigate very difficult times. And so, but I had to pull myself out of that. And as a part of that, one of the messages that I want to share with your audience is that we are, they are intentionally lowering our frequency, lowering our vibration, because when we're talking about the nefarious characters, we lower ourselves. And so I really believe that certainly we have to know where the rabbit holes are, but I've also warned, once you know the rabbit holes there, if you keep going down it, you might lose the light, and you might lose your way.
Dave, is it fair to say in summary that if you stare into the abyss long enough, you can risk the danger of becoming one with it?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I think that is such a brilliant word of caution, because everyone, we want to be heroes. Those of us with good hearts, we want to run into the burning building and rescue people and go back in and pull people out and go back in. And a lot of people want to spit and hiss and yell at us and tell us to leave them alone. They're comfortable inside the burning building. And then we get depressed because they don't want to accept our gratitude. They don't want to accept our desire to want to help them. And that goes back to the old cliche that, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear.
Mm-hmm.
Or in this case, when the victim is ready to wake up, the teacher might be there to help provide some truth and insight, discernment and wisdom.
Yeah.
But to your point, I think you're saying that we cannot force our thousands of hours of research, knowledge, and wisdom on someone who doesn't want to hear it.
And yes, and I want to, Nino had a great question last night about the ego. And I said, yeah, as a matter of fact, this is something I've been thinking about quite a bit. And that is, it really is our ego. You take your favorite patriots out there, or your favorite awake human beings out there. And certainly there's compassion, right? I mean, back in the day when we were sitting around the campfire, if I said to you, hey, Rob, I was hunting over by the river, and off to the right of that big stone, that big stone that's over there that we go around. Well, I went about 50 yards to the right, and I didn't realize it, but there was a big cliff that went down to the river that could have really hurt myself. So when you and the kids are going over there, be careful. It's about 50 yards to the right of that rock, right? Hey, thanks, Dave. Yeah, we were actually I was thinking about taking the kids out tomorrow and going down there, right? So we go back to our tents. You wake up the next day. Kids, don't go over that way. Dave told us that, there's a big cliff, or we can go over. Be careful, but I'll go over and show you. There is no question in your mind that I would lie to you about something like that. Back in the day when we had our tribes, when we had our trust, right? And the problem is we're still acting as if the people that we're trying to convince have not been brainwashed into thinking, hey, Rob, Dave's got he's got a little shop to the left of that rock. Maybe he just wants you to go by there and buy some apples. Maybe that's why he told you that, right? Or then I have an agenda that is not altruistic in telling you this story, right? And so we're trying to, first of all, our compassion is to share that story because I don't want you and your children to be hurt. Then, but when we go back to the person that we have not been able to get through to, then it becomes our ego. And you mentioned the word force. One of my favorite books was Dr. Richard Hawkins' Power versus Force. And the difference between the force, like you mentioned, like forcing our information upon another, forcing what we've discovered upon another, okay? That pushes people farther away. But when we sit in our own power and we realize how beautiful and how powerful we are, a child of God and just connected with the earth, connected with our loved ones, connected with our Creator, now we are living our life in joy. So we're certainly, you're still staying away from that area I told you about because you didn't want to get hurt, but you're going and having a great time with your kids. And we're living our lives, and we're showing others that are actually in the indoctrination that we're living our lives better than anybody. And that's one of the problems that we've had, is that we lose credibility when our way of life is less than the people we're trying to convince. I remember long ago, I was, pushing Alex Jones because he was a part of my awakening back in the day. And so I was telling people about him. You guys got to listen to Alex Jones, this and that. And then he goes on Piers Morgan, and we know Piers Morgan is just, his job is to, just to keep everybody blind and deaf and dumb. But Alex went on there and he lost his mind. And I'll never forget my friend, actually pretty awake, and she's the daughter of George Carlin. So she, grew up very awake. And she said to me, "This is your leader? This is the guy, you're trying to get us to," and he's ranting and raving and threatening. And to me, that's also another aspect of controlled opposition. There are many levels and layers of controlled opposition. That's just one of them, where you talk about all this stuff and then you become the poster child for what people don't want to be a part of, right? So that's the power versus force. So I just wanted to say that because I don't think that that's discussed enough in our community. And I'll tell you why. Because it doesn't fuel the eyeballs. It doesn't, it doesn't get you to come back to the next show and the next show and the next talk and the next, and we have to understand that there's a survival and capitalistic perpetuation of the negative that we want to be wary of, and we want to just be concerned with, and just avoid that, just like we avoid the cliff that might we might fall and hurt ourselves.
David, that's so beautifully put. And to hammer the point home, I would love to just kind of reflect on a lesson that I've learned in the last 30 days or so. But sometimes you get to the 30,000 foot level, and we look at, let's look at the 10 Commandments. Let's look at the law book. 7 of those 10 Commandments are all about love, honor, and respect. And it's love, honor, and respect all people, period, full stop. Not just your friends, not just the folks that like you, but you love, honor, and respect even your enemies. It doesn't mean we have to agree with them, but the art and the skill of displaying that higher level frequency, love, honor, and respect to other people, even those that are unmerited. Because guess what? Everybody on this call is unmerited. We haven't earned the right to be unconditionally loved and respected because we're all, got our own ticks. We all got our own shortcomings, right? So the point that's very, very difficult in this thing called life is to realize that if we're showing hate to somebody else or scorn or ridicule or disgust, then that means those emotions are inside of us. And to stay at that higher frequency level, we got to figure out a way to communicate the positive, to communicate what we believe, to provide hope and joy and love and energy and power in a positive way. And if somebody else wants to spend their time shooting arrows at us and throwing stones and sticks at us, let them do it. But if we've got the right armor on, those stones and sticks are just going to bounce off of us.
Yeah, that's a great way to put that. And the reason why I wanted to open with this communique, if you will, is because what I'm about to drop is something that could be very easily interpreted as fear or fear mongering or predictions, and trust me, people are done with predictions, right? And that's, by the way, that's another area of controlled opposition that people are not quite aware of, and that is to enter a movement and to as if you were on the inside of knowledge of that movement, and speak in ways of absoluteness and give dates and give times and give events that people get their hopes up for, and then they get their hopes dashed. And I've played football, I've played basketball at a very high level, and I can tell you that the one thing that can ruin a team that are coming together for a specific goal of winning games and becoming better and all of that is put in a dash of discouragement. And what is happening is the Great Awakening has been weakened by those who have gotten discouraged because people criticize me or challenge me on Q, for example, and what I can flat out tell them is that Q made 4 date predictions. October 31st, Hillary Clinton would be arrested. November 3rd, 11/3, 11/4, and 11/6 that have to do with the indictment of John Podesta and Huma Abedin. Those are the only dates. And then we later realized that those weren't dates at all, the 11s, they were the Law of War Manual. And, I covered this, I don't know, 2 years ago, maybe. And because I've been following Q since day 2. And so the only date that is really definitive is Hillary Clinton, October 31st. And that was the first Q post. And the benefit of that post, it got everybody like, what? Somebody's finally saying what we know to be true, that she's a crook and that she's not to be trusted and she's a murderer and she's going to be arrested finally. Boom. The calls went out, the emails, the texts went out. My buddy, who's an autist, who was one of the people that Q was reaching on on 4chan at the time, he sees the internet, he sees things like I never could. And that's the cicada, the people who solved the cicada puzzle and other puzzles that were put out onto the internet. These people operate at another level. They're Rain Man, right? They can look down, they can see, the box of matches on the floor and count them in a split second, right? These are the type of people that Q was getting together to go out and seek out this information. And so, and just going to the arrest of Hillary Clinton, I do believe she's been arrested. I do believe that she is under total control, and it's either her clone or a double. Now, given that, I don't get into the full details, stories of Guantanamo. I'm not going to pretend like I know anything that somebody else doesn't. But I will say this, and this is something that I think I know that most do not. And that was something that is basically that we kept going to her tweets and her timestamps, which she knows Q. She knows the timestamps of Q. That the timestamps go back into the Q drops. And so when she tweets, or whoever helps her with her tweets, is going to be very mindful to not use timestamps that send her to a Q post that's talking about Uranium One or the Clinton Foundation and child trafficking out of Haiti or Huma Abedin and the Muslim Brotherhood. And so going to enough of their tweets and back into the timestamps told us without question that Hillary Clinton's Twitter account is under control. And I also believe that what she says is under control. The narrative, or not the narrative, but the thing that people think about is that from reading the drops, is that these people have been given an option. Either we kill you, or you live out the rest of your days in Guantanamo Bay or another such prison, and we'll let you FaceTime, once a week with your grandchildren. And you'll be able to read books, and you'll be able to have meals, and you'll be able to, pray to your satanic God. But you have to be a part of the Great Awakening, and you have to play this role. And at any time you stop playing that role, you're going to die of COVID, or you're going to die from the vax, or you're going to die from whatever. And so I do believe that, even though people challenge the dates of Q, there really is no challenging Q in the way that most people do. The problem is that the false anons that have put out dates and put out predictions that have gone nowhere. And so therefore, you now have a population that stops believing in Q because they stop believing in the false messenger. Because
Dave, let me add one thing. What in essence what you just said, and it should be as common sense to most logical minded people as possible, is that in the real world we all know blackmail exists. We know that blackmail across all kinds of theaters exist. Epstein Island is a perfect example, right? So you get caught in a very precarious situation. You take money, you do something you shouldn't have done. You do something in college, they have a photograph, they have the dirt on you, and you're in trouble. They have leverage over you. The opposite of blackmail is white mail. If, in fact, we are at war, if we are trying to get our country back, if we are trying to neutralize the nefarious characters in the world, and we know who they are, then we can come to them and say, look, you can take the lead, or you can take, less than lead. You can do what we need you to do to help, and we'll spare your public reputation, and maybe spare your legacy, spare maybe any damage to your family, being all of their assets being taken and confiscated. You can take that deal and then quietly, not be destroyed publicly, but you're going to play ball with us the right way, or
Mhm.
you're not going to want option 2. So
Yep.
it should not be outlandish for anyone to believe that if we are trying to get rid of deep state insurgencies and 3-letter agencies and weaponized media companies and the forces that do the divide and conquer and have been doing them since the garden, that the good guys aren't going to use secret comms and white mail to counteract secret comms and blackmail. It would make
Right.
no sense that
Right.
that was not happening.
You're absolutely right. And what I want to add to that is that one of the things that the Black Hats have used, or the Cabal have used over the course of time, are predictive programming, which I know you're well aware of. And this predictive programming is something that is now being utilized by the White Hats. And because what's been psychologically proven is that you can kind of pepper information in to a population or an individual in such a way that you just give them glimpses of it, so that their subconscious has already processed those glimpses. So when the actual event happens, it happens in our brain synapses directly in the direction that they want to take that. And it makes it more believable. The predictive programming of various false flags like 9/11, which is what happened with me in terms of how I got involved more with what I'm about to share with this audience. So this is something that has been used as a tool to control humanity for a very, very long time. And since we've entered the digital age and the information age, they are able to do it very subtly and very effectively.
So, Dave, let's do this. Let's make a quick transition. And everyone, now's the time to buckle up. Now's the time to really put our thinking cap on. I hope everyone can understand the maturity and the measured wisdom and the intellect and leadership and discernment in Dave's voice, because Dave he's a man's man. He's, again, his character is, without repute. And what I'd like you to know is that what he's about to tell us has impact on the date tomorrow, this weekend. It has to do with financial markets. It has to do with other things, even far probably more profound than financial markets. So, Dave, to put a little red meat on the bone here before we go to
Sure.
questions, could you talk to us a little bit about what you were trying to communicate with Nino last night and why November 16th and maybe the 18th are very, very important dates?
Okay. So if you, so I want to also just say thank you for that. And also just to say that I try to differentiate in everything I do. I always try to differentiate quite clearly between fact and speculation. And so I'm going to give you the facts, and then I'm going to speculate on those facts. And then I'm going to suggest that you not, do anything without really, using your own instincts. One of the things that we've gotten away from as humanity is using our own instincts. I'm getting a little bit of feedback, Rob. I don't know if you're hearing that as well.
Let me mute my button. I'm not hearing anything on my end.
Okay. All right. That might be helpful. Okay. So, so going back to what I was speaking about, and this is why I've been trying to get the word out about this is that. So let me go with the facts. Donald Trump started Facebook. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said that, but the government did. DARPA did start Facebook, and for the purpose of exactly, getting all this information. What was it called? Lifebook, I think. But at any rate, Donald Trump, LifeLock. Thank you, LifeLock. And the day they closed that down was the day they incorporated Facebook. So, but Donald Trump started Space Force. Okay, and Space Force was something that we have always felt he still has control over in terms of the people that I speak with. And I feel that he is absolutely still in control of. Space Force is connected to the Ingersoll Lockwood website. The Ingersoll Lockwood website, we told you a little bit about the address, 1717 Pennsylvania Avenue, Patriot Strategies. And I called them today, Rob, and just to see who picked up. And there is a company called Cyber Defense Media Group. Okay. Cyber Defense Media Group. And the gentleman who runs that is the gentleman that the young lady who answered the phone was going to directed me to, but it went to a voicemail that was just your standard robot voicemail, not a voice, saying, please leave a message. And so Cyber Defense Media Group. So it's very intriguing as to the connections here. And I invite everybody to dig a little bit deeper on each one of those. But Ingersoll Lockwood, the website, and I want to talk, Rob told you a little bit about the author. I also want to say that there was also an Ingersoll watch that has, it's called an Ingersoll Trump watch. And I don't know if I can drop this or not, but if you guys just look up Ingersoll with 2 L's and look at the Trump watch, okay, that's very interesting, right? We know that Ingersoll was a lawyer who was an author in the late 1800s, and he wrote the books Rob mentioned. One of the books was Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey. So, it mentions the underground. Obviously, there are not many people who are in this movement who haven't researched the DUMBs, haven't researched the activity that is happening below the surface, literally right under our noses. And so that's Ingersoll Lockwood. Now, then it goes into the facts that we know is that Tesla did see the past, present, and future as he sat beneath the arc of the electricity that he had drawn out of the air. And he flat out said he could see the past, present, and future all at the same time. And he had this technology, he had this ability. When he died, the FBI Department of Alien Property brought in John Trump, who is Donald Trump's uncle, to look at Tesla's work and see what he could make from it, make out of it, because he was an engineer out of MIT. So we have all these connections. We have this information about the yellow cube, which is an ability to see into the future. We have this information about Operation Looking Glass. The Looking Glass, which allows them to also see into the future. We've heard about all these things. They're factual in the sense that they do exist as entities, but we don't quite know what they can do. Q has made much reference to Alice in Wonderland, which is the looking glass. Through the looking glass, he's made many mentions of Alice and these supercomputers and Saudi Arabia and the bloody Wonderland. So we have all these things swirling about us. And so I have all this in my mind as I go onto a website like Ingersoll Lockwood, which I did years ago, but was recently brought back to it by my friend Max, who said, "Hey, man, there's some really, stuff going on here, and it's different every day." So I welcome you all to tap into some of this, and also to maybe be in touch with my what I'm going to do, because I do want to do a video version, if you will, Rob, of the things I'm talking about. But it's really going to be negligible if you're taking the dates as gospel here. So let me get to what I discovered on the Ingersoll Lockwood website, and that was a graphic during the time of they were going to be looking for a new Speaker of the House, right? And we thought they were going, one way or another, and then they were going in the direction of Jordan. Well, Ingersoll Lockwood had a picture of a rabbit in a weight room, and there was a pair of one single shoe of the Air Jordan sneaker, made famous and created by Nike and Michael Jackson, which was
Michael Jordan.
I'm sorry, Michael Jordan. Thank you. You couldn't moonwalk in these, Rob. There were so good catch there, but
yeah, it's got the Air Jordan. It's got the Air Jordan. It's got the Air Jordan logo and the number 23 at the bottom of the clock, right?
Too much, yeah, exactly, and too much, or not the 23, but but just we know that he's 23. It may have been on there. I can't remember, but. And by the way, I played for the guy who made that whole deal happen, George Raveling at Iowa, who made the Jordan Nike deal happen. But at any rate, so we all thought, oh, it's going to be Jordan, right? And then Jordan didn't get it, but they brought in Michael Johnson, and we thought, oh my gosh, MJ. Ingersoll Lockwood was telling us MJ, or Q, by the way. And I will say this, that when you go on the Ingersoll Lockwood website, it will tell you that they do not believe in the QAnon conspiracy. Okay. They state very emphatically, and I shared with, Trump had to distance himself from it. He's never once, admitted verbally to the normies that he is tied in with Q or anything of that matter, but he's given us many, many, many proofs that he is involved. You just have to know how to look. And so this statement at the beginning of their website, the reason why Trump had to denounce them and Michael Flynn has had to denounce them, meaning Q, because they are them, is because, and somebody just told me, or I just saw that Alex Jones is going to have Q on. And I'll tell you that's a flat out psyop, because Q is the one that told us emphatically that Alex Jones is Mossad. I can pull up the and read it to you if you'd like. But what Trump, so Trump is going to denounce, Flynn's going to denounce, and Ingersoll Lockwood is going to denounce. But they've also done it in a way that they say QAnon. And if you're an Anon, nobody uses the word QAnon. It's Q speaking to the Anons, right? And many of us have chosen not to be Anons, like myself. And I can tell you, after living the life I have for over, the past
ever since I've been tied in with Q, I now, if I had to do it over again, I would go anonymous, because it is when they find out who you are, and they can, it's not fun, and it's just I won't even get into the increase in difficulty of life when you're associated with this movement in that way. So they also said, we do not believe in the QAnon conspiracy. So not believing in the conspiracy means that you don't believe that it's a conspiracy and that it's an actual thing, right? So that's the disclaimer. So Ingersoll Lockwood has this. They basically predicted Michael Johnson, and after Michael Johnson was named the speaker, they put the 1010 Mickey Mouse watch in front of it, which told us that Trump was in control of that situation, and Q was in control of that situation, because they showed us who it was beforehand, and then they followed up with that. This same graphic, which is basically, you'll find it when you go on to the Ingersoll Lockwood website and you go down to, you can do it, you can do this. You don't have to be in dark mode to see the rabbits on the front page, but there's a rabbit on the left, and it shows the Chosen season 4 teaser trailer. Okay, very interesting, considering what's happening in the Holy Land right now, and what's happening and how people feel that we are potentially, in biblical and end times. And Q has said this is going to be biblical, meaning this great awakening and the situation happening. And then the other
Dave, can I interrupt
Go
you
ahead.
for just a quick
Sure.
second? Do me
Please.
a favor again, with the 23 at the bottom, there's also a time on the clock above the 23. There wasn't it like 11?
Yeah.
16?
So
Can you talk about that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess I'm kind of darting around that because I just want to kind of bring people into, so I kind of jump to what's happening now, and I'll go right back to that. The Starship preparing for second flight test. This is the SpaceX. Okay, 4 days ago. This is very, very important, and I'm going to come back to this. And so I wanted to share that so that people could see that if they're looking up their Ingersoll Lockwood website and looking at the rabbit on the lower right-hand side of the website. Now, by the way, the pictures that I just shared, Rob, that with the Michael Jordan sneaker and all that, those aren't the ones I'm about to tell you about. Those preceded the ones I'm going to tell you about. Okay. The one I'm going to tell you about. So, because I wanted people to understand that they were tracking what was happening with the Speaker of the House, and they basically nailed it. They called it. And so, the graphic that I'm going to share with you now, I'm going to try to drop into your for your audience. But this graphic is very, it's very almost apocalyptic. Okay. Let me see if I can pull this up. Or Rob, do you have? I know I have this, and if I don't, I'm going to grab it right now, and I'm going to drop it into the, I guess, in my chat. Let's see, because I'm trying to do it on my laptop, but maybe I can do it on my phone. So,
Dave, while you're doing that, I want to let's stop and pause for just a second. So we're talking about a website called Ingersoll Lockwood, and the tagline is basically making America great again. is the theme of this website, run by a marketing company at the same location, at least the same address. And on the home page, it's got Space Forces hiring. And it's got
Yeah.
references to all of the different defense intelligence agencies, the space form agencies, and military related themes.
Yes.
And it's got on the home page an out of the blue disclaimer without any need to,
Yeah.
I don't have on my company's website, I'm not pregnant. It's almost as if I don't need to
Right.
say that. It's stupid. Why would I even put that on my homepage? Why
Right.
would Ingersoll Rand, a company that has a website that's got information about Space Force on it, feel compelled to say we are in no way part of the QAnon conspiracy theory?
You nailed it.
It just doesn't make any sense to put a negative disclaimer out there when who the hell's making the allegation? It's really unique.
Me thinks thou protesteth too much. Quoth Shakespeare, right? If you protest something too much, you're basically showing your guilt. Okay. I didn't steal that fancy pen off your desk. I didn't know I was missing a pen on my desk. How did you know about it? That kind of thing. It's like, what's going on here? What's the psychological operation that they have to say that? It's basically they're saying that because they're telling us they are. Right.
So you're exactly right. There's no reason to protest a negative when no one made the allegation, and to put it out there makes you go, why in the hell would you put that out there? Right.
Exactly. So, I'm going to, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to drop a couple of these photos, and I think I'm going to be able to do it with, okay. There's 3 photos here. And there's a man in the photo, and this is one of the guys that did this particular video that I've shared, and it's on the left. This is one of those things that's kind of hard to do without the the visuals, but because folks may have a tough time finding these visuals, but yes.
Okay, real quick. So when you're on your phone, I popped a couple photos in there. You can upload the chat from your computer, but when you bring it up to the top of the Gavatron, you want to go down in the purple bubble. And
Hold on. You lost me at Gavatron. What's a Gavatron?
It's the space up on top.
Okay.
So I put the image that you're referencing up on top, but if you post it on your computer, you can then go down into the bubble. And then when you point on the bubble and scroll and find that image, there's a far right button that has a little pointer on it.
Is this Angie?
It's Cassandra.
Cassandra. Okay. Thank you. So
Thank you, Cassandra, for helping out. That was awful nice of you. And and also
I appreciate
everyone's that. Cassandra did share the clock with the Mickey Mouse clock from the Ingersoll Lockwood website. Put that up in the Jumbotron as well. And thank you for doing that.
Okay. So I just want to, if I open up the space on my computer.
Dave, are you with us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Is everyone hearing Dave, or is it just me?
I'm hearing you, Dave. I'm hearing you.
Okay. Rob, how about now? Rob? Is this, hold on.
Dave, I've lost you. If you're speaking, I can't hear you. If you don't mind, I'm going to drop you down as a listener and pull you back up, okay?
Sure. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Dave, I just sent you another request. If you can, Mr. I, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Rob.
How about now?
I got you loud and clear. Thank you,
Great.
brother.
Yeah. It might have been because I was doing something with my laptop, trying to get these pictures onto Rob. If I text these to you, or wait a minute, because I'm not seeing how I can.
Yes, please text them to me. I'll get them. I'll get them.
Okay. Will you text me on my cell, and then I'll just reply back with those photos, and then you can bring them up in. And Cassandra, thank you for trying to help me through that, but it's not cooperating with me in terms of how to pull this stuff up. So I'll do that off camera when we're not. I guess we've got almost 300 people there, 285 looks like, in this space. And so I'll just get them over to Rob, so I don't have to do any heavy lifting here. And make sure that I'm getting.
Yeah, you do that. Go ahead and multitask, and let's keep this show going.
Yeah. Okay. So just text me, and I'll drop those back to you. The first one I'm going to drop is the. Yeah, just let me know when you do that. So so basically, the Q talks in a code, right, if you will, and this particular code, I'm seeing a similar code in the Ingersoll Lockwood site, which we know is connected to Space Force, based on the. So this is basically what they've predicted. What I believe they've predicted is the something hitting the if you're a flat earther, which I am, in all the best possible ways, because I tried to debunk it for 10 months. But if you believe that there's a firmament, as was biblically written in Genesis, that they believe that something's going to hit the firmament, and that the firmament is going to open up and flood the earth, and basically what I've heard. Okay, I see you, Rob. There you go. The first one I'm going to drop you, Rob, is the one that after Michael Johnson was named speaker. Okay. And before that, the watch wasn't there, or the clock, if you will, right? And the clock that you're going to see in front of that sneaker was put there, and it's an Ingersoll Trump watch. Okay. And what I believe the rabbit is telling us is to pay attention to the clock and pay attention to the time. Okay. Then the one that I believe is predicting some sort of cataclysm is one that where something is penetrated the and I'm sending that to you right now, penetrated the firmament or penetrated the, if you don't believe in a flat earth and you believe in a spinning globe, then it could be a meteor coming from the sky, which is something that I've been told by David Straight. If anybody knows David Straight, he's been helping people become state nationals for the past 35 years. And he's been heavily persecuted. And so he has heard from a naval intelligence officer that there was going to be a comet that hit the Atlantic and caused a great catastrophe. Now, so that's the second picture, is the something hitting the glass hourglass, and the time on that hourglass is 2:41 approximately. And the other photo that I'm going to send you, I think I have to capture that one again, is, let me do that, and I'll send this right away. And there you have it. Okay. So the last photo is, I'm sorry. I already gave you that one, I think. Is the bunny saying that we're possibly running out of time? This is the one that I need to show you. And
you sent me three different ones. You sent me three different ones.
Okay, the first one I sent you was just the Michael Johnson comm that Trump is in control, that Q is in control of Michael Johnson. That's just the bunny with the weights. Then you have the hourglass. Then you have the rabbit holding the watch on the top hat, and the tippy top hat, by the way. And then you have the Mickey Mouse watch. Okay, so this to me in comms says in the Mickey Mouse watch, which reads 11, between 15 and 16, possibly 23, which is Michael Jordan's number, which is the Air Jordan. And then the next one, possibly at 2:41, based on the hands of the clock, I would guess 2:41 a.m., which is in, I don't know, what is it, 8 hours or so? And then, or 2:41 p.m., possibly, where this potential comet hits this firmament, or comet hits the ocean and floods. Now, why, getting back to why I think this might be this, and they also bring up, and I'm going to bring this map up, and this is something that I've been aware of for quite some time. As a matter of fact, I've been aware of this map since, well, at least, what was it, 12 years that I've been aware of the map that I'm about to share with you, because when I started paying attention, I've kind of been out ahead of a lot of stuff. I was fighting vaccine, forced vaccinations in California, because that's where I lived. And my daughter has never been vaccinated, and we were fighting for religious exemptions to childhood vaccinations. And also we were fighting for medical exemptions. We lost our religious, so then we had to go get medical. And then we lost our medical. But each time that they did this, they created a pandemic first, which is a false flag. And for the one with the measles, they showed that 14 people in California, Disneyland, got measles. And then all of a sudden they called it a pandemic. And then they had to go into, hustle mode and and force vaccinate the population. So I went live on May 22nd, 2019, with a video on Facebook Live now called Tyranny in the Storm. And it was raining outside my home in Topanga, California. And I said, well, they've got the kids in California, and now they're going to come for the adults because we slipped under the cracks. And just like they did with the kids here in California, they're going to create a pandemic, and then they're going to force vaccinate because the adults have slipped through the cracks. So imagine that 8 months before the first COVID case in California, and how poised I was when this all hit. I was basically telling people, this is what I've been tracking my opponent, my enemy, doing to us here in California. And it's just a model that they've taken worldwide. And so the reason I bring that up is because people ask me, how did you know that? It's like, well, I'm not a seer. I'm not any kind of psychic or anything. But what I learned to do as I was growing up, because I was playing competitive basketball, I learned to study my opponents. And when I played in the Big Ten for the University of Iowa, we got a book. We were playing Michigan State, and we got a book, and it was, all the top players, Scott Skiles, Sam Vincent, what they could do, what they couldn't do, what they were good at, where they could shoot from, how, could they dribble left, could they dribble right, what were their out of bounds plays, what was their full court press like, what was their defense, what was their offense. And we had a whole book on each team that we played, and we would have to study it, and we would have to take a test on it. But the test was live, and it was in front of tens of thousands of people, if not millions, if it was televised. And the goal was to win that game however we could. And so I just got in a very good habit of studying the habits of my opponents. And because I got into that frame of mind, all I had to do, and everybody's done this at one point in their life. Either they've sized somebody up for a fight, or they've sized somebody up out of judgment, because we naturally judge, whether it's somebody that looks nicer than we do at a party, or somebody that's got a business that's our competition, or we're sizing people up and we're trying to figure out how to possibly win in a confrontation or a interaction with our opponents, right? Do I still have you? Because I'm hearing a couple.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Am I still?
Yeah,
okay.
we're here. But
Okay.
what we've got is we're starting
Okay.
to get some folks that
Okay.
are really itching to ask you some questions, brother. So
Okay.
let's see if we
All
can't
right.
get to a
Well, let me-
logical, maybe a conclusion point, and then we'll open it up
Beautiful.
for
Beautiful.
questions.
So we've all done this. We've all done what I've done in terms of sizing up our opponents. The only thing that we have failed at doing was figuring out who our opponents actually are. I knew that the pharmaceutical companies, my legislature in California, the government, were my opponents, because I knew that they were doing exactly what they were being told to do. They were doing exactly what they were being paid to do. They weren't just some idiots that didn't know what they were doing. And I knew of the agenda to call the population and weaken the population and control the population. And so this is where this all came from. So the reason I wanted to bring that up is because I have been tracking my opponents, if you will, for a very long time. Now I'm going to drop one more map here for you, or one more picture here for you, which is a map of the United States, which the U.S. Navy had commissioned
many years ago. I can't remember exactly the year that they did this, but there's a more a worldwide map as well that you can find online. But just maybe Google America underwater map. Okay, and so Rob, I just dropped that one to you. And what you're basically seeing is what the United States would look like. All spaces that are underwater are under 700 feet. Okay. And this is what supposedly the Navy anticipated. I want to add one more aspect to this, and I think other aspects may come up as questions come up, is that the Deagle report, the Deagle website, and what that is basically that the Deagle report, the website, was showing the population of the world in 2025. And in that report, it shows all the different countries and what their population is going to look like at 2025. And I'm pulling it up right now for you, Rob, and I'm going to drop it to you right there, just to kind of get people on the same page. Now, I don't know a lot about this particular site, but I do know that they eventually took it down because so many people were becoming aware of it. And it was making its way among the truth community, I would say maybe a year ago. And so it just shows the significant reduction in population. The kind of reduction in population that you're not necessarily going to get from a pandemic, because we've seen how that pandemic has affected people so far. And it's hard to imagine that it's going to take, let's see, the world figures of 7.1 billion at the time of this particular publication down to 319 million. Okay. Now, the other things that is important to remember is that the governments, the number one murderer of human beings in the 20th century were governments, were people that had too much control, and they culled the population quite heavily. And we're talking about, all the genocides, not just the wars, which are another culling of the population, but the genocides. Cambodia, Russia, Germany, China, Armenia, Turkey, and all these were a culling of the population. So we've seen governments do this before, so it should come as no surprise, and people should understand why I look at this the way I do. And so here we are at, and then also the Georgia Guidestones that say that the population should be brought to under 500 million. Okay. That's the Deagle.com shows that as well, because it's at 319 million. So, and then of course, if you look at any of the blueprints of, Fabian Society, Karl Marx, the Communist Manifesto, the Rules for Radicals, this is all about control over the population by dividing them, separating them, and eventually eliminating certain parts of the population, because they see us all as useless eaters. So, what I'm taking from this, and I hope that I'm, completely wrong, but I'm concerned about this SpaceX launch that's going to happen now Friday, which would push this day possibly. If they're trying to break through the firmament, which they tried to do again in 1958 after they realized Sputnik hit something, they sent up all the nuclear weapons into space, and Operation Fishbowl which was nuclear detonation in high atmosphere, they couldn't break through the firmament. That's why they did that, because they realized Sputnik hit something, and that's why they had to make the fake NASA, which is to deceive in Hebrew, space program, and make us believe that we couldn't get off this rock because we'd have to have a spaceship like Elon Musk. And he has obviously been controlled as well. Because, most of what he is doing is a lie. He's not going into space. He's not putting satellites up with rockets. He's putting them up with balloons. We've all seen the balloons. And he's pretending that his electric cars are going to save the planet, when that's not the case at all. And our electric grid can't even handle the number of electric cars that he's putting out. And our landfills wouldn't be able to either, with all the dead batteries in 5-6 years. And all the mining that goes into it. So it's quite interesting how they brought him into X and into Twitter, which, by the way, is SpaceX is his company, and here we are on Spaces X, or X Spaces. Very interesting how that's all playing out. But this is they had to have the darling of the left open up the trove of Twitter files that exposed our U.S. government in cahoots with social media to quiet people like myself and like all of you, to keep our voices from being heard by the great majority. And they have successfully released those, not just through the left icon who's saving the planet, Elon Musk, but also the left journalists, the Matt Taibbi's of the world, that were left their whole life but had to share this information. So it had to come from them, not from Trump. And yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so let's connect some common sense dots here. What we do know is that the Georgia Guidestones were real. We know that in 11 or 12 different languages, it talked about getting the human population down to a reasonable number of 500 million from 8 billion. That's a pretty big damn reduction. We do know that something blew it up out of the sky. We know that something has done a one hell of a destruction job in Maui here recently, where it obliterated a town with some kind of directed energy weapon type device that who knows who owns it and who knows who directed it, but it was not forest fires that destroyed Hawaii. We know that there's Fox News has been running stories about a potential meteor shower or some kind of meteor storm that could perilously endanger all electronics and communications and internet connectivity that could be imminent. We've got this launch of a missile that could potentially blast through the firmament. We're getting, at a minimum, cover stories of plausible events that might be the reason, quote unquote, in air quotes, that maybe we could go into a period of a little bit of comm outage. We've all heard about rumors, Q posts, drops, intelligence, analysts, people talking about, is there going to be an emergency broadcast? Is there going to be a bunch of public awakening? Is there going to be some public confessions? Or how much can the public actually absorb? We've known for a very long time, Dave, that the message has been sometimes you can't tell the people, you have to show them. We can't stand up and just talk about a bunch of fanciful stories and not be mocked and ridiculed and laughed at. And people turn around and go right back to beer and Netflix and football and boxing and work, right? They're not willing to open their eyes. Even today, we all know the vast majority just won't go there. They're not willing to look evil in the face. They're not willing to study their enemy. They're not even willing, some of them are not even willing to admit that evil exists, period. So the question then becomes, with banks collapsing, the U.S. government being insolvent, the borders being wide open, something ultimately at some point in time has to give. The economy is about to melt down. It's already melted down. It's about to implode. We know that there are forces that can't control 8 billion people. The truth is coming out. The truth is being spread like, if any, the truth is more powerful virus than the media liars is a virus. So how do the fact that the 8 billion that outnumber the 10,000 or 100,000 or 1 million, whatever the numbers are, that are kind of running this global cartel, this global NGO network from hell, they've got to realize that if they don't hurry up and we keep waking up, their ass is cooked. That's just real common sense, basic math. So if you were a bad guy, what would you do? You'd want to try to eliminate as many troops on the other side that were going to come after you as you possibly could, right? So how would you do that? Dave, I don't think anything that you're saying is you're not saying it will happen, that it's guaranteed to happen. What you're saying is look, nefarious people have plans. Good guys have plans. Just because you go to a football game and somebody's got a playbook and they intend to run certain plays doesn't mean they're going to be successful running those plays. It just means they have a playbook. And the other team has a playbook. No different than a college football game. Just because these nefarious actors have a plan or might be hoping to do something in order to potentially get rid of a billion or 2 or 3 billion people, I think what they've already shown, there's no red line they won't cross. There's no, if they're going to mandate everybody in all 195 countries, one size fits all, shut up, put the mask on, take the shot, or we're going to check you out of civilization and we're going to make your life absolute hell. We've already seen that they have no compunction in not doing something like that. So they're not restricted by morals. They're restricted by zealotry and ideology and power and control, just as you said. So what we hope tonight's call is going to do, and what Dave's wisdom is offering, is keep our minds open, have an inquisitive nature, lean on God for discernment, look at how evil people can be and evil spirits can be, and take nothing off the table. The last thing we need to do is worry about somebody calling us a name or deplatforming us or telling us that we're crazy, so that we can just go right back to work, right back to Netflix, right back to beer and football and chasing girls or chasing guys or trying to get more zeros in our bank account and whistling past the graveyard, assuming that none of this stuff is actually happening. We're all just a bunch of crazies. That about sum it up, Dave?
You're the only crazy one, Rob. Dave's perfectly normal.
You must have been speaking with my wife, because she would agree with you, Cassandra.
Hey, I love you and your wife. You know that. David, Earth to David. Are you with us, my friend?
David, you're muted, brother. You might have to unmute your mic.
Thank you. I'm with you.
Okay, well, let's do this if you don't mind. Can we turn it over to a couple questions and then maybe get back?
Absolutely. And just on your topic about that, just to add, if I'm playing a basketball team and they pressed the last 5 games, 6 games, 7 games, full court, chances are we're going into a full court press. So it's just a matter of just, being discerning about the information you're getting, but also, not walking into a fight with your hands down, walking into a fight knowing that someone's going to try to hit you. And that's the one thing that we've once you awaken, you start to realize, well, people are trying to take us out.
Yeah, no, that I think that if we can't have the eyes to see that level of discernment, that, look, why would we be advised to seek wisdom, wear armor, understand that we're going to be attacked, and understand that in a world of darkness, when you bring light into a dark room, cockroaches are going to run, but cockroaches are also going to attack. They're also going to hiss and spit and try to bite you. When you turn the lights on a vampire, vampires are going to be pissed off. So it's nutty, if you will, to not think that there is a vast amount of evil in this world that is weaponizing money, weaponizing media, weaponizing government, weaponizing industry, and there's not one big laundry machine that washes money that they print out of thin air, and that it's, as George Carlin liked to say, it's a small club and we ain't in it.
Yeah.
Cassandra, what do you have, my dear? Go right ahead.
Yeah, Rob, thanks so much for hosting this. David, thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully you can hear
Perfectly.
me okay.
Thank you. You're welcome.
David, you are just a popular little rock star today, all over the place. Everywhere I look, I see your photo and your short video with Nino.
Cool.
And then I head over to Nino, but he's got a paywall, so I haven't gotten to watch the whole thing yet, but I certainly will take the time to do so.
I will say this, Cassandra, I just want to offer this. My friend, Hawk Marsden, he has a YouTube channel called Hawk's Mustard Seeds. And he dropped that video last night and had me on for a little bit. So if people don't have Nino's Corner, they can go to, I'm going to drop this in the chat, Rob, and so people can see that if they want to. And it's Hawk's Mustard Seeds 22 on YouTube. And I think I'm in like, and I'll tell you in a second, but I think it's at 2 hours in, 2:06:31. And so you can find it there. And I'm going to drop it to you, Rob. So yeah, just wanted to share that because I know it's, a lot of people want to see it. And yeah, so go ahead.
Dave, if you see that little button in the bottom, the purple pill that says 40 right next to a little thing, you can click on that, and then if you have a link, just copy and paste that link right into the group and hit send, and then you've got it in the stream of text forever inside of this recorded space once we do end it.
The reason why I was dropping it to you is because I could do that on my phone, or I can do that on my computer, but I can't do it on my phone.
Got
No
it.
worries,
Okay.
David. Just send it over to him. That's fine.
I got it. Thank you.
All right. Go ahead, Cassandra.
Okay, Miss Cassandra, go right ahead.
No worries. So for everybody that just got in the room, David has graced us with the, David, if you just want to mute up, that'd be great.
Sure.
And Rob. I got to take these men under control, my friends. So David Sendeker was here with us today to kind of go literally down the rabbit hole of the Ingersoll Lockwood website. So we've kind of talked about the cryptic message on the website. If you go to dark mode, you can open it up. Now, David, I was on that site probably about a month and a half ago, and it's really unique how that site, actually the workings behind that site has changed. And the previous time I had looked at it, there was a video, right? And it was counting down the clock. So the one thing I wanted to share is it kind of bouncing off what you had said, Rob. And I just kind of want to bring a voice of hope and reason and positivity in what feels like doom and gloom, because at no other time are we in this fight, and we are going to see the most transformational time on this planet. Now, if I go back to Revelation and I go back to my Bible days, we know that there's two accounts of this asteroid hitting the Earth. The first time gets really, really close, has catastrophic event. Second time pretty much takes us out. I don't think we're there, but we are about to see something so kinetic that we as a human species has to witness, so none of this happens again. So this quote unquote catastrophic event is something that will bring us into the next transition. If we look back at the Gregorian calendar and we look at those pieces, Trump always said we're going to have a very, very Merry Christmas, and it was going to be before Christmas. going back to what we're seeing with the banks, something has to tip this off. Now, is this tomorrow? I don't know, but I just wanted to let everybody know, go to bed tonight, hopeful, and that everything is going to be okay, and that those that have foreseen the future, have seen this event happen, also have a plan out. The plan is already set. Now, there's nuances with the plan, and that's where we don't take our consciousness off the hook. We're here sitting in this room, tapped into our phones so that we can be prepared, because we're going to be the ones rebuilding this once it occurs. So we're here as active players, just like this game plan that you had said, David. And yeah, this could be true, but I just wanted to say thank you, Rob, for bringing him in. And tomorrow will be an interesting day. If you need to go to Costco in the morning, just go to Costco in the morning and just be prepared. So, David, just wanted to thank you. You're a hot hit over on Telegram today. And I'll be sure to share this recording. And Rob, I'll let you take it to the next question. I've got a client, but I'll be here to listen. Thank you so much, my friend.
Thank you, Cassandra. We love you. Thank you so much for your input. And you're right. Perspective is everything. Perspective is what we must all have, and hope and discernment and wisdom and grace and the ability to, as Dave said, we've got to raise our frequency. We've got to realize this isn't about doom and gloom. This is about, there are evil people that are going to maybe try to do some stuff. And if we don't know, oops, David, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Let me go to Sir Oliver. Sir, what you got?
So,
Sir
hey,
Oliver, can you hear me?
What's up, Bob? Good to see you. Thanks for bringing me up.
Yes, sir.
Dave, I've never heard of you before, but I like what you've been saying thus far. I don't really have questions. I just wanted to add, because I've been doing a bit of decoding on these myself. When you look at the time, the hourglass that was broken, I'm getting a lot of.
Are you guys having any kind of break over the holidays?
She's got her.
Okay.
Cassandra, could you mute yourself?
I just got her. Got her.
Okay. Man, we got to take control over these women, right, Rob?
So I'm looking at that. Yeah, you tend to go back because you question yourself. You want to decode it properly or as much as you can. And that from that one picture, the one with the 3 different times, right? The first thing that stuck out to me was the fact that the hourglass was broken. Keep in mind that's an hourglass, right? You have to keep switching it because it only tells the time by the hour, like 1 hour time. Now that's broken, and there's sand seeping out of it, right? So the first thing I thought of was the sands of time, and the fact that there's not just a Jordan sneaker. That particular Jordan sneaker is called the Jumpman. Now, what I take away from that is that someone jumped through time. And when you think of Ingersoll Lockwood, we've already known that Ingersoll Lockwood, the number one correlation is that may be a time traveler, or that the person that they're depicting in the stories or persons are time travelers, i.e. Baron, i.e. Don Fum, et cetera, et cetera. Now, we all know the story. Nice. We all know the story about Tesla and how the FBI pretty much raided his warehouse to find out if they could decipher the formula for his, not only his time machine, but for his gamma ray. And they called upon Donald Trump's uncle, to attempt to break the code. Yes. The story is he told the FBI he wasn't able to, but I can only imagine he probably walked away with a trove of information. And him being, the scientist that he was, probably was able to decipher it in the future, maybe not at the time, in the future, or after being passed to Donald Trump finally broke the code. Now, when it comes to time travel, in my opinion, I don't believe we can travel into the future, but I believe we can travel into the past. With that said, when you look at the site and all of the coding within that site, one thing stuck out to me, and Ribbit and I were going back and forth about this, and I told him about a show that Stephen King produced called 11/22/63. And in that show, the characters travel through time, but their main purpose was to try to save Kennedy from being murdered. And that stuck out to me, and I explained to Ribbit that I believe that's one of the key factors in this whole thing, not just the whole time traveling thing, but the Kennedy assassination. I think that was a pivotal point in time, literally, where we may have broken the whole time travel barrier. When you look at the other photo with the rabbit and the chinchilla, because that's a chinchilla on the life preserver.
Yeah.
Right? Chinchilla is known to be a very, very expensive fur. Not only, not everyone can afford that, but very rich people can, and they purchase it and have purchased it over time regularly. It's a regular thing to them, right? So they show the chinchilla on a life preserver in a storm. The lightning strikes the and refresh my memory, but I believe it strikes the Mickey Mouse clock that says Ingersoll Trump, and the time on that clock is, I shouldn't say time, because it doesn't really look correct. If you look at a watch, 11/16 shouldn't appear to be that way, but the hands are focused on 11/16, and the lightning is striking on that watch. So that says to me two things: something's going to occur on that date, and these people are on life support. The rich, their days are numbered. They're about to head out. Now, when you look at SpaceX, and I like the way you put that with the whole SpaceX, like quite literally, we're in SpaceX right now, or X Space. He did not. I believe that part of the deal with the Department of Defense and Elon was, okay, you take over Twitter, we give you the funds necessary to continue with your SpaceX. It's going to help Space Force. This is what we need you to do. Now, let's say that he surreptitiously has been working with the deep state, and their plan is to crack the dome, right? The glass ceiling. We've heard Hillary speak on that, right? Not too long ago, she mentioned that. Let's say that their plan is to crack the dome, which it's never going to happen, right? Only God can do that. But this is their final attempt. We have the most powerful rocket ever to launch into space, and their hope is that it breaks the firmament, which again, it's never going to happen. But everyone's focused on that right now. And with Elon having as many followers as he has, he's going to open the eyes up to these sheeple who had no idea what's been going on up until this point. Now they're going to attempt it, and we've already seen it. We've already seen rockets scraping the firmament. When you see that glow on either side of the craft, that looks like water shooting out, like if you were driving through a puddle, your tires would push water to either side of the tire. That's
Right.
what rockets are doing on the firmament. They're not going to break it, but because there's water there, it will show that effect, right? So now this last attempt is going to show that they finally failed. In my opinion, that's where full disclosure will happen. We already know the banks have failed. Forget about they're going to fail. They failed. That already happened. We've been running on the two systems currently for quite some time now. It's just a matter of them flipping the switch. We switch over completely to the quantum financial system. That's just a matter of time, not if, when.
Yep.
So I'm with you on a lot of things you're saying. I think there's just so much more to this. The fact that he presents, or they present, Christian music videos. I think today there was another rabbit that led to a trailer of the Chosen. End of that video is the end is near.
Well, sir, let me jump in real quick, and then David, I want you to follow up on me. But brother, thank you for your comments and your wisdom. And I think the point.
Hey, Rob. Hey, Rob.
Yeah.
Before you start, Sir Oliver, thank you for all that. I want to touch on that after Rob. But could you say the last thing you said right before you ended? I missed parts of that last sentence. Just cut out on me.
So another rabbit appeared on the Ingersoll site, and that leads to a video of The Chosen, the show,
Yes.
Chosen, the trailer for the season 4, and within the trailer, at the very end, as the end is near.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to leave more to it, but that kind of stuck out to me. They saved it for the end of the trailer.
I pulled that up earlier, but I didn't play it obviously because we're on Spaces here. But yeah, good call on that. Go ahead, Rob, and then let me know when you're ready for me to jump in.
Yeah, thank you so much, David. Thank you, Sir Oliver, again. Folks, I think what we need to understand is from the beginning of time, back from the garden to the Roman civilization to every war that we've ever fought, there's comms. When 1776, when we were fighting the British, people would, pass secrets in taverns. They would run a flag up a pole, and they'd be halfway up the pole, or they'd run 3 flags up a pole, or they'd run 2 at half mast, and there were signals. There were comm signals. There were, one if by day, 2, one if by land, 2 if by sea. When you ride horseback through a town to let the people know what was going on. We're no different today. There have to be comms. There have to be signals. There have to be people that are engaged in the war. Look, throughout history, it's been about 3% of the people that are ever involved, active duty or in the military. You ever go to a room, you go to a football game, somebody say, well, all the veterans in the room stand up. You're going to get 1 or 2 or 3% max stand up in a room. There's never a vast majority of people that end up engaging in a war. That being said, let's put those 2 dots together. There have to be comms. There have to be covert ways of messaging, sort of in secret, between allied forces that are in a war. And very few people throughout history are ever engaged in a war. If we go back and think about, hold on, David, I'm going to mute you for just a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. If we go back and think about this, just from a historical standpoint of 3% of the people being engaged, and then you look at the biblical references to how was it that 300 soldiers were able to defeat 186,000? What was it about the committed, the faithful, the ones that knew the law, that were well trained, that had the armor, that knew how to fight, and they were committed as they could possibly be? How was it that there was such a potency in a small number that was able to defeat a vastly larger number? The only point I'm trying to make here is we could spend hundreds of hours dissecting these comms. What do they mean? Are the banks finished? Or is the deep state finished? We know companies as big as Bank of America are insolvent. If you were to mark their terrible bond portfolios, their commercial real estate debt obligations, and we mark them to market and compare their debts to their assets, even Bank of America is insolvent today. What do? They change the rules. They say, oh, we'll go ahead and let you mark to market your bond portfolio, even though it's negative 60%. So what does all this mean? What the end is near. The deep state end, the monetary system end, the the reign of terror the world over, the NGO, human trafficking, is that what's over? Is our debt slavery system of being on an animal farm and being fed poisons and being run by a narcissistic cartel of a very few people who have misprogrammed us since the day we were born? Is that what's coming to an end? Is it Armageddon for the assholes, or is it Armageddon for the vast majority of righteous people who can't even, if we want to have hope, here's a hope. In a perverse way, if we think of the vast number of people who will not even listen to what we have to say, they don't want to hear our conspiracy theories, that attitude in and of itself, I'm going to say for the vast majority of people, is an indication of their innocence and their naivete. We like to call them stupid and dense and why won't you listen and why can't you look at this kind of stuff? What we know on this call is so dark and so evil and so disturbing that for whatever reason, we have that internal constitution to look at it and study our opponents. But the vast majority of people don't want to see it, which can also tell us the vast majority of people aren't involved in it, and they can't even begin to wrap their head around the level of evil that is all around us. For whatever reason, we know. We have the eyes to see. We've done the work. We wanted to want to know. We're not afraid to look evil in the eye and know that we're stronger than that evil. So, David, as you open up this call, it is oftentimes our ego to try to get everybody to agree with us and hear what we have to say and give us a standing ovation because we're so damn smart and we've done all this research and we know something and they don't know and we're smart and they're stupid. It's not really that simple. It's we had eyes to see, we had the courage to want to know. We've done the work. We want to help people, and our ego gets bruised when they reject our offer of help. And we go back and we go back and we go back. And oftentimes we'll drive people away and break up friendships because our ego wants them to agree to us instead of allowing our grace to give them the space to stay asleep. If that's their choice to stay asleep, God save them, God help them, God love them, but it's their choice to not want to know. And that's the hardest thing for us oftentimes to accept is as much as we want to be the firefighter and the hero and the savior and be given accolades for all of our research, we got to let people live and let live. So that's kind of all I really wanted to say. Dave, back to you, brother.
Thanks for that, Rob. Yeah, some really good points there, and on a very spiritual and on a large scale picture of the events unfolding. Going back to Sir Oliver, thank you for the very poignant talk there. And one of the things I dropped a few things in the show. I think I did it correctly, but basically, I missed the jump man on my decode. So great job on that. And also, you mentioned Ribbit, that you had a conversation. Ribbit was one of the when I was doing my research, I had pulled one of Ribbit's posts off Twitter, and I don't know Ribbit, but I just wanted to say, and I did drop that post of the one you were talking about in the storm. Now, why am I having this conversation that I had with David Rodriguez and now with Rob Cunningham and you all, and with Hawk's Mustard Seeds? Why am I having these conversations about these comms? Well, one of the things that I just want people to understand is that people would say, what happened to Q? Where did Q go? And I said, well, Q's still here, and Q is still communicating to us quite often. and just not using the 8 kun, which has possibly been breached, just like 4chan was, and 8chan by the cabal. And so that may be why Q is not posting on that particular site anymore. But I'll give you an example. Weinstein, I'm sorry, the Congresswoman from California who died.
Diane
Feinstein, thank you. So when she died, a lot of us were like, oh, she's been dead for a while. They probably just, rolled this out, whatever. But the bottom line was her funeral was on the 9th. I believe it was no, I believe it was September 5th. Okay. In California.
Hey, David, I don't.
Yeah.
There might be some background noise, like a keyboard or some noise or wires banging together behind you back there.
That was my keyboard. Let me try this. Is that? Can you hear me okay that way?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I think the headset is a little bit more sensitive. But Dianne Feinstein, I believe it was on September 5th, but you guys tell me, or October 5th, I think it was. October 5th was her funeral. But if you went into October 5th on the Q drop, you would see one of only 2 pictures in all of Q's 5,000 drops of Dianne Feinstein. And she's, on the post. And so that's just an example to me of all of the Q posts, of all the dates, why that particular date. And I've often said this about the Q drops is half the time Q is just the reason why these comms are happening in the way they're happening, whether it be Ingersoll Lockwood or Space Force or Q or Trump or Scavino. These are, to me, are all inside comms. What's gotten us in trouble is going to the outside comms, right? The people who try to interpret Q's message or try to interpret the world events. Because, folks, intel sells. That's the bottom line. And, people, and I have warned people about this for a long time, we've got to step away from the same trappings that sucked us into the mainstream media. And those are flashy, breaking news, intel. So, what I'm sharing here is not necessarily you're going to do something different based on the information I'm giving you. Because there are some people that are under 700 feet. And they're like, I'm just going to, be with my children. We're going to be praying. We're going to be in high frequency. We're going to raise our vibration and we're going to be fine. And I promise you, you will. I mean, I believe that in more ways, in ways that I can't even explain. So it's not really for people necessarily to take action, right? Like people have told me, that I've saved them and their family from getting the jab and even taking the COVID tests or, all those things. People have told me, thank you. I've done, but they didn't listen to me say, don't take the jab and didn't take the jab. They heard me say, I'm not taking the jab because of this, and this. And then they go do their own research and then they come back with their findings and they make the decision based on what they found. That's what I want people to do. And when you, Sir Oliver and Ribbit are doing your digs and other people are doing their digs on these Ingersoll Lockwood pictures, it is the purpose is to just become aware of what you said, Rob, on the comms, that the reason why the white hats are communicating to us is to let us know, I believe, that things are happening the way that they said they were going to happen.
and the way that's going to be best for humanity for them to happen. And so I really want this conversation to be one in which people take this information and dig deeper and be aware of, predictive programming, the movies they're showing, the Stephen, King movie, which is predictive programming, which I looked up when you were talking about it. It was starring James Franco, who I have heard is just a horrendous human being and part of the cabal. It was produced by J.J. Abrams, who is part of the Star Trek psychological operation, in Hollywood. These kind of things, and you start digging at Stephen King is one of the biggest naysayers of Donald Trump. This guy, what's he got to hide? Because these people were given information that a lot of us have not been given. Stephen King, I guarantee you, was given this information about this story to do this story as a possible predictive programming. Just like a young man by the name of Eric Blair was given the Fabian Society blueprint and grew up to become George Orwell and write 1984. 100 years, 1984 is 100 years after the Fabian Society was founded. It was an homage to the Fabian Society. Aldous Huxley was given that same blueprint, who taught Eric Blair at Eton College and was a part of the Fabian Society. This was the slow descending takeover of socialism across the Western Hemisphere and the Eastern Hemisphere, because they had to cull the population. And the way you cull the population is you bring in the well strewn and the well manicured pathway of socialism that leads to communism, so that people give their power over to governments that must not be trusted. It is not a conspiracy to not trust your government. It is a conspiracy to trust your government. And that,
Amen, David. Amen, brother. And look exact what you just said is not only do they groom a person and give them a document to have them publish it, and then what do? They push this person out in the public. They idolize them. They give them awards and certificates, and they get their Academy Awards or their Pulitzer Prizes, and they're made into these heroes we are to idol and worship. And what are they? They're false deities. They're false prophets. They're made to look materialistically elegant and sophisticated and intelligent and smart. And oh my God, how did he possibly write that book? This guy must be a sage. And it was all part of the programming. We've all been born into systems of trust and tradition. And what they've known is that we rarely question. We don't ask why enough. Why do we do it that way? Just always have. That's just the way you did it. It's the way your grandmama did it. It's the way your granddaddy did it. It's the way your mom and dad did it. That's the way you're going to do it. It's just the way it is. And through our apathy and lack of curiosity, we continue to just be on this treadmill of programming, oblivious to why things are structured and ordered the way they are. And my final point before we go to you, Farshi, is that we have to, because let me see how to phrase this best.
They thought we would follow the stars. I just wanted to piggyback on your topic here.
They did.
Segue to what I wanted to say, Rob, if I may follow the stuff. So, in addition to predictive programming, they use desensitization. They show you in the movies what the truth is, but you don't believe it because it's in the movies, so it can't be real, right? It's just Hollywood, but that's bending the truth. The timing of 11/22/63, in my opinion, was to distract everyone from what was actually happening. I recommend everyone watch that show. It's very telling. And, yeah, they want you to follow the stars, right? Please follow the stars. They're telling you, and they've been telling you.
Right. And I think what if nothing else, the very best practice of learning.
Hey guys, can you hear me all right? Hawk, can you hear me? It looks like
Yep.
Oh, hey bud, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Good. Just I thought I'd give it a pause, and since we're talking about a lot of pauses these days, and get
I'm sitting here eating something other than ramen noodles.
Nice. Nice. And yes, your audience is taking care of you guys. This man is, needs some support. We both are not patriots, and yet, we got to make sure we take care of those who aren't, making a fortune off this movement. So, yeah, help out Hawk when you can. So open to any thoughts or questions or, commentary.
Well, Slow Country, he had so he sent me a couple of things while this was going on. And one of them was this post right here. So I'm going to pull, you didn't, you didn't close that completely, did you?
No, we can pick it up where it left off. There's an hour left.
Okay. So I want to, so this is one of the things that he showed. Johnny, at J00 New York 369T, Johnny. So never mind the darkness. We can still find a way because nothing lasts forever, even cold November rain. Jack Posobiec's post was Trump made staffers watch Guns N' Roses November Rain just because it's awesome.
Really?
Yeah.
When did
he sent that to me right? He sent that to me as soon as you started talking about the hole in the firmament.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
so Slow Country's in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know that he had a couple other questions.
Yeah.
Slow, are you still in chat? And then we'll let's let the and then there was a lady from Facebook who asked, let's see if I can find it. Okay, yes, I'm going to leave it up. Dang nabbit. I wish I could get people to just hold their questions until Dave comes back on. Because trying to remember.
Here's an interesting thing while you look for that. This is well, it's not going up for me for some reason, but Freedom Fields Farm said, wow, I don't know what that is. This part of the show was talked about in our streamer development call today about the ego. Mm-hmm. Freedom, you mean the part of my show that, or not my show, but Rob's show that he had me on last night? Because David Rodriguez and I also talked about the ego. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you remember, Hawk, but I was pissed at him for asking that question before I thought to add it. Do you remember that? We both started cracking up because
yes.
Yeah. And because he had asked me about the ego. It was a great question. And but Freedom left, so I missed it. Okay. Navy vet said next Wednesday is the 60th anniversary of
Navy
J.
vet.
Oops, sorry. Go ahead.
It's all right.
Yeah, I figured the easiest way to get that to that question is to pull up the Facebook chat too. This way here, then you can see some of your followers over Facebook.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So it was Maggie O'Leary. You were talking about the SpaceX launch that went anywhere between the 16th and the 30th. So why is Elon doing this? Meaning the launch. If he's such a good guy, why is he doing the launch?
Well, first of all, yeah, let me take that. As a matter of fact, I'll go on camera if it allows me. Okay, Maggie, that's a great question, and we'll make sure Hawk, I answer it properly because I have to start kind of back a little ways and get a running start here. The thing about Elon is that, in my opinion, he is cabal, and he was made a deal he couldn't refuse by the White Hats, and
I think he got caught.
Yeah, I mean they know who he is, right? And by the way, this is kind of cool. Your screen is going to infinity.
Yeah, isn't it?
You see that?
Yeah.
And so, hello, Maggie, by the way, and thanks for the question. So he's being used by the White Hats because they needed, Trump couldn't buy Twitter, and you guys are seeing my green screen back there. I don't know why that is. As I had, let me do this one. There we go. So they needed this information to come from. Yeah, that's just not going to work. It's not necessary anyway.
From their side,
but yeah, the message needed to be heard and needed to be given from an icon of the left, and who better than their favorite person who's saving the world with his electric cars. Which, by the way, also goes to the level of programming that the left is under. That they think that, mining all these raw materials with, the biggest diesel trucks on the planet and creating these batteries that are highly flammable, highly toxic, by the way, when they get disposed as well, when they deteriorate in a landfill. And you have to plug them in to an outlet that is being powered by burning coal, because 97% of all of our energy is coal-fired power plants or oil or gas, but carbon, and so but they've brainwashed the masses to make this guy kind of a savior, if you will, and also he's putting these satellites up that are helping people that couldn't connect to the internet before, right? And so it just there's he's gonna save us. He's gonna take us to a different planets, and and all that kind of nonsense, right? And so this is something that is quite obvious to us now, and wasn't always necessarily to a lot of people. But so they took this man who, you know, does not have a good reputation, especially if you ask the people that he was involved in with PayPal, especially if you ask the people that actually created Tesla, that now you never see them. Meanwhile, they made the best electric car ever and the fastest electric car ever, and yet, you know, we're supposed to forget about these people. You know, his whole thing is he gets in, and I'm not going to say he doesn't do a good job of running a company, but he definitely, it's about his ego, and he's got to be the main guy. And it's like, Bill Gates was the face of Microsoft, but he's a piece of shit, because he basically pushed Paul Allen and aside, and actually tried to take his stock when Allen was recovering from cancer. You know, and that guy's going
What
down.
he did to Steve Jobs too.
Yeah, and Jobs, right? And meanwhile, he was given DOS by IBM. That is, his mother was on the board of.
Yep, and is a direct association. Well, plus her direct association to DARPA.
Yes,
which had already been established at that point.
Yep. And if I'm not mistaken, wasn't she a Watson?
Yes, she was.
Yeah. Which is of the IBM family fame, which is a part of the continuation of the Third Reich right into the Fourth Reich right here in the United States of America.
Yep.
Through Operation Paperclip and all those corporations that were, doing so much business conveniently during the war.
They were also the ones who designed and built the Enigma machine that was used to send messages for the Germans.
That's a piece of history I was not aware of. That's interesting. So if we're looking at this really clearly, Maggie, it really, to me, is that this guy is not a good guy. And one thing I want to, remind you of is that, his profile picture, up until he switched it over to the X, was a Baphomet costume that he wore Halloween a year ago.
Yep, I remember
that
seeing
has
that.
Baphomet on it, right, Hawk? And what else does it have on it, Hawk?
Well, he had the dragons on there, which signify the serpent. And then there was I don't know. I'd have to pull up the photos.
It was an upside down cross.
And then
right in the center of the Baphomet. And excuse me, I am pulling it up for us right now. Definitely feeling a little lag between you and I through the StreamYard. It's all good. It's just I gotta wait a sec before.
Yeah, it might be because I got Signal open in the background. I'm closing down everything that I got open in the background.
Okay. So, guys, this is it. Okay, this is Baphomet, right? And this was Halloween.
You're not on screen.
Sorry. Okay, how about now?
Nope, not yet.
Okay. Let's see. Huh. Okay. It is, I think it's the lag, because I definitely did it. And it says to stop sharing, which means it should be sharing. Let me try it again. View tab. But at any rate, it's not really necessary. Anybody can pull it up, but it definitely has, an upside down cross.
It just pulled us over to the side now.
Okay. So this is, the mother of his children is a demonic, satanic witch, who, well, at least that's what she portrays in a lot of her music videos. And his mother, we've seen her do satanic imaging. She's a famous model. And then, of course, just the there it is. Okay, so that's how that took probably a whole 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Yeah.
That's the lag. So so to finish this, so now let's get into, he buys Twitter, all that information, the Twitter files are coming from the left. They're coming from him and Matt Taibbi and the other two journalists whose names escape me right now. And so all that information that was so necessary to get out came at them from the left. All right. So now he's also doing the SpaceX. Right now,
Right.
here's my speculation on what happened with SpaceX. They hadn't had this deal struck with him. They hadn't had the communication with him. I think until he had the rocket on the launch pad, and they blew it up. And I saw a vessel go streaking by when that blew up on the launch pad. And my take on that was that they had to, put him down until they made him understand what was really going on, that there is a ceiling up there, and you ain't going nowhere, but you could be a part of this psychological operation. And while we're at it, we've got another role for you to play, and that is you're gonna buy Twitter, and you're going to open it up, not completely, but what's that?
And you're going to expose all your friends.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's my take on Elon, and I think they are trying to pierce this the firmament. And one of the things that when I was doing the decode of that one item about today is that I was not in the mindset of this spaceship, but the spaceship absolutely is. Let me see, Elon.
Kind of looks like the oblong projectile that's in the air. In that picture.
Which one? I'm sorry.
With the picture with the rabbit.
Yeah.
It resembles that because it's black.
Oh, you mean his chest?
No. On the in the Ingersoll picture, okay,
yeah.
In the video, it showed that tubular
object. Oh yeah. You're right. It was black, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yes, it was. And isn't this the first black SpaceX craft? All the other ones have been white.
I thought it was black, but they're showing it white here. Oh, that's because it's been flown before. Let me see. Let's see. I think
the Starship is what they're launching. The SpaceX Starship.
What's it? It's called Starship.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. SpaceX shifts the second launch of its Starship rocket.
And it's not white like those. It's black.
I think you're right, Hawk. And I'm not seeing it though.
Oh, it's on the Ingersoll site. There's a video of them assembling it.
Okay.
They're on the Ingersoll site. It shows these robotic arms on the tower that are lifting and putting each piece together, piece by piece by piece.
Where are they? Where is it on the site?
It's okay. So directly below the video, okay. If you just where the video thing is there, go above the word force, where U.S. Space Force is
I
hiring.
see it.
Yep, click that right there.
Do you guys see this? I'm on the website.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, nope. It's dang it. Which one is dang, hold on one second. Let me figure out which one it was again. Dang nabbit. I thought it was that one. That's the one with Trump and JFK and there's and Ingersoll Lockwood also speaks in that video.
Oh, really? I got to see that. Okay.
Yeah.
I think what you're looking for, Dave, is down on the lower right corner with the rabbit with the spacesuit.
Gotcha. Who's on with us?
Yep, that's the one.
Who's on with us?
I'm Slow Country. We spoke.
Slow Country. How you doing, man? Thanks.
All right, yourself.
I'm doing well, man. Thank you for this. Yeah. So there it is. There it is.
In chat. So I figured I'd just go ahead and drop him the link and let him come up and ask the questions that he has.
Yeah. So. Perfect. Yeah. I'm glad. So yeah, this is it. See, the tip of this thing is black. So it's basically the rocket after the boosters, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And by the way, there are. I'm gonna play this. There are 33 rockets on this rocket. 33. What a coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, folks, all this drama, the music, the technology, the money, it's all a farce.
Yep. All manipulation, brain
these
manipulation.
things aren't going anywhere. They're going back in the ocean if they go anywhere, or right back on the landing pad. They're not. Now, they might try to break through the firmament. And if they were supposed to launch this today, which would have been in alignment with the decode that we did last night. And like you just said, Hawk, that was black.
Yep.
That hit that.
Yep. And this is the thing, looking at it from the biblical sense, okay? If he separates the waters from above and and the waters below, okay? Even if you got through the firmament, where are you going to go? Because it's all water. So if what we consider, so it's like space as far as NASA is concerned, okay, the great liars or the great deceivers, space is from the ground until the firmament. Everything beyond that is water. So it's like I was saying, it's how are they going to get a submarine up there in order to go through the firmament? Because that's what they would need. They would need a submarine out there.
So,
not
right.
Not
So,
the Columbia or something like that,
Yeah. So, Neil, it jumped right to Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is an ultimate psychological operative to perpetuate this farce. And it's people like him. When you see his arrogance in the way he speaks, but he's supposed to be this cool scientist, this hip scientist. but you can't challenge him because, oh my God, he's unbelievable. He knows so much. Dave, I can't believe you'd challenge Neil deGrasse Tyson. You know what I mean? Like, that's the way the indoctrinated think, because they have been conditioned to believe that this man knows more than you do.
It's like Stephen Hawkins.
Yep. Stephen Hawking and Carl Sagan, Roddenberry. This guy's a clown. This guy's a clown. I would love to interview him. He wouldn't last 5 minutes. And yet these people are, look at this young Asian gal just looking it up.
Yeah. We just see the Ingersoll site.
Oh, sorry. It's she's just looking up at Neil deGrasse Tyson with such affection and such, oh my, where I'm in the presence of greatness. You're in the presence of a clown who is lying to you. I'll go back to the website, but thanks, Slow Country. That was the one right there, and so you can also go to the Chosen season 4 teaser trailer. So I don't know if I got to. So go ahead, Slow Country. You were coming on to ask some questions and chat, and I'll shut up for a minute.
Oh, you're good, man. Any knowledge is good knowledge, as far as I'm concerned.
I agree. And Maggie, thank you for that question. By the way, that was great, and I hope I answered it with Musk.
So my question was, and Hawk, we kind of covered this in my stream earlier. Yesterday's debt clock picture with Thomas Edison. Okay, down at the bottom, there was a green light right smack in the middle, and there was also a green dollar sign up on the light bulb. I don't know if, let me try to pull it up here.
I'll tell you why I think that's
which one's the debt clock on the
yeah, if you could pull that up, that would be awesome.
I know it's one of the links here on Ingersoll.
And I'm gonna pull something up for y'all as well.
Here, I'll just go like this.
But this Musk launch was set for today, and that would have coincided with that decode, but they had to push it, and which happens. But if let me pull him up here a second.
Here's that U.S. debt clock. I'm going to make it full screen here for a minute so that way you can read it. So on the left side, the guy has a one of those cartoon thoughts or with a drill on it that with money.
Are you gonna show it?
You don't see it?
Hold on. Takes me a minute to get back in.
Okay.
I need to pull this over here and do this differently. Yeah, it's kind of like it's just hung up.
Okay, let me pull mine down and put yours up there.
It still says okay, I see it. The clock. Okay.
Yeah. So that's the one that Slow Country has, and then I'll pull up the one for today.
You took it. It's gone now.
You should see Slow Countries now.
Okay, might take a minute.
Yeah.
Interesting. Hmm.
Can you read that, Slow Country? Can you read that out?
Oh, the caption.
Okay, it just came up. Okay. Yeah, are you able to read that?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
If our nation can issue a dollar bond, it can issue a dollar bill. The element that makes a bond good makes the bill good. Also, the difference between bond and the bill is the bond lets money brokers collect twice the amount of the bond and an additional 20%, whereas the currency pays nobody but those who contribute directly in some useful way. It is absurd to say that our country can issue 30 million in bonds and not 30 million in currency. Both are promises to pay, but one promise fattens the usurers and the other helps the people. Now that's the caption in the Thomas Edison,
Yeah,
that's
I
one of
see
his
that.
quotes. Now, what I found very interesting,
And that's his quote.
Yes.
That's his quote.
What I found really interesting was this green light right here.
Mm-hmm.
And then also the green dollar bill on the light bulb and the double X. And the thing with the green light was I was like, man, I know I've seen that before, and something just kind of clicked. Well, then I paired that with the dang it, the Ingersoll Lockwood. So right beside that first line of text where it says 11/22/63, it's hidden. On mine, unless I highlight the whole page, I can't see it. But
okay, it just went down.
Oh, I took the picture down.
Okay.
That was me. I apologize. I should have warned you ahead of time.
And this is the one from today.
Interesting. Okay. 60.
So the guy on the right or the guy on the left side of the screen is saying, "We've done all we can do," standing on a pile of money. And the guy on the right is saying it's not going to be enough. And it's the U.S. Federal Silver Price Containment Division.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I see it. So, yeah.
So
it's not going to be enough. So that's the military saying it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, the U.S. Defense, the U.S. Department of Defense.
Yeah. And by the way, the banker on the left.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you say that represents the banker?
Absolutely. Well.
Okay.
Almost like, yeah, because of the pile of cash at his feet.
Yeah, and that behind him is a dollar sign. But what is it, like a funnel? He's like thinking about this, like it's a ... I guess.
It's almost like a, like those nets that fishermen have that, when you're out fly fishing, one of those hand nets. That's what that kind of reminds me of.
Yeah. And interesting that the banker has shorts on. Okay. Now, what do we know about the shorts? The banking investment firms. They've illegally shorted. They've exceeded their allowable ability to short, and they've also shorted silver and gold,
right,
as well.
And also, all of the big names that are involved with everything. The 13 families.
Yeah.
There is, I think, Goldman Sachs alone. All right, one of the biggest banks we have has, I think I've seen $56 trillion in derivatives.
Really?
So, yeah, I mean, it's astronomical. And derivatives get their value from something else. So if something else becomes valuable, they make their money through the derivatives, and that's how it gets paid back. The loans. That's what they. Yeah, I mean, it's really a nightmare as far as financially. So if one of those things just happens to tank, that they're saying, "Oh, this is going to make it." It's basically them banking that something is going to make it versus something else. So it's weird how it works, but
well, you got to think about. Okay, so think on it like this: how did Soros get all his money? He shorted the British economy. He knew one thing was going to happen, and the word got out that this one thing was going to happen, but he knew that the recovery was going to be like 12 hours later. So what did he do? He went and bought up everything that he could, knowing that it was going to stabilize and come right back.
Yep.
Bankrupted 60% of the British economy in one swoop.
And Rothschilds did the same thing.
And John Dunny's comment, that's a Liberty coin under pressure, ready to blow.
Yep. That's a good call, John. That's why I put him up there, because because it does look like, those screws on around that silver thing. It's almost like, and it says contents under extreme pressure. Right, it looks like that kind of a thing where it is ready to blow. Interesting. And this was on yesterday.
No, this is today.
This came out today. Yep.
Okay. So, so I wanted to take you guys to, and I want to come back to this, but I wanted to take you to, let me see here. Okay. It may take a minute. It's going from Texas to Oregon, and trying to get through a very small wire. Let me see. Okay. So I'm pulling up the Elon Musk preparing for launch on Saturday. So now it's not going to be tomorrow. It's going to be Saturday. Okay. Which is the 18th.
Yep.
Right. Now, every once in a while, with really key figures, I'll go and I'll look up, the timestamp. And the timestamp for this is 5:05 Central Time. I believe that launch is Central Time. I could be wrong. But I looked up 5:05, and on 5:05, it's on the Q drops, January 7th, 2018, marker 1 confirmed 15-10-5-1-0 in kill brackets. Sounds like a countdown to me.
Yep. But with that 0 being in kill brackets, I'm wondering if detonation and no liftoff.
Interesting.
Like it's killing their plan.
Interesting. Take.
You and I, we said something to each other earlier. I don't remember if it was today or yesterday, but I remember Hillary Clinton when she was talking about the space program and everything else.
Yeah, that was 2 days ago.
Her goal was to shatter the glass ceiling.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. If it was East Coast, by the way, it takes us to 6:05, and it says release the memo is tied to Russian bots, the Dems. Thank you, F&F. Coincidence? AT&T, no such agency contract. AT&T, Google, Facebook, etc. prevent unfair censorship. Push Internet Bill of Rights.
What are we going through right now?
Yeah. What's the latest on that, by the way?
I don't know if they did a vote today or not.
Anybody know? Slow Country, do you know?
You know, I seen something about it, and I want to say it. I think it was the FCC that was actually their advisory board that was voting on it, right? Yeah, the FCC I thought passed it. Thanks, Jake. I just wanted to make sure that's what it was. Make sure I wasn't mistaken.
Unbelievable. It's it's going to get worse before it gets better. We got to move. We actually need to get off all websites and get on the blockchain. I don't know how they're going to affect the blockchain, but I think we really need to move to decentralized servers.
John Dunning made a comment in regards to on the U.S. debt clock thing, where the yellow arrows are pointing, like it goes from the dollar to gold ratio 0 per ounce, and same thing with silver. What I just noticed for the first time is that our dollar supply is minus 786 trillion 254,736,000.
Wow. You know what? Let's go back to the debt clock. Let me finish this dive, and we'll go back to the debt clock. 60 is in the blue here, which takes us to November 2nd, 2017. You can count the people who have the full picture on two hands. Of those, less than 10 people, only 3 are non-military. Why is this relevant? Game theory. Outside of a potential operator who has been dialed in with orders specific to his or her mission, nobody else has this information. Operators never divulge. Alice and Wonderland. This is one of the key drops that tells us who Q is, how many people know everything, 9 or less than 10, and outside comms do not listen to them. Nobody else has this information, and if they were operators, they would never divulge. So anybody that that tells you they know what's going on, please, folks, just run in the opposite direction. I'm telling you, it's like these people that are just these talking heads that are pretending like they know what's going down. They don't. They're not talking to anybody about real issues. Operators never divulge. Q's telling us that right there. So now let me pull up one more tweet from Elon, and it's basically, let me see if I could find it. What I'm looking for, he's got a lot going on. He was told that it's ready for a Friday launch, but I think he said waiting for the green light. And you were just bringing up that green light, Slow Country, on that.
Yes, and okay, so from that Ingersoll
Lockwood, let's go back. Go ahead and take over the screen if you would with the debt clock, if you want.
Mayor Hawk.
whoever's got the debt clock up.
You've
And by
got Slow. You got the one with the older image. So that's one you're going to want to bring up.
Okay.
The arrows will still be on. Will still be on that picture as well, or on that page.
All right. Let me. Okay. There you go.
So there's the green light that he was talking about.
Yeah, right here. And it's odd because there's also a green dollar sign on the light bulb.
Right. Yeah.
And then on that was that $20 bill, there is a double X there on that dollar bill or $20 bill.
And
really? Okay, it's coming up now for me. I'm still not seeing it yet. I mean, I could pull it up myself. I guess I should have done that. And the picture, what did you click on for that particular debt clock picture?
What do you mean? Oh, that one
on the website.
Well, whenever I go to the debt clock, I go through the Ingersoll Lockwood, and I click on the F.
That's what I thought. Okay, yeah, that's where I went.
But,
okay, so
this
say again.
The one I have up on the screen is yesterday's.
Okay, and I'm still waiting for. Okay, that just came up. So that's the one with Edison, and I see the dollars with the double X.
Yes.
Right.
And then the green light at the bottom.
Yeah.
And then the light bulb with the dollar sign that Edison's holding.
Mm-hmm. You know, Edison is holding a light bulb. The only reason why we're paying for electricity is because of Edison and Westinghouse.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep, because Tesla wanted everybody to have it for free. Knew that it could help humanity.
And he got it out of the ether. Right.
Yep.
So
and then
so very interesting.
So I've highlighted everything on the page, seen that 11/22/63. I'm gonna exit out of this real quick.
Okay.
And so when I seen that 11/22/63, I was like, that's Kennedy's assassination here, and it was hidden.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I was like, okay. Just out of curiosity, because I've seen that green light before, right? So I did a Q search of my own. All right. So first one I typed in November 22nd, and I came up with "can't wait for the green light. Teams on standby."
Nice. And you by searching green light?
No, I searched November. I just typed in NOV space 22.
Way to go. Nice nice work there.
And then
that's how we search the deltas, obviously. But this is great. With Ingersoll, I mean, it's kind of funny. How do I get away from Q with Ingersoll? Well, basically, I'm just kind of going down Ingersoll, and some of the stuff I'm going back over to. But yeah, 206. Can't wait for the green light. Teams on standby. And there's the green light.
Well, and then that also took me because I plugged in the 63 also.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a separate thing of its own. So I typed in, the pound sign in 63, and I
Mm-hmm.
came up with, of course, number 63. To those watching, you know who you are. You have a choice to make. You can stand up and do what you know to be right, or you can suffer the consequences of your previous actions. Make no mistake, you're on the losing side. The choice is yours. If you decide to take down, and it has the / pole and the net, we will be ready. And it has 4920A 29883, and it's just a number sequence, and then Alice in Wonderland at the end.
Yeah. This is one of those that, this is one of my favorites, actually, because of all time, of all the 5,000 drops. And I'll tell you why. Because this is when Q gives them a choice and tells them flat out, you can do what you know to be right, or you can suffer the consequences. And it's, you have a choice to make, and it's very clear. It's very clear. And I think there are a lot of people that are making that choice, and we don't know about it yet. I think Epstein is alive, without question, because, and I've said this many times. I don't know if you guys remember, but when he died, I came on live that morning. I was on I was in Topanga, overlooking the valley, and I was and I said, Epstein is not dead. I said, because, and I said, and if he is, we're going to see a kill switch being released here, being opened, a can of worms being opened in the coming days. Because the only way that he could keep himself from being murdered, taken out, because of he has too much information on everybody. And he's been working for the Mossad underneath his handler, Ghislaine Maxwell, whose father was Mossad and MI6. And this guy, and she's right along, she's right up there. And so he, to preserve his life, everyone knows that you got a kill switch. If we can't kill Jeffrey. We can't let Jeffrey go down. I mean, look at when he did go down. You call that, time? The guy was able to go to his office every day. He was able to, get out and about. He was able to have visitors. This guy did the easiest time ever. And so, here you have this man who was given, no deals, but the only deal I believe that Q makes is life in prison or death.
Whoops, we lost him.
Yeah, what happened?
We lost him. We lost him.
So I just got something from Marianne Fisk.
Yeah.
On True Social, saying to search green light, there is something there.
Yeah, sorry guys, I have not been looking at the chat at all. I've been preoccupied. That's why I was muted for as long as I was. He'll be back. He'll be back. Give him a minute. There he is. Welcome back.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Where did I lose you? I went on a roll, and I have no idea when I lost you.
Dang nabbit, what was his last words, guys?
See, Hawk wasn't paying attention. I knew
was,
it. It's a trick I play.
You're talking about Epstein and Mossad, and
yeah,
they couldn't let him.
Yeah, you said he had two choices: life in prison or or execution. And poof, you were gone at execution.
Okay. So Maggie said, like the old days, Dave mutes himself.
I told you they missed you.
Yeah. So they, they are, Ghislaine is his handler, and that's, think about it logically, right? A person like Epstein, doesn't keep women around. They're disposable to him.
Yep.
Especially children. Okay. So why this long-term relationship with Ghislaine?
Well, because of her dad's influence and her direct connections to the royal family.
Yeah. She had carte blanche there.
Yep.
And
Christ, her and Spacey were. They had pictures taken with them sitting on the throne.
Exactly.
Exactly. You and I could not get a picture of us sitting on the throne.
No, I could. You could. Show a picture of you on the throne. It's just not the one they were sitting on.
Yeah, it would be a white one.
Yeah,
and you don't want to see that. Trust me.
No, that's although it's better than Spacey now that we know who he is. But yeah. So and Navy vet, like Navy vet says, Les Wexner, right? Because Les Wexner was the one that was basically financing the entire operation, and also was the excuse to get girls to go do what they wanted them to do, because they're casting. Ghislaine was casting for Victoria's Secret, which was owned, the L companies owned by Les Wexner. So good call, Navy vet.
Jerry Lee, in response to your comment there, he says that she wanted to own the ocean. Well, they already own a good portion of it, a place called Terramar, which is basically an underground city, or an underwater city, I should say.
Yeah, it's basically they were trying to own, and you actually could get a Terramar passport, which is basically underwater, and they were trying to make that a whole thing. But that's also, underwater is how they, got a lot of the children around. But what I was saying about, did you hear me say that women are disposable, right?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry. So the only reason Ghislaine is around, that's right, Hawk, you answered this, is because of the influence of her father. But when her father's gone, he's been dead for quite some time. I'm telling you, she's the number one. And so that's the only reason, is that she's the one in control. So this is 63. Q said, you have a choice to make, and it's basically letting them know, we who you are, we know who you are. Okay. And and this is also what came up on November 22nd. Slow was the 80% dark ops necessary, 20% public for justice.
Yeah.
Right. And the stage must be set. Have faith. Yeah, please continue. You were on a roll there.
So Marianne Fisk sent me something on True Social. It said she said to type in green light and you're going to come up with another post. Because this is the only times that green light is in there, and it's $22.98.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, yeah. But, Twitter has been given the green light to blanket censor all content deemed to threaten their survival election. And I think this is referring to the upcoming 2020 election, even though this is posted in 18. So they already knew what was going to be going on, obviously. But welcome to the police state. They know if they lose, it's over. It's time to fight is now. Good versus evil. Humanity is at stake. Drop the memes. Silent majority no more. Be loud. You have a voice. Are you registered? Vote them all out. Prepare. Red October. We stand together.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's what she wanted me to look up. So I looked it up. But also, the other thing, we were talking about Epstein just a minute ago. And all his subsidiaries, well, not subsidiaries, but his players involved, right? So I like to pick on this one law firm. Everybody talks about Perkins Coie, but nobody talks about this one. And it's Wilmer Hale. I don't know if you've ever heard of him.
Who is it?
Wilmer Hale.
Doesn't ring a bell.
So Wilmer Hale, up on their website, they were the official Biden Resource Center. I love picking on Wilmer Hale because they're just so, I think they're more entangled than what people think.
Okay.
But people like Alejandro Mayorkas came from there. He was part of their law firm, joined in 2016.
Nice.
Nice. Also, do you remember Mike Lindell when he was going through that Dominion suit and all that stuff?
Yeah.
The judge involved, Carl Nichols, Wilmer Hale. Also, Seth Waxman, the Clinton Solicitor General, came from the same place.
Interesting.
And our favorite investigator, our favorite special counsel guy, Bob Mueller, also came from there.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. And nobody realizes it. And when I went to bring up their webpage to show everybody again today that they were the official Biden Resource Center, that page is gone. They don't even list it.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It's almost like it was a proving ground.
Right.
You know, in order to get the position, you got to go through the proving ground, it seems to be, we're beginning to see it with many, many facets in our government, where these people are directly associated. I mean, we knew about the Bush's connection to the Skull and Bones. But as we learn more, and we start looking into all these companies, we begin to realize that all of these things are all directly associated. And even though they're separate, secret societies, they have an inherent line between each of them where they pass people back and forth.
Well, and the interesting part about the Wilmer Hale thing, they are the ones that's actually representing J.P. Morgan Chase in that money thing with Epstein Island. So they're the ones that's
interesting. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Good find, Wilmer Hale.
How much money did you say that they lost in that?
I think that J.P. Morgan Chase has to pay $275 million, and which their legal fees alone for this whole ordeal came up to 1.085 billion.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a good find on Wilmer Hale, because you hear about the other ones, you really don't hear about that much.
Yeah, and what got me on the topic, was when Lindell was going through that suit, and I was like, I want to know everything I can find out about the judge. So I was like, wait a minute here. So I started going through their alumni and their staff and all that stuff, and I came across all these people. I'm like, all these people came from the same freaking law firm? Are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
So, oh yeah.
Did Hillary Clinton work for them at one point?
I don't think so. Now, another interesting thing is they have offices all over the world, right? And in the U.S., their offices are in heavily run Democratic cities.
New York and D.C. definitely.
New York, D.C., I think San Francisco, maybe Los Angeles. I think there was another one in Minneapolis, Chicago. Oh, yeah. And Marianne, that page came from the Wayback Machine. I had to go to the Wayback Machine actually to get that page.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, well done. That's awesome. You got you want to keep rolling, or is that
No, that's all I had, man.
That's awesome. I love that link, that connection. Yeah, keep an eye on that firm. Find out what else they've got to find them on the donor rolls, right?
Oh, I did that too.
Cool.
And a lot of some of the 8 that voted not to impeach Mayorkas were donated by the firm, to include and others that didn't vote. I don't think Kevin McCarthy voted at all, but he's on their donor list. Chuck Schumer's on the donor list.
Who got the largest amount of or the largest dollar donation? Chuck Schumer. Everybody else got between $1,000 to $8,000. Chuck Schumer got $46,000.
There you go.
Oh,
there
yeah.
you go. Right.
Oh yeah.
I'm pulling up. Let me see. So one of the drops that I went to off of your dive let me see. Actually, I think it was off. The green light. Maybe. No. Where did I get that? Might have been just. Oh, it was off the green light. Okay, so the Twitter has been given the green light, right? And by the way, obviously, Musk is now Twitter, right? So future proofs past, and to blanket censor all content deemed to threaten their survival. Election. So definitely could be multiple meetings there. And then 308 there, the 308 in the blue on that Q drop is takes me to I think I blocked that out, but it says tangent, expand your thinking. And I also dropped the 0, and so it takes us down to 38. And 38 is a November 2nd post. 4 carriers and escorts in the Pacific. Why is that relevant? To prevent other state actors from attempting to harm us during this transition. Russia, China, mentions North Korea, or all three. Think logically about the timing of everything happening. Note increased military movement. National Guard deployments starting tomorrow. Note false flags. Follow Huma. Prepare messages of reassurance based on what was dropped here to spread on different platforms the calm before the storm. And just checked on Huma, but she hasn't posted since October 6th. October 6th, which is quite remarkable. Let me make sure that they're not pinned. But, you know, she's selling a book. She's out in the world. She's like, and it's not like when they disappear like this for a month and a half, when she was posting daily or several times a week, because, you know, that's what she was doing. Not that much, but the bottom line is, you know, where is she? You know, and is this so she's not telling us anything, actually, if we follow her. I did a while back, a couple weeks ago, there was a Follow Huma post, and I went into you know, and it was the day that the you were seeing the Palestinian support on the Harvard campus. And the other Huma is obviously the Harvard University Muslim alumni, and of which Obama's in it, Al-Walid, and you know, many other nefarious characters that could have, you know, kind of sparked those protests there on campus against, you know, against Israel. So just a thought there. Yeah. Well, good stuff, guys. I think I need to get back this, you know, Hawk, I could play the rest of this,
The
this
interview there.
interview.
Yep.
But do we have any other,
Other content?
yeah, or any other questions?
Oh, no, everybody was pretty much following along with what you were saying over in the chat. John Dunning was, of course, as you were talking about things, was dropping links coinciding with pretty much everything that you were saying, which is awesome because, you know, it gives people a nice little roadmap to follow to gather more information and basically be able to confirm, you know, and discern, you know, everything that you were talking about. So, yeah, so I didn't see anything else in there.
Okay.
Yeah,
you know,
jump back into the interview because they, you know, by the end of it, there probably will be a couple more questions, and I'll try to write them all down.
I would like to note, though, while we were on the dive subject, November 18th is a marker for another dive, and thinking about what's going on right now, you know, as far as the court cases, and also Georgia there's a judge there that just basically said, Raffensperger, you're coming in to testify on January the 7th because we know there's flaws in the machines. So post number 4963, Runbeck, Dominion, Secretary of State offices, investigators, researchers, whistleblowers, patriots in trusted positions. Trust yourself. You've seen the truth. Time to show the world. Focus, ascension.
yeah. And that just happened today. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
yeah.
that
Good.
woman looks really, really familiar.
What's that?
That woman looks really, really familiar. That he's talking about. That the judge that that is calling Raffensperger in. Let me pull it over here and pop it up on the screen real quick for you.
I want to bring up too. Slow, I'm glad you went to November 18 because that's when the launch is going to be. November 18 also has plus plus, and that is Rothschilds. The first plus was Saudi Arabia, second plus was Rothschilds, and the third is Soros.
Right.
The Rothschild situation, one of the things that I haven't touched on about, I don't think I've touched on it. Maybe we did, Hawk, a couple weeks ago, but that the one of the links from Ingersoll Lockwood went to the scene from Mary Poppins of the bank run.
Right. Yep. With the kids and all that. Yep.
Yep.
Yes.
And so everything is pointing towards, with this, November 20th, the switchover, that the banks are, our financial situation is going to be very, very different very soon. I believe, without question.
I have this feeling that we're going to end up in, like, economy wise, 1950s.
Could be.
That's, and I'm just, it's just the way that I see it because of the fact of silver and gold being held back and everything else. The prices of foods, because we know that when all of this is washed out, all of the bad food people are going to be gone. Everybody's going to figure it all out, and nobody's going to participate in their game anymore, I kind of see us getting back to, that 19 cents a box for macaroni and cheese, that, 50 cents for a loaf of bread, $1 a dozen, kind of thing for eggs and, and stuff like that. And gas, Lord only knows how low that could possibly go. Maybe even down to what it was in the 1940s or the 1950s was anywhere between 9 to 19 cents a gallon. And by the reduction in that and having everything gold backed or silver backed, or just backed by precious metals in itself, would basically take us to the 1950s, 1960s economy.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You got some clothes will be back in fashion, don't you, Hawk?
Hey, don't even go there, man, because I got my collars and I got my bell bottoms and everything. Don't make me put that stuff on now.
Hey, that by the way, that Musk tweet that I looked up, that was 5:05, and it, a marker 1 confirmed, and then the countdown, right, and then the 0. I went into the blue, the 21 and the 212, and I want to read that to you. The 212, November 23, 2017, which is 23 is coming up, and I think it's another very precarious day because I've seen much predictive programming pointing to the 23rd of the month. And I think, we've all seen it. It's whether or not we've really seen it. And November 23rd is actually, I've seen 9/23 as heavily predictive programming, even more so than 9/11. And an important thing to remember is that the 9th month is actually November. October, Oct, is 8. September, Sept, is 7. September is not the 9th month, it's the 7th month. November is 9, Novi. Deca, December is 10. Janu is 11. Feb is 12, and March is 13th. The first day of the year is April 1st. And we have been played for fools. And so 9/23 is actually could be November 23rd. And maybe something is delayed even further, or something has to do. But I'm concerned about November 20th to 23rd. Not so much concerned, but I think something major is going to happen during that time period, if not within the next couple of days, simply because they're telling us this. I mean, I'm not making this up, and I'm not pretending like I know the future. They're telling us, they're giving us a lot of predictive information around this stuff. And I'm talking about the people that really not only have the ability to maybe predict something because of the time travel or seeing into the future, but can also create the future because of the power that they have. So they're the ones that determine. They tell Musk when to take off. They tell Musk if they're going to let him try to pierce the firmament. They determine these things, right? And so, so when I look at some of these things, like November 23rd, and this is coming off that timestamp from Musk that goes to a countdown, and now I take 2/12 into November 23rd. Holy shit, all of the president's past tweets making that reference. Musk, you magnificent bastard, Q read your book. Do you believe in coincidences? Now, that's not a coincidence.
Who was in office when the Challenger exploded?
I think that was Reagan.
I think it was Reagan, yeah. And by the way, what's going to blow the lid off NASA? How about when all those Challenger astronauts come out?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
They can't hide much longer.
We ain't seen nothing yet, man. This is going to be, I think this is going to be really something. And I also want to do 2121. And by the way, 2121, they called Kennedy Blackjack. That's coming up in here. We're seeing a lot of 21s pop up.
That was his favorite game.
Yeah, it just talks about Hannity and Sarah Carter. I was going to look up something else. I forget what that was. Maybe. Okay. And I don't remember the reference to the book of Musk's book. Do you guys? What that significance was?
Yeah, that was my birthday. My birthday was on Thanksgiving that year, and I no sooner went to bed and then opened my eyes and saw that there was a new Q alert, and opened it and saw that message was posted there.
But do you know what it's referring to with the tweets and all that? The president and how Q read his book.
Yeah.
What did he mean by that?
Well, so Elon had, if I'm not mistaken, had published the third book. I think it was his third book. And it was talking about it was talking about exploration of space. It was talking about exploration of the ocean. And at that same time, the first electric car started on fire that day, that very same day, because salt water got into the motor, and the car started on fire. So I was thinking that's what that had to do with, was, how can a Tesla vehicle or powered by the same type of motor survive in the ocean, knowing that salt water will start it on fire.
Right.
It handles regular rain, but salt water, that's another story.
Interesting. And I wonder if Trump's tweets were critical of that boat going in the ocean. Did he say? Do you remember him saying anything about that?
Yes, he said that. At one of his one of his rallies. I think it was in South Carolina. He was talking about. They were talking about boats. He went to a boat manufacturer, and somebody had brought up something about electric boats, and they said, "Well, sir, we would do that, but the batteries would explode, and plus it would be too heavy for the boat to even float."
Interesting. And so Trump was tweeting about that.
Yeah, the battery would have to be half the size of the boat in order for them, say they were to go from the New York port to London. That battery had better be the size of half of the boat in order to go that distance. And because where are you going to find a battery charger along the way?
Right. Right.
So this is that judge that he was talking about. It was put up by Proud Army Brat, federal Ninth Circuit District Court Judge Amy Tottenberg has ordered Georgia's Secretary of State into court, explaining Georgia's use of Dominion's computerized electronic voting systems, concurring the 2020 election was not secure. There is sufficient evidence to believe these machines used by the state of Georgia have substantial flaws. A non-jury trial is scheduled for January 7th. Look at her face, though.
Yeah, that's the same lady that put marked that information as confidential. I think it was last year. And you could thank Marianne Fisk for that one, because she's actually the one that told me about it.
Okay. It just seems kind of strange that.
Which information?
About the vulnerabilities in the voting machines in Georgia, because it was sent from Michigan to Georgia. And in the last 2 days, Michigan has, for one, ruled in Donald Trump's favor for being on the ballot. And then they sent their information that they found from the going into the voting system and all that stuff to Georgia. And then upon receipt, she sealed that information.
Right. Okay. And this is the judge. You brought her up, Hawk.
She's the one who called is called Rathensberger in for non-jury trial is scheduled for January 7th.
Yep. Okay. Gotcha.
So and this is the thing is, from this post, it doesn't necessarily say Rathensberger. It just says has ordered Georgia's Secretary of State. Who's the current Secretary of State?
Wasn't it in the Raffensperger?
Right now, I don't think so. I thought I thought he was replaced.
I think he was.
Okay, so if he was replaced, wouldn't he still have to be the one to go in and testify because he's the one that authorized the use?
I don't know.
No, he's still the Secretary of State.
Is he? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay. So I have this to share. Just did the November 16 Delta, and very interesting. Of course, today. How do select bad actors attempt comms? This is when they caught them communicating in the Star Wars game.
They got him in World of Warcraft too.
Is that right?
Yep, they got him in World of Warcraft too, because they were actually using the guild chat, and then they stopped using the guild chat and tried to go on to Discord to use that, and were unsuccessful. And then they went to Star Wars.
Interesting. So here's the this is the next one. Time to Feel the Pain by Praying Medic of the Punisher symbol. And then let me get you back to it. For those who decide to save the taxpayer some money, there is no escaping God. Pretty even theme from that last one that we were talking about when he gave him a chance to, do the right thing. And then $35.99. The harvest crop has been prepared and soon will be delivered to the public for consumption. A higher loyalty. Hunters become the hunted. Treason, sedition. How do you remove a liability? 6 o'clock can be dangerous. Family proud. Well, today, Hunter Biden, his new tactic is blame Trump. He asked the judge to be able to subpoena President Trump and Bill Barr. Holy shit.
You sure you want to do that? How do you introduce evidence?
This is, hey, Hunter, this is when you phone a friend, okay? You do not want to take this decision on yourself. Yeah, this is not going to end well for him. So, at any rate, that was, I just wanted to share that. And one of the things I mentioned, I don't know if I've mentioned it already on the spaces, but just that Q is still talking to us.
Yep.
And we're seeing that, but we just need to know how to look for it, right? And I'll give you an example. This is Senator Feinstein, Dianne Feinstein's funeral was October 5th, 2023, right? And some speculated, oh, well, she'd been dead before. And, they always wait until, best to bring them out. Right. And because then they might be able to use that to deflect news or to control the news narrative or what have you. Right. And so, but, of course, I got to be nosy. And October 5th, let me see what was going on October 5th in the Q world. And it has to do with the submarine, Red October, the missile that was shot over in your neck of the woods, Hawk.
Yep, just slightly northwest of the city of Seattle.
Yeah,
right after Trump took off.
And people said, "Oh, it was a rocket or something shot off at that base," but that base doesn't have launch capabilities.
No, it does not.
Whidbey Island does not have launch capabilities, so it had to come out of the water. And Q's telling us where it came from. Okay, the missing sub. Okay, and Russia. Post Kavanaugh confirmation. They're going to, deflect, declass, deflect blame. The hunt for dropped. Why? When was the unauthorized missile fired? Was it found, discovered prior to hunt? Russia's sub-threat push, Red October, double meanings exist. So this is very significant in this, the Russian thing, but this is what caught my eye. Who is that?
That's Feinstein and
Murkowski.
Yep. That's one of only 2 pictures, I believe, in 5,000 Q drops of Dianne Feinstein. And it occurred on October 5th, 2018. And her funeral was October 5th, 2025. 2023, sorry.
Yep.
Q is still talking to us.
Yep.
We just need to know how to listen.
Here's one for you to read.
Yeah. So, and with that, why don't we go back to the thing? I brought a book from my storage unit to read a little bit tonight, and I'm going to read in the background as I listen to the interview. But I brought back "Behold a Pale Horse" by William Cooper.
Yep, great book.
Right, and so I'm going to, we're trying to figure out what's going to happen here in the coming days, weeks, months, and all we really have to do is listen to the people that guessed it many, many years ago. See, they were silenced. Bill Cooper was murdered by a sheriff's deputy.
Yep.
And he was unarmed. And he was walking to his door, his front door, from the outside, from his car. And he was shot and killed. And it wasn't because he was a bad man. He was a very good man. It was because he spoke truth to power, and he exposed very powerful men, and he gave away their secrets that he had figured out. And what we are witnessing right now with the climax of all of these things that are happening is we are seeing the banks fail, bankrupted, the fiat currency fail. It was Bill Cooper who told us that it was maritime law and that our current sea is all about the water, the banks of a river, right?
Yep.
These words, this language, is in forked tongue for the purpose of enslaving humanity. So he told us about the banking system and how it had enslaved us, right? He told us about the school shootings and Project Orion that was going to use MK Ultra and bad actors to create a reason for the elite, the governing bodies, to write laws to take away our Second Amendment. He told us about that. He told us about, what's happening with the CIA and the FBI and the overreach. Yeah, I don't know what you guys got, but I'm just in awe of how much this man knew back in the 1980s, and we can't let him die. And when this is all said and done, he will be lifted up and admired, and hopefully statues will be erected, because he was trying to warn us about this decades ago. So with that, I'll pull this back up so we can finish. And I'm so glad you all are here. And Hawk, thank you for honoring me with the replay of this and sharing this conversation.
Hey, I missed you too, okay? So don't get that wrong. Don't think I brought you back just because everybody else wanted to see you. I wanted to see you too, all right? Let's get that right out of the let me tell you, I've never gained so many followers on Facebook as I have in the last week. I would say around 800. Have been
beautiful.
added,
Beautiful.
And every single one of them have Ada Snedhead or and Todd Gedeminsky and Paul Michaels and Bruce Poppy. So, and hey, anytime you do anything, whether it's with me or with anybody else, until you're up and running, and even after you're up and running, I'm still going to bring you back to YouTube. This is our battlefield. You know it as well as I do. It's same thing with Facebook. Just because they kick somebody off doesn't mean we have to stop listening. And I will sacrifice channel after channel after channel to make sure all these real truthers, and I'm talking about the real ones, the ones who are willing to do the research, that are willing to do the deep dives, that are willing to take the time and the energy to bring the truth forward and put it into a way that the average Joe can understand it. Okay. That's one of the biggest things. You never went so technical that nobody could follow what you were saying. You speak to everybody, in a way that everybody can comprehend every word that's coming out of your mouth. Okay. And it's way too important to continue that, because as more people awaken, and I know that there's going to be 10% that are going to be gone. We were told 6 to 10% will never recover. Okay. But you know, it's when we have the opportunity to teach others, turning on one of your podcasts or turning on even Space Shot or X22 or And We Know, it breaks it down in a way that it's easily understandable, and there are always receipts to back it up. And that's what people need. They need to see the receipts.
Yeah, for me, you know, we always brought the receipts. You know, it was just it was a beautiful team effort, and we would dig into the nastiest stuff, man, and we were taken out because of it. And I believe both, you know, just, you know, censorship, and censorship's not even really the main thing for me. Like, you want to stop me from saying what I'm going to say. You know, Rhonda McCreary. Hey, Rhonda. Thanks for having Dave on tonight. Longtime Snedhead here. We miss his 6 to 8 hour shows. Tonight's show, beautiful collaboration. Thank you for that, Rhonda. That's very sweet. Thanks for putting that up there, Hawk.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, you know, and we it wasn't so much the censorship, but the defamation. You know, I blew out my private, my personal Facebook page with pictures of my family and my daughter and their first day of school, and you know, all that was gone, and all the people that would challenge me in my life. And I had 3,000 friends on Facebook, and I knew all of them, every single one of those 3,000 people I have met in my lifetime. And then it grew after I started doing the show. So I was basically doing posts to like 2,000-3,000 people for many years before I started doing the show. And I'd have a lot of people that would challenge me. But when you have two fighters in a bar and only one gets thrown out, the guy that's still in the bar, the rest of the, you know, people in the bar are looking at him like, oh, he must have been in the right. He must have been right. The other guy is the bad guy. Well, that's what they do when they throw you off these platforms, is they defame you. And it doesn't make your voice any stronger with the people that you really need to reach. However, it does make you stronger in the community that is actively aware that they should be paying attention to the ones that are being terminated. And so imagine going through that and over and over and over and over and over again, and also the feeling of being spiritually attacked and life going upside down. And then you have friends that reach out, and you have a friend like Hawk who, you know, is, by God, no one's shutting Dave up. You know, by God, nobody's going to stop, you know, from being able to see X22 or what have you. So it's a beautiful thing you're doing, Hawk, and I appreciate it, and it means a lot to me. And thank you. And guys,
I still to this day don't know if X22 or And We Know or LT or Space Shot or anybody knows that I'm broadcasting their stuff on here. But it's like I said, it's and you said it yourself. This is our battlefield. This is where minds. It's one thing to continue to nurture the minds of those who are awake, but then there's also that point where on the battlefield we meet those who have not yet awakened or are just now beginning to open their eyes and their ears. And it let those who have eyes see and those that have ears hear. And we're better to do that than on the flipping battlefield. Because then it's then at that point there, yes, I can send you over to Rumble to go watch. I can send you over to Pilled to watch. I can send you over to all these other platforms to see these other things. But it's getting those first steps in and giving it to them in a simplicity, and then turning around and letting them know where that's why whenever I play somebody else's video, I always say where that video is. Now I don't list it in the description, because what I did notice was that when I was putting like x22.com and AWK, andweknow.com and stuff like that in the description of the video, they would get pulled down twice as fast.
Okay, interesting. Good call. Yeah, not doing that. And that's what I want to do with Truthcast Media as well, folks. So what that's going to be is it's basically going to be, my shows and then my curation of truth across the internet. And imagine, the crowdsourced truth, that's what we always did with the show. And then also just along the lines of, so we would do so much of this show and pull the receipts and the whole bit. But the bottom line right now for me is to really live a better life and to help others live a better life and to raise our frequency. So when we do talk about this stuff, it's almost from a philosophical standpoint, not a political standpoint. It's not a I basically have a Spotify, which is a podcast, and people can find that, by the way. You guys can always find that. Just go to davidsnedeker.com, and davidsnedeker.com, and you'll see where I'm at right now on all this stuff. But if you just want to chillax one night and just hear me talk about some stuff with some music in the background, that's where you want to go. And I did those, and I did them all through my awakening, and I also did them all through this recent journey of mine. And it's deep and sometimes dark and revealing. But it's an honest conversation, and it's what you might call slow, because one of the things I've always said is we wake up in the morning and we are scripted throughout the day until we put our head, and if we're lucky, on a pillow with a roof over it. At the end of the day, we have been completely scripted, everything we've heard. And I've written scripts, and I've gone over words, and I've painstakingly thought about should it be this word or that word, or should it be this phrase or that phrase. It's because a director or writer is manipulating a person's feelings. We are attempting to make you laugh. We are attempting to make you feel. We are attempting to make you cry. That is the role of a creator. And we must understand that even if we're watching something that seems so innocuous, they will slip something in. or they will, whether it's selling you something or selling you on a concept or selling you on global warming or selling you on a wall being racist, selling you on staying 6 feet away from your spouse, putting a mask on, staying home, ruining your business. They have scripted our entire life. And it is absolutely weakening humanity. We've become weaker. And they have succeeded. But we believe, based on the real information that we're given, that we are going to win in the end. And that's why Enjoy the Show was written, typed by the Q team 100 times, because they knew it was going to be bad. They knew that we were going to lose people. They knew we were going to be lost. They knew there were going to be divorces, deaths, tragedy. But they said to enjoy the show because they know how it ends. And I know how it ends. But I know not because I have any more information than anybody else. I know because how many coincidences before mathematically impossible. I realized that about, 4 years ago. And more mathematical impossibilities have occurred. We have been given a map. We've been given tools to use to try to figure out what's going on around us. And in that search, many of us have lost our way because we have handed over our power to another. Because that other person convinced them that they were more trustworthy than themselves. And if there's any message that I hope that more people got than anything that I ever did, is to trust your instincts and do your own research and challenge and question everything, including me. And this journey, and I'm going to get into it, I think, a little bit more in the rest of this hour of this show that Rob so kindly invited me to. And that is that what's happening here with humanity is absolutely necessary. And it's got to be permanent. And so the the things that are being exposed. You can't tell somebody the truth. You must show them. That's why we're in a show. That's why Q said, enjoy the show, because they knew how bad it was going to be. But they know it's got a good ending. And I know that because I've seen it over and over and over again, and a leopard does not change its spots. And I have seen the spots within the drops that tell me that this is how it's going to happen. But we were never meant to know the time. We were never meant to know the day. But it's got to be permanent. And if you give a kid a bicycle and they're going to have that child is going to have a very different outlook on that bicycle than if you teach that child to get a paper route and save up some money, and then you help them buy that first bike. But they pay for it. They pay for at least half of it. What's the outlook that child is going to have on that bike? Is he going to take better care of it? I think so. The other one didn't value it because the other one didn't earn it, didn't learn a lesson in life, a very powerful life lesson. If we are given our freedom, if we are given justice without suffering through the whole scenario, without being forced to have a stake in what's happening, is what's taking place. We needed to have skin in the game. And the only way to get everybody to put skin in the game is to hit us at the border, hit us in the womb, hit us in our cities, hit us in Israel and Ukraine, and all the homelessness and the death from drugs coming from China across the border, the deterioration of families, the grooming of our children, the absurdity of transgender in sports and transgender thrust into the laps of the innocent children that are trying to figure out this world and this life with a bunch of pathetic adults that have allowed this to take place. We're running around pointing out all the bad players without realizing that we put them there, that we financed this whole situation. We have been on the belt, running, walking, churning this matrix, this system that has enslaved humanity and gobbled up our children and treated the elderly poorly and treated our veterans with disrespect and left them fending for themselves after putting them into unimaginable situations that break the strongest of men. We have to own this if we're going to change this. And we are here on this battlefield. And Q says you have been selected to help serve your country. Never retreat from the battlefield. Twitter, Facebook, etc. And that's why Hawk is right here. Not only did he serve his country as a Marine, but he's serving his country as a digital warrior as well. Use other platforms as a form of centralized command and control. Organize and connect. Bridge through linking. Source memes, material from battlefield, in or garage. Highlight and share. Take and drop. Mission 1, dispute. Reject propaganda. Push through posting of research and facts. Mission 2, support role of other digital soldiers. One falls, another stands, rises. It's exactly what you're witnessing here today, folks. Mission 3, guide, awaken others through use of facts, D-Class 1 to 99 material and other relevant facts, and memes, decouple MSDNC control of InfoStream. Ask counter questions to initiate thought versus repeat echo of MSDNC propaganda. Mission 4, learn use of camouflage digitally. Primary account suspended, terminated, use of secondary. What are you on, 22, Hawk?
Yeah.
Mission 5, identify strengths, weaknesses, personal and designated targets regarding Twitter and Facebook and other. Example, regarding memes, failure to read through use of algorithms. Think Tron, MCP master control program, dependence on person-to-person capture, slow response time, unidentified users. Folks, let me break that down for you because that's a lot. That's a big old word salad right there. And basically, what Q's saying is that if you use memes, the algorithms don't see the words and they can't censor them. And that's why Q has been so big on memes, and so many of us Anons distribute memes. And Q even gets into more detail as how to set up a meme if your memes are not making it through. Game theory, information warfare, welcome to the digital battlefield. Together we win. Remember, folks, this entity, this Q, has seen the future. There is no other explanation for their predictions. They are, Q has had more right predictions than Nostradamus. Okay. This is Q-Stradamus right here. All right. We got to understand what we're looking at. And they're still talking to us. And now they're talking to us this is all this text, the Q drops, pretty much all two-dimensional.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, there was one point where he said, I have to go for good now,
Yeah.
And what people took from that was, oh no, Q's gone. No, Q's not gone. Q is still there. It's just it's no longer using the 4chan or the 8kun. Now it's descriptive out in the public, and we're getting it through DJT. We're getting it through certain things that are posted by particular individuals that lead us on a path that lead us right back to posts that verify exactly what we're watching, you know. And the idea is we have to continue putting that message out there. We have to continue to get people to look and understand that there's two meanings to everything, and everything is mirrored.
Yeah.
That's the second one, is the mirrored part, because a lot of people don't think of that in this sense until it's too late.
Yeah. Post 64, Hawk, November 2nd, 2017. Fellow patriots, I'm being advised actions have created accelerated counteractions. We have not yet ascertained the scope of the attack. Watch the news outlets. POTUS Twitter takedown was not by accident, as referenced several hours ago. Should the lights go out, please know we are in control. Do not panic. We are prepared and assets are in place. God bless. I must go for good at this point. Folks, this was Trump's Twitter takedown didn't happen until January 8th, 2020, 2 days after the staged takedown or infiltration breach of the U.S. Capitol. How did they know that? How did Q know that was going to happen? There are two ways to predict the future. Either you take things that are happening on a mass scale, like a supercomputer scale, take everything that's happening right now and what happened in the past, and you allow that computer to run a model into the future. And then you see what that model looks like at certain points in time. That's one way to see into the future with the technology that we currently know we have. The other way to look into the future is to create the future. And if they're in control of Twitter, then they may have taken Trump out. If they were in control of Twitter, they would have been the ones that did it, meaning Q.
Yeah.
And I had said long before Musk, I don't know if you remember this, Hawk, but long before Musk ever bought Twitter, I said the White Hats were in control of Twitter.
Absolutely. You said that multiple times.
Yes. And I proved it. I proved it with that I had never seen anybody else do. And I did it before Melania. And I did it when I said that I clicked on one of Trump's tweets and it was different. It was bigger and it shouldn't have changed. But it was very significant at the time, the way it was done. And I said, the only way you could do this if you were writing the code to this. And it didn't make any sense why anybody else would write the code for that other than the White Hats. And then I don't know how late after that was when we found out that Melania's tweet turned from something to a giraffe. I don't remember all the details. But a tweet from like a long time ago, like maybe 10 years ago. And you can't do that unless you have access to the code. Okay. So, so they were in control long before. So, when people ask me, what do you think of Musk? It's like, well, Musk is playing a role. Musk is being controlled. just like Hillary's being controlled. My friends, Trump dropped that vermin comment the other day. Do you think that was by accident?
Nope.
Okay. We're saving Israel for last. What does vermin spark? Comparisons to Hitler. Oh, Hitler's in the news again. Hitler's a topic again. What did ye tell us about Hitler? What about that Holocaust thing? What's going on with that? Is that the truth? Let me look back into that. Hitler, they're calling him Hitler and Hitler. And it takes them right back into World War II. And folks, we're saving Israel for last. That's the Khazarian mafia that have lied to us about the events of World War II and the Holocaust and how many people died. And when people realize that we have been played for suckers by creating victims of the Jews at a level never before seen in human history, but not the truth. And this is to show their desperation. It's to show the false history that we have been given. And yeah. So with that, my friends, thank you for this evening. And I will drop this, the rest of this, and let me pull it over here and pull this up. Excuse me. Okay. And here we go. So this was from last night.
Learning is the Socratic method. It is not telling, it is asking. It is storytelling, and it is giving people grace and respect to have the curiosity, the time, and the bandwidth to go and investigate for themselves. Jesus used the Socratic method. Q uses the Socratic method. It probes and stimulates our curiosity so we can then exercise critical thinking, free will, and discernment on our own. It is never a force du jour. It is you're going to believe this, this, and this, or you're an idiot. There's nothing like that in the calm. It is more like, okay, can these two things be true? Have you ever looked at this process? Have you ever questioned where all the money went? Where's Hunter? How do 800,000 children go missing every year? Do they just evaporate? Do they accidentally fall down a drain on the side of the road somewhere? How is it even possible that there isn't moms and dads losing their mind? If there's one beating in California, 47 million people know about it in 20 minutes because it's all over social media. Yet 800,000 children can turn up missing, and we're like, what's on Netflix? Where's the rage? What's happening? Why are we so desensitized? How does every person in America give away 20 or 30 or 40% of their income to a government that is also $33 billion in debt? How does that work? I mean, it boggles the mind that we are so incurious, fixated by bread and circuses and lust and greed and ego and pride and sports and whatever obsession it is that we have. It seems as if we sometimes can be our own worst enemy, because the last thing that we decide to do is to seek wisdom, which is the single greatest commodity known to mankind, according to the law book. Seek wisdom, and it's more valuable than all the commodities on earth, more valuable than gold or silver, diamonds, rubies, pearls, onyx. Where do you find it? It's not of this world, but it's of this spiritual essence that runs through our DNA. And if we choose to not be curious and not seek the greatest commodity on earth, then we're really going to miss the greatest wealth transfer in history. Because what this wealth transfer is about, in my book, is far more than riches. It's far more than zeros in a bank account, or the price of gold, or the price of XRP. The greatest transfer in wealth is us getting to our identity back, who we are and whose we are, and not being victims and not being animals on an animal farm and not living into the 1984 fiction. That's what we as individuals have to come to realize. Let's see. Farshi, brother, thank you. Farshid, thank you for your patience, brother. Go right ahead.
Greetings from Southern California. Rob, amazing space. Sir Oliver, amazing information.
Brother, are you speaking?
Can you hear me? Anybody hear me?
I can hear Rob. I can hear him.
Okay, I can't. I'll let y'all translate for me. For whatever reason, he's not coming across for me.
Dave, it's an honor to speak with you directly, man. 2019, when I was coming around and starting to follow Trump. You, Rob, Todd, and Cindy were every night, man, almost every night, whenever you guys were on. My wife and I were both listening to you, taking in all the information. You know, you were that light, especially when COVID hit. You meant a lot to us. You, like I said, gave us so much information. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have, I wouldn't have dug so much and found out about so much that I did. Yeah, dude, thank you so much. That's all I wanted to say. You rocked, man. Every night, whether it was hundreds or it was thousands of people listening, going to your second, third, fourth backup because it was getting taken down, censored. You know, you meant a lot to us, and I wanted to tell you that.
Well, thank you, Farshid. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay.
David, can you do me a favor? I could not hear one word that he said. Could you just very briefly rephrase his question? Or
sure. Basically, Farshid was saying that he and his wife were listening to me in the show, and Todd and Cindy going back many years through all the way through COVID, and that I was a bright light every night, and whether it was for a couple hundred people or thousands, we showed up and we just helped guide people through the storm.
David, don't toot your own horn, please. Sounded funny. Him recapping his own praise.
It does sound weird.
You toot it for us, Mr. I. You go ahead and add your lawyerly silver tongue and toot it for him.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I'm sure you did touch a lot of people, Dave. I've been listening a lot. I've been doing a lot of things during this. So I'm just going to jump up and jump down. Just to add two things. You mentioned the some proofs and the Feinstein. Obviously things we've seen for us, it's easy to connect, but a big proof for me was when McCarthy was voted in the 15th round at 1:30 a.m. And that date of that drop has brackets 15 good win. So, I mean, that to me, that was a big proof to verify. I mean, I haven't really seen too many that are that accurate. I mean, we like to connect things, but I mean, 15 in brackets. When have you ever seen a vote go to 15 rounds? I mean, that's pretty incredible. One question I had for you, obviously you don't need an answer, but you were talking about Space Force and et cetera, and the Ingersoll lock and the debt clock. Remember when Trump left or before Biden took over, all those IP addresses went missing?
Yes. Remind me,
Yeah, I
please.
should
Just real quick.
have pulled it up before. There was like I don't know if it was one of our Truthers news articles, but apparently like thousands of government IP addresses were taken or like disappeared. I was just wondering what you think, they were using them for. Not a big deal.
I barely remember that story, but I will tell you that I believe that based on everything that I've researched over the years, that the Patriots are in control of a great many things, and certainly the things that that really matter. I think when this is all said and done, we are going to be blown away, even those who are awake, at the play, the theater that has been put on by the White Hats to bring about this worldwide awakening. And I think we're just going to be blown away at the steps and level that they took. Some of the people that died that didn't die, some of the people that are protected because they came forward and did what they should have done. And I think that what Q has said, we're only shown 20% of what's happening. And I just want everybody to just think about that for a minute. Okay, if we are only seeing 20% of what's really happening behind the scenes, look at what we're seeing. And when I say, and I know that many of you have heard me say this before, is that like the end of the movie It's a Wonderful Life, when Zuzu says to her dad, "Look, Daddy, teacher says every time a bell rings, an angel gets its wings." And I was saying for a long time, like, folks, every time you see an absolute absurdity, the gay parade where men are walking naked down the middle of a street that you can't do legally anywhere, much less at a parade where children are present. When you see something that absurd, how many parents that were pro Biden or pro Democrats, their whole families have been Democrats their whole life, how many people said, you know what? This is not what I thought it was.
Mm-hmm.
And shift, but it took that showing them, not their buddy next to them saying, "Oh, this is bullshit," telling them, right? They had to see it, they had to experience it, they had to look down at their child looking up at this, this naked man, and try to explain that, but then realize you have no explanation for that.
Well, David, to your point, I've said this to my wife for 3 years, every single time we see an act of stupidity, evil, or just unexplainable idiocy, it's evidence that we're winning, because they're doing it out of panic. They're doing it to evoke an emotion. They're doing it to cause rage. They want us to be divided and fighting with one another at each other and our fellow man, instead of against the principalities of darkness and evil. They want us in the 3D, emotional, unobjective, angry, mad, pissed off, and fighting with one another, because united, we kick their ass. And it doesn't take that many of us to be united. And they have to more and more and faster go to the theater of the absurd playbook and let you pick your gender, and let a 300-pound linebacker call himself Susie and go in the bathroom with my 17-year-old daughter and me not shoot him. I mean, literally, they're going to the edges of insanity because they're getting their asses kicked. Their insanity is evidence that we are winning. That's all I wanted to say. But
yeah, I'm going to step down. I'm going to let Ribbit, but just two quick things. And one line that goes underestimated is we caught them all. Donnie wouldn't say those words, and even today we saw the representative question. I think it was Ray or the head of the FBI. They actually had videos of ghost buses during January 6th of showing agents coming off the bus.
Yeah,
so
that was right. Yep.
Yeah, so that's this is all coming to a head. Then you have where was this? Then you have Northern Georgia District Judge ruled that there is sufficient reason to believe that the election voting machines used in 2020 by the state of Georgia have substantial flaws. So things are just dripping and dripping. And then I just put up on top that article I was talking about. Dave, look at this later and maybe just connect some dots in your head. Minutes before Trump left office, millions of Pentagon's dormant IP addresses sprang to life. And then they disappeared or something, or they transferred ownership. So that was pretty interesting right before Donnie left office. But that's all I got. Over.
Just the answer to that question, I remember the IP now, and I remember what I thought about it at the time. And quite honestly, that's gone to sleep on me. But I remember now, and for me, that was the continuation of government. That was the making sure that the people that were now coming into so-called the fake presidency of the defunct corporation would not have access to the Defense Department websites that had critical information and critical communication platforms, because it was, Trump was retaining control of the military, or certainly the Department of Homeland Security outside of Mayorkas, was keeping things rolling. So, yeah, I believe that's what my take was at the time, and it really hasn't changed.
Thank you for that, David. All right, Ribbit, what you got, brother?
Hey, Rob, thanks for space. David, thanks for speaking the topic. I just want to add a few things, and I can add more later. But the first thing is, when you're on this site, the method I use to look for things is to highlight. So if you go to the top of the page and highlight to the bottom, things will appear. And then also, actually, hold on. So the information on the site now, you have to be going there every day, because the Wayback Machine is not tracking it anymore. And it changes day by day, sometimes a couple of times a day. And then next is the info we're getting is real time. It's happening as we go, day by day. In regard to SpaceX, it was focusing on the 16th, and then they changed the file name to 16 and 17. So that part seems to be tracking SpaceX. The site, how it behaves, it's always changing. So the amount of information on the site is huge. It's just massive. And it's like a lot of COVID things, Space Force B-class. There's just a lot of things. And then, so when you go into the hidden sections, you'll find hidden things within the hidden things. So you got to take a bit of time to find everything. What else do we got here? Oh yes, the Q. So I think, this is my opinion, Q was dedicated for a smaller audience, while the Lockwood, Ingersoll Lockwood site is more for the masses. So it's accessible to everybody, not just a few. And it's easier to understand, even though it's still tricky, but it's still easier to understand. And so I can add more stuff later. But my last question to David, I'm stuck on one point. I still haven't seen anything yet, but in regards to the information on the site, how I'm failing to see how this could be, but could it be a trick? How is there any way that could be deceiving or just negative in any form?
That yeah, thank you for all that, Ribbit, and for all your digs on this too. So, couple things. One, the complexity of the website is, to me, it is. I agree with you. I do believe that it is more for the masses, and easier for the masses to understand. Going on the boards and trying to follow Q and with all the anons who will just destroy anybody that comes on there ill prepared, is not a it's not a friendly environment. But certainly people like the QAlerts.app and the people, the QAG.news, which is down right now. But those places really made it much more user friendly, and yet it's not as user friendly as these videos and these pictures coming off Ingersoll Lockwood. I will say without question, my friend Max digs on Ingersoll Lockwood all the time. Ribbit, sounds like you and Sir Oliver do as well. The amount of time it takes to truly dig in and decipher is a lot of hours. It's a lot of time, similar to the amount of time that it takes to truly understand Q. So what Q is I believe, speaking to are the people that are looking at all the information. What did Trump say today? What did Trump say yesterday? What did Biden say today? What did, that's some kind of surface stuff. But when you see that Trump is saying tippy top, and then you got a top hat in the Ingersoll Lockwood, or you see, Trump talking about Biden's fake nose, and he's wearing the mask, and all these kind of things. You're like, holy cow, he is speaking more and more to the reality that many of us have come to understand. Meanwhile, the people that are still indoctrinated are still thinking, what the hell is he talking about? What a moron. What an absolute idiot. What a, man, he's so full of himself, right? So, so this information is, I believe, excuse me, let me grab some water, to put out there to kind of, Ribbit, let us know that they are actively engaged and actively involved. And they prove that once in a while to us to let us know that, see, we called this, we called that, we called this. So I think it's there for that purpose. Now, what you brought up was an absolute imperative question that we all have to ask. And that is, what if this is a distraction? What if this is, we know it's a psychological operation. So what if that psychological operation is here to weaken us or to make us become more complacent? And like I was talking to my friend Max today, and because he watched the interview with David yesterday, and that was that, for anybody at this point in time to call Q a psyop, or and it is a psyop, but to call it a psyop by the black hats, by the people that are trying to make us complacent. Nino brought up that question yesterday, which I get a lot, and I've gotten every time I've done a show with him, he asks me that question, and and I think we should ask that question of all of our guests and all of the people that are, speaking in this movement. But I believe it's a necessary question to ask, and my answer to that is if Q was, and I've said this many, many times, and Max said it today, if Q is a psyop, it was the worst psyop they could have possibly come out with against humanity. Simply because look at the awakening that has occurred. Now, if you can take the Q psychological operation without all the fake anons, without all the false interpretations, without all the people that are claiming to know what's going to happen and when, and have inside intel, and intel drops, and all those outside comms that Q warned us about. When you think about the things that Q told us about, if we followed those, and by the way, don't make profit off this, right? And how many people have done that? And I tell you, as somebody that has not had a home in 6 months, I have not made a profit off this. And I have sustained myself on donations, and I've set up a subscription model for something that's outside of like really integral information like this. But maybe we'll talk about that later, Rob. But this is so important that we have these conversations and we challenge these theories and so forth, and challenge Q and challenge Ingersoll Lockwood. But I want to toss this back to you, Ribbit, and by saying that I have taken my audience, and Farshid and his wife would be able to tell you that I have taken my audience down both pathways of Q. Let's go down the path that Q is a military intelligence operation that is trying to warn us about, the deep state and the cabal and all the things that are nefarious. And then let's go down this path. What if Q was, a psychological operation which happened in the Russian Revolution to make people think, oh, don't worry about it, we've got this covered. Okay. And every time I come back to the same thing. One is they failed to take away our weapons. And that was part of the 16-year plan of Barack Obama for 8 and Hillary Clinton for 8. Trump and the Patriots destroyed that by, getting her out of office. And so you have this we have all of our guns, and yet we have this psychological operation that can only succeed. And every genocide, I know I'm not telling anybody anything they probably don't already know, but every genocide started with gun registration and then gun confiscation, and across the board in the 20th century. And that was the plan here. And it has been the plan when the false flags of the shootings of the MK Ultra triggered and pharmaceutical grade. I had a conversation on this about a week ago. MK Ultra was brought up through a friend of mine back in the day. He wrote Operation Mind Control. He was the first civilian to deprogram an MK Ultra asset. And he wrote a book about it and about all the MK Ultra assets that he deprogrammed through hypnosis. MK Ultra was brought up through the military and brought up through the universities, and they gave these kids LSD, these professors LSD. They found out who were physically, psychologically, and sexually abused as children through standardized testing. And they went to them and they gave them the LSD and the hypnosis, affecting their serotonin, and they were able to program them to do horrible things, whether information slave, sex slave, or assassin. And these people wouldn't even know what they did, because they compartmentalized their brain to get them through that trauma as a child. They now had a fragmented brain that MK Ultra could now put in these suggestions of information that could be released with a trigger word and so forth. So the reason I bring that up is because you saw the shootings increase under Biden, right? Because we know that's the agenda. Bill Cooper wrote about this in Beware the Pale Horse. He wrote about Project Orion, which was a CIA project to create mass shootings in schools for the children to tug at the heartstrings and get the touch into the compassion of the left movement and the humanity in general, to get them to give over their guns and give over their freedoms. And so this is an agenda that did not succeed. But had it succeeded, and we didn't have our guns like Australia, like England, a psychological operation like Q would be that much more dangerous. But because we still have our guns, even if they're the black hats, they screwed up. I'll tell you right now, with me, they screwed up with Alex Jones, because Alex Jones was a part of my awakening. So Mossad, hey, thank you, because he was a part of my awakening, and I was able to awaken so much that I was able to see who the good people were and who were the bad, and see through all the bullshit. So yeah, so that's my answer to that in a very long drawn out way. And I'd love to hear your thoughts, back right to that.
Well, I've thought about this a lot, and I can't see how this could be, like, the information that's on there. It's all stuff that benefits the good people, not the bad.
I agree.
So if there was some way that this could be a trick, the answer to that question is really important, because it'll give you insight into how you could be manipulated. But as far as I can see, doesn't matter who's behind the site. The worst of the worst, right? Soros, Fauci, and Gates, for example, if they were behind it, look at the info that's on that site. It makes no sense.
Yep.
So that's my.
Well, Rivet, if you don't mind, let me maybe paint this with a different picture and a different lens. We can say anyone can call anything a psyop, a positive psyop or negative psyop. If it's something that we agree with, they could say Jesus Christ was a psyop and the Bible was a psyop to get people to believe a bunch of things in a religious book because they don't like it. They're atheists. They think it's stupid. They're like Karl Marx. They think that, organized religion is the opiate of the masses. And there's a lot of truth to that. But my point being is, at the end of the day, this is a hero's journey. Individually, we all have to get to a point where we determine through discernment what is truth and what is a lie. And there's no court. We're never going to have a whole bunch of folks come in and say, okay, all these anons and all these people that followed Q, you're all 100% correct. And there's never going to be a gavel come down and some entity is going to say, it was a positive psyop, it was a negative psyop. There's never going to be a whistle blown and people are going to say, aha, because it's up to us to use discernment, and discernment only comes from God. And my discernment has got to be one-on-one, one-to-one with my Creator, my Father, just as yours has to be one-on-one. And I can't share my peace and my understanding and my discernment with Dave, and Dave can't share it with Rivet, and Rivet can't share it with you. We have to individually seek that truth and that knowledge and that understanding and the words that are beyond an understanding that's beyond words and thoughts. So the good news is we do have to individually take that hero's journey, pick up the axe, pick up the shovel, climb the mountain, make the sacrifices, take the slings and arrows, pick up that cross, drag through the street, let people yell at us and mock us and call us names and ridicule us and do the things that kind of emblematically Christ kind of had to do, right? I'm not equating us to Christ, but he was showing us that if the abundance of life, the quantum of life, everything in this world lives fully and abundantly on the other side of fear. When we can get past fear, and what should be the ultimate fear is death, right? Our fear is, oh my God, they might kill me. Oh, they might take my stuff. Oh, they might call me a name. Oh, they might take some zeros off my bank account. Oh, they might put me in jail. Okay, so we can choose to fear or not fear. We can go to jail and write a novel. We can look at the disciples that wrote their best work while they were in jail. We can realize that evil is always going to be here around us, but we can have a peace that passes that evil, and we can, have that strength that death of the physical body isn't really death of the spiritual soul. And I'm kind of going on a tangent here, but I think it's so critical for us to understand that the only thing to fear is fear itself. The abundance of life, the quantum of life happens on the other side of fear. And that's why the law book tells us 365 times to fear not. Why? Because fear is a currency of the evil that want to run this world. And if we want to live in this world but not of it, we've got to get on the other side of the Red Sea. We've got to cross the Red Sea and get on the other side that's freedom from fear, and live in a fearless state of mind. So then we can find out what our real purpose is. So just wanted to share that with you.
That was beautiful. Rob, thank you for sharing that. And Ribbit, I know you have your hand raised. I just wanted to kind of tap on the end of that. My goodness, men, you got to be exhausted. Thank you for holding down the fort for so long. If everybody just takes a moment and close your eyes, and everything that Dave shared and Ribbit has shared and Rob has just beautifully shared, we are all spiritual beings. Rob has many different diatribes. I'm not going to try to repeat all the great sayings that he has. But something for me personally in the last, I would say probably even just 2 weeks, is to take ownership on the logic of trying to be over logical and figuring everything out. I'm in all these rooms, I'm in all the different situations, really trying to dial this in, which is great. But what I feel Spirit is really calling us to do is to draw out. David, if you don't mind just miking up for a second. So if everybody just takes a moment and just put your hands on your, David. Rob, can you mute him?
Looks like I think I did.
Okay. Just do a quick exercise with me. Just put your hands on your heart. This is the only place you know is home. It's with you. It's with your spirit. And, I get this vision with Rob speaking. This is Noah's Ark. Okay. This is the modern day Noah's Ark of building this tribe together, because we're the ones that are going to be on the front end and the back end, pulling this all back together, because that's where our hearts are. And I pray for safety for you, David, Rob, everybody in this room. And Rob, I get so many dang messages thinking that we're both related because I'm a Keel and you're cool, but we are both cool. But when we were first on, we were kind of talking about SpaceX and Elon, and everything has a polarity. And whether Elon's been taken out, whatever, I'm not even going to get into that because it doesn't matter. Spirit wins. We win. How do we want to carry each other back into that goalpost? And so I think that the intricacies and the details are important. What David has expressed here is so incredible. And Ribbit, man, you've got a brain. So just remember to bring your spirit back out. Look at the big picture. And how do you want to be a part of threading this back together with your gifts that are probably very different than what you think your gifts are right now? Because they're piled with programming and beliefs of this school system that we have to root out, right? I believe in AI because it's part of how I want to retweak back things together as far as creating healing ecosystems. We're sitting on a resource right now that in some people's minds, and I heard words of it, of negativity, a negative frequency of the intentions of SpaceX and Twitter. RC, please mute up. Thank you. And right now, we're actually using it as a resource because whatever happened with X, I believe, in the future is going to be a major asset for us. So just remember where you sit, the negativity that you breathe into it and attach to will follow you out of this room tonight. But you are a divine being, and this is just information, it's logic. Where Spirit is asking us to take this conversation is where do you sit in your heart? And open up the broad frequency of things. Don't get too detailed focus of the negativity because we win. So I just wanted to share that, bring back into perspective. Ribbit, over to you, my friend. And Rob, I don't know how late you're going, but I'm going to have to send everybody to bed soon.
Well, bravo, Cassandra. Thank you so much for your wise words, your leadership, your spiritual wisdom, and always keeping us focused on the big picture. Because, you know, at the end of the day, the single word that matters most to each and every person is faith. All capital letters. It's faith. How big is our faith? How big is our God? Are we going to lean on our own understanding, or are we going to humble our hearts and turn our eyes towards God and seek his wisdom? Are we going to be childlike in our openness to want to always be curious? And are we going to realize the simple truth that the more we know we don't know? The deeper we go into the quantum, the more steps we take towards the quantum, the more we realize we're just a grain of sand on all the oceans on Earth. So pride goeth before the fall, but if we can keep that childlike, open-minded spirit of love and openness and creativity and really understand that we're spiritual beings, there's spiritual laws, and we need to connect with our spiritual creator, then we'll have that abundance and that protection and that love and that frequency that Dave talks about that kind of protects us on our journey and our purpose for being here. But if we want to be Karens and Kevins and argue and conflict and yell and call names and have doubt and hate and be sad and be depressed and link our happiness to a bank account, or the three big sins that men are guilty of most are going, we prioritize gold, girls, and glory. We go after the money, we go after doing things we shouldn't be doing with folks, and lusting in our heart and trying to get clicks and diplomas and recognition and fame and status, and we got to feed our ego. And if we can exit ourselves out of that mentality and figure out that we're, like you said, Cassandra, spiritual beings with a human body, not human bodies just waiting to check out of here and maybe get in Heaven Stadium on a 40-yard line seat, after we die. It's really one of two things. We're either a human being with a soul, or we're spiritual beings with a temporary body. It's one or the other. It's not both. So thank you so much, Cassandra, for what you had to say. I really do appreciate you. Ribbit, go ahead.
So just to add on to what you and Cassandra just said, Q has a post. It's number 3038. I call it Words of Wisdom. And it's intended for everybody on the face of the earth when they're traveling through their journey looking for information, but it's basically telling you to think for yourself and things along that nature. I have it posted, pinned at the top of my page. It's forever pinned there, but it's good. And then just a quick comment for, I know there's people that don't like Q and all that, but if you look what that represents or what Q is fighting for, look into that. It's for the benefit of mankind.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Ribbit. I love that you pulled that out. This is our house, my friends. This is your house. Do not give consent and remember who you are. Many of us are not feeling good right now. Many of us kind of feel icky. Do you have friends that feel like they just have the flu that's not going away? Their attunement to understanding how to verbalize that the spiritual awakening just hasn't really hit them yet. But for most of you in this room, it probably has hit you. And David, thank you so much for what you brought to the table tonight. But that's the fierceness. Whether you like Q or not, I don't care. I believe in the message because it's brought me lifelong friends that is bringing a community of people together that are going to carry us to the other side. So again, it's all neutral. It's a resource, but take dominion of your house out of this room tonight.
Preach it, sister. Amen. Amen. David, I'm gonna wait. We got a couple more requests here, okay? And persistence, go right ahead.
Before you bring somebody up, I just wanted to address Cassandra's comment about taking something really positive away. I had a recent massage, energetic, crystals, praying over, by this amazing woman. And I had asked her, because I'm aware that when people do energy healing or massage work or chiropractic work, that sometimes you get the energy of the people you work on. And I asked her, how do you, decompress from that? Or how do you wash yourself, if you will, after you spend time in, a negative space or with negative people? And she said, "Oh, I do. I pray and I sit quietly. I meditate." And so she kind of walked me through this, and then she turned around and she said, "What do you do?" And nobody had ever asked me that. And I mentioned I'm walking through, the swamp every day, and I had to stop doing that because I know it's all there. I know the swamp is there. I know who's there. But what I realized was I was being dragged down into that energetically because I was, Cassandra, focusing on the details that you mentioned. The details, certainly we can get into the details of a Lockwood post or a Q post and see how it relates to our life and the present situation. But, we don't want to get into, like I mentioned earlier, we don't need to go down that rabbit hole too far of darkness, because we'll lose our way and we'll lose the light. And so it's so important for us, after we engage with this negativity, to really, whether you put your hands on your heart, like Cassandra was saying, and just understand our beauty and our power and our strength and our wisdom, and really, because it's the reason we're here isn't because of Fauci. It's not because of Gates. It's not because of Biden. It's not because of Rothschilds. It's not because of the Khazarian mafia. The reason we are here where we are right now in this place and time is because of me. We are responsible for our life and the world that we live in. And I believe that this awakening, as we look to the external and point our finger out to the people that are, causing great havoc, we have to understand that they would not have been able to do that without our buy-in. And I mean that literally. We have financed
our own demise. How many people are still going to CVS, Walgreens, HEB, and buying toothpaste or buying, eye drops or buying this and giving our money over to these same organizations that carried out medical experiments not seen since Nazi Germany, and even, blows that out of the water? Because we are still watching Disney. We are still watching, there are going to be 100 people here that say, well, I stopped watching Disney, or I stopped watching this. We got to go across the board. We have to understand that we are still, even after all of this madness that has occurred, we are still financing our own demise. So yeah, I just wanted to share that.
Well, you're talking to an energy
Thank
gal.
you, brother. That's awesome. Ledger, welcome to the conversation, brother. Thank you for your patience.
I thank you. I actually didn't mean to hit the microphone, but now that I'm here, I just want to give you guys some support for speaking the word and being so brave in this space that goes against the grain of what we're being told. So really, I'm just here for support and to listen. I appreciate the fact that you're being brave and that you're doing something that needs to be done. And Rob, you and I had a conversation the other day, and I really enjoy it. So I appreciate what you're doing, sir.
Hey, thank you, my friend. Thank you for being here. Your support, your prayers, your words of encouragement mean everything. And look, where we go one, we go all. And as corny as people might want to call that phrase, the bottom line is we're all in the same boat, and we're either going to get off this debt tyranny slave train system and get back our sovereignty, or we're going to continue down this road of being animals on an animal farm. And I'll be damned if I'm leaving this place to my daughters to be animals on an animal farm. I'm not going anywhere until they have a better opportunity at this life than than I had. So thank you for being here, brother.
Amen. I have one more thing to add, if I may.
Yes, sir.
And that's that there are some people here who are probably just now coming to the truth, or like myself. I spoke to you, I really had a realization when certain things happen in the world, the evil in the world proves God's existence, among other things. So what I would do is I would invite anyone here who has not accepted Christ into their life or doesn't really know the truth and has any questions, please reach out to me. Drop a line in my DMs. I'm happy to have a conversation. I'm not going to convert anybody because I don't have the power, but I can show you the path to the one who does have the power. And what that looks like, it's a simple conversation. Maybe we talk about where you are, where you're from, and what's kind of happening in your community, and we'll open some doors for you. So, my faith is my strength. Y'all talked about having some kids and what they're going through right now. We're homeschooling, and that's one of the most Christian things to do. It takes a lot of work. My wife, God bless her, she puts hours and hours in, and the kids, they don't want to do it, but they turn out well adjusted. So long story short, if anybody has any questions at all, wants to get to know the path and, maybe just have a light conversation, drop me a line, because I'm absolutely here for that.
Hey man, thank you, brother. That's a beautiful invite, and it's 100% optional, and that's the way it ought to be done. No bullhorn outside of a football stadium necessary. That's the way it ought to be done. Hey Barry, good evening, brother. Thank you for being here.
Hey, Barry, we can't hear you.
Hey Barry, can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Thank you for putting this on this evening. And thanks to Dave. Back in 2020, when the election went south, I knew something was really wrong in the world. And I came across Dave, and I came across Tori Says, and I got waken up and realized that there was a lot more going on than what we might think. And I think more than anything, there was a spiritual awakening. We're talking about all these comms and Q and everything, and that all didn't bring a lot of peace to me. I just didn't have peace at all in my heart, and that's where the spiritual awakening, where it came in, is that I just realized I need to put my faith in God and trust in Him and really pay attention and be sensitive to the Holy Spirit and let Him lead and guide in my life. And I want to share one thing this evening that the Holy Spirit has shown me in the last few months, and that there's a parable in Matthew chapter 25 that Jesus told. And as a child growing up, that parable really, really made me angry in a way, because it's about 10 virgins, and five were wise and 5 were foolish. And they were all virgins, which is a sign of purity. And I just really could never understand why the 5 wise couldn't share their oil, or why the 5 foolish, were lost. And the Holy Spirit has brought something to me, especially with everything that's going on right now. And I think a lot of this has been a distraction. And I think we're being led into a system possibly that, could allow us to receive a mark that will not be good. I don't know initially if this Trump money, the rainbow currency or whatever, could be good, but I don't know how long that would last. But this parable has really touched me deeply, and I really prayed for wisdom about it. And what was shown to me is that these 10 virgins that went out, we were always taught, or I was always taught as a child, that 5 were wise, 5 were foolish, 5 had oil, and 5 didn't. But I think there's a lot more to this story, is that we can become very complacent with this world. We can become very complacent, like Rob said, with the gold and the girls and all the other stuff that goes along with it. And I think the 5 foolish were very complacent. And I think the reason why they didn't have extra oil was because they thought that they could go buy more oil. And I think that's the whole moral of that parable, is that we have to be very careful in using wisdom, that we don't receive the mark of the beast, that we're not able to go buy more oil. Because I really believe that's the whole purpose of that parable, is that Jesus is telling us, don't become so attached to this world and things of this world and prepping and everything that goes along with it, that we lose sight of the fact that, we can always go buy more oil. And I just wanted to share that. The Holy Spirit impressed me to share that this evening. And I just hope that somebody gains a blessing from it.
Hey, Barry, thank you so much for sharing that with us. I really do, really do appreciate that. And Dave, if you don't mind, it's getting late here. We're 3 hours in because of my 15-minute slow, tardy start with a little technical difficulties. But I would love you to close us out with any kind of final words and summarize the big takeaway and the best advice you could give the group.
Well, thank you, Rob, for putting this together, and Cassandra, you as well, and all the folks that came out, whether it be for Rob or whether it be for me, or what have you. It's just even gathering together, 2 or more in His name, is very powerful. And it's also very detrimental to the people that have been in control of humanity for a very, very long time. And so the takeaway from me, of what we're seeing and hearing, is that we're being given an opportunity to really to really pay attention, to really pay attention and engage in the world around us. We have fallen asleep at the wheel, and we should not be surprised that we're off a cliff in the ditch. We really need to get back on the road and move in a very different direction and in a very different manner. And the way I see that, I'll take you back to basketball analogy once again, which my daughter says those are the only analogies I ever use with her, as if do I have any others. But before I would make a shot, I learned very early on that I had to see it go in first. And I had to see it. I had to hear the swish. I had to, feel the feeling of making the shot. And most oftentimes it was against some NBA team or some NBA player at the time or some college player at the time or a kid in my high school that I wanted the best. And I would go through and I would play this in my mind as I did it. And sometimes when I was just, sitting doing my homework. And the reason I bring this up is because we are so caught up in the swamp that sometimes it's hard to see the future we truly want, especially when that swamp has affected us so negatively, emotionally, financially, spiritually. And that we get so down and we get so lost that we have a difficult time even imagining the shot going in. And I think that the most important takeaway for me, and I do talks like this, by the way, on Spotify. I have a where it's just a meditative talk about what I'm going through, what's going on, and it was really it mirrors my trip to hell and back. But it's different than what you're seeing out on the internet right now. Because it doesn't get into the details of the nastiness and it's more of a conversation. And I think we need to pull ourselves out of the swamp and just start living our lives and imagining how beautiful this world is going to be when we get on the other side of this. And we're going to see and we're going to experience a world unlike anything we've been able to imagine previously, but we have to see it and we have to trust it. And that's where the faith comes in, that if we continue to just do the right things and connect and pray to our creator and give thanks for the life that we do have and being alive in this amazing time and place in human history, and just imagine just a beautiful, beautiful experience together and having a space like this, maybe 2 years from now, and talking about, wow, can you believe we went through that and look at what we're doing now. And it's beautiful. It's fabulous.
Hey, David, man, thank you so much for that, brother. And everyone here, you know what? The cool news is this is just a warm up. We're just stretching right now. As much as we might find that hard to believe and we might be tired, we're stretching. The next 5 years, the next 10 years, people are going to look to us and say, how did you know? When did you know? What did you do? Thank you for fighting. Can you start from the beginning and tell me what happened and now I'm ready to listen to all the history, all the research that you did. Help me understand so I can become a teacher. I can become a defender. So I can make sure that what happened that I didn't see doesn't happen to my kids and grandkids and great grandkids. So the good news is Dave, you're 100% correct. We're going to have an abundance. We're going to have a future that was intended the way the great designer, the intelligent designer, the great father, the great creator, wanted us to live. All he asked for was obedience to him. Don't turn your back. Just let me lead, and your cup will runneth over, and I'll bless you 30, 70, 100-fold over. Not 100 times, 100-fold. Why wouldn't we want to find out what our real purpose is? Find an unbelievable loving father that's with us 24/7, 365. I tell this to people all the time. God doesn't have a resources problem. He doesn't have a resources problem. And if he purposes us to do something, why in the world would we logically think he wouldn't resource us to do what he created us to do? I mean, we live with an abundance mindset, or we live in scarcity. We live with faith, or we live with fear. And it's up to us to figure out which path we're going to take. We've got a lot of people on this call, a lot of people that have gone before us. The wisdom is out there, but we just got to want it. We got to want to go after it. And, the last thing I want to just say is, if this has meant a lot to you tonight, and if you've got any extra ability to help or bless Dave, he's going through a lot of struggles and transitions right now, but I put up in the Jumbotron you can go to his website, davesnedeker.com, or you can donate via Cash App. Dave's trying to, secure new housing in Texas and get things stabilized in his life for him and his kids. He gives abundantly to us, and if we can help him out in any way, I'd be grateful if you can pray about it and just think about what you might be able to do. But Dave, thank you, brother. You're a brother from another mother, and I'm blessed to know you.
Thank you, Rob. I'm blessed to know you, and it's great to meet you in Atlanta back in May when you came up to see me, or came out to see me, and it's been a real pleasure getting to know your audience a little bit, which a few are my audience, and as well, and just it's been a beautiful evening, and I'm grateful, and I just want to say thank you to all those who are reaching out with donations. It's greatly appreciated, and I just I'm praying for the world tonight, and I just ask God to watch us over us all, and to bless us, and to bless this space, and to bless what is coming. We know there are many things coming, and we just ask that it be done in benefit of humanity, because we've been up against so much, and we could use some spiritual lift across the board against this evil cabal, and I think we're getting it. But I also ask for just guidance and just
strength,
a bubble of protection over us all, and strength.
You got it, Dave. Dave, all the way up. Everybody go play that song tonight. All the way up. We've got this, guys. We've already won. The fact that we're sitting here talking to each other, we got this. Have some freaking fun tomorrow. We'll see what it brings. Rob, you're the best, man. Such a great friend, such a great host. And everybody, own your dominion. It's your house. I popped some meditations in the Gavatron if you guys want to grab those. It's true, Dave, you need to cleanse your energy at night. So grab some Qigong videos on YouTube, and we've got this, guys. Many blessings. Rob, thanks again.
Thank you, Cassandra. Thank you, David. And persistence, I promise we'll get back to you next time. If you want to shoot me a question, DM me, and I'll see if I can't get Dave to answer it for you. But we got to call it a night.
I take full responsibility for all technical difficulty, and it doesn't matter that you're in Atlanta and I'm in Texas. I'm still able to infect.
And that was the end of that. You with us, Dave? He might have fallen asleep to the book. He was reading the book.
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yep. There you are.
Hey, man.
That was good.
Thank you. You like that?
Yeah, that was a good interview. And I like that he was able to bring callers up and stuff too. Which is cool.
Yeah, and how about hearing from some old listeners, right?
Yep.
That was really
well, you got a
cool.
bunch of them. You got Rhonda McCreary is y'all rock. She says, thank you again, and Dave, your wisdom and insight were missed. Yeah.
Thank you, Rhonda.
Yep. And we're not done yet. Still got more to go tonight. So we're gonna have a chat here, and then we'll get on to some more stuff. I still got part B of X-22 to do. I got the Table of Titans from this evening, and an SGT report episode, The Mathematical End of the Empire with Bill Holter. And I don't know if you've ever heard Bill Holter, but man, that guy can lay it out too. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He can lay it out. So, it's
Interesting. Like mathematically, or what's his thing?
Well, it's showing how. Okay, so you know how a lot of people really get into gematria.
Sure.
Well, he's like the exact opposite of that.
Okay, but with numbers.
Well, it's mathematically impossible for this shit to be going on and it not to be coming to an end.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm not great at math, but I can do some exponential curves.
Yeah.
And the learning curve and the curve that we are currently on is going up, and it's going to be at a point where it's straight up and down, and it can't go anywhere.
Yep.
And it's going to collapse, and a new Earth emerges, and it's whatever that looks like, it's we can only go up from here. Well, I hesitate to say that because right.
Yeah, no, I hear you. It's
yeah
because we've seen it get kind of wacky. It's like, how can this still be going on? But it's like it's like that saying of you have to show the people, and there's no such thing as coincidence. It's mathematically impossible for this many coincidences. It's mathematically impossible. There's no way that it adds up like they want us to believe that it adds up. And it's just not gonna. I don't know. I feel like that I think the next couple of months, this is just my personal speculation, are going to have some very large effects that are going to reveal like so much to everybody. And I kind of see, honestly, I see this coming to a head within the next, say, 6 months. But at the same time that I say that, I also have to say that doesn't mean that we're free and clear. That just means that in that 6-month period, we're going to see the fulfillment of a large percentage of, what Q posted about. But we still have a war to win. Just because we're winning battles doesn't mean that that's the end of it. And in all honesty, when this is all over, it's still going to take a couple of years for everything to fall into place in order to take care of to get everybody back on the right track, to get everybody moving forward. And it's, I mean, we think about the number of people You got a follower there, Dave, all the way from Australia.
Hi, Dina. How you doing? Boy, they've had a tough go of it, man.
They have, and they're still going through it.
My heart, my heart goes out to all our friends down under. Boy, that's just and New Zealand too. They've really,
And it's like in New Zealand, it was pretty much either you get the vaxxed or you're gonna be vaxxed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's and I have friends down there that basically won't talk to me anymore because of the fact of me telling them what was up with the vax.
Hey, did you catch the first Spaces? One of the early Spaces, and I called in and asked to speak, and it was a Kim.com space, and he was it was right after Arden she resigned.
No, see, I was banned before.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Sorry, dude. I'm sorry. I keep doing that because
I know everybody does that to me, though. Slow Country will send me stuff. You got to watch this. You got to. I can't watch it.
Do you know how many people send me Facebook links? I'm like, people, way to rub it in, you know. I miss Facebook. Facebook was where I got my start, Facebook Live. But any rate, it was Kim.com was saying we ought to let Jacinda Ardern go off and enjoy her retirement. She's been through a lot. And I come on and I'm like, hey, Kim, I'm a fan, going back to when you were willing to testify that there was no way that it was an external hack of the DNC, and that it must have come from inside, and you were willing to testify. So, I appreciate all that you've done. I said, but man, I gotta call you out on this Ardern thing. I said, you're saying she should just go off into the sunset? And I'm like, no way. She does not get off that easy. And I basically,
I think honestly, I think the same thing with this Romney girl too, though, because I think that right now that there is a especially with Ronna Romney,
Ronna McDaniel, the RNC.
She's still a Romney though. But I think that there is something to this, and that the reason that she doesn't want to step down is because when she does step down, people are going to go through the financial records and find out that she was getting kicked back through this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think that there's going to be a huge money thing that is going to be a big problem for her. And the reason that I say that is because last night I had a dream about her on TV stating that she knew absolutely nothing about the missing money. And it wasn't millions, it was billions.
Really?
Yep. And then she walked into court. And then the next part of the dream was her being walked out with a coat draped over her head, handcuffed, and put into into one of those paddy wagon vans.
Really?
Yep. And most of those kind of dreams come true.
Wow.
Yep. So, but there was a whole list of charges and everything that the prosecutor was talking about at the beginning of the dream, and then her attorney and her stepped up to the microphone, and that's when she said, I don't know nothing about this. It's and all that, but from that moment on, she's no longer the RNC leader.
Wow. Well, she's, yeah, like you said, Romney. She's Mitt Romney's niece, but also her her grandfather was a big guy in Michigan. He was a governor of Michigan, and also Governor of Massachusetts was um, her uncle.
Yeah,
So the
that's yeah.
Romneys have been crushing it.
Yep. And the thing is they're all directly associated, and that's I was talking because I have a lot of friends in the Mormon Church and everything, and I have a lot of friends out in the Salt Lake City area, and they were telling me that they people are not happy with Mitt Romney in Utah at all.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah.
There is a great there is becoming, I should say, becoming a great hate towards him, and I have a feeling that it's going to bleed over into other states, and it's not going to be. I don't think it's going to be pretty, honestly. I really don't.
Which part?
Well, it's his takedown is, I think, is going to be extremely painful, not just for him, but for those around him that watched and allowed all of these, all the deception that the entire family has been involved with.
Mhm.
But Utah is done with him.
Yeah.
They don't want him anymore. So that's pretty much good reason to not run again, because they don't want you.
Well, he's going to be exposed in the Ukraine money laundering scheme as well.
Oh yeah, him and his son.
And his main campaign guy is involved too.
Yep.
Yeah.
So because there were four of them, there was it was Romney, Pelosi, Biden, and there was one other one that had a kid over there.
Pelosi, Romney, and Kerry. His
Yep.
stepson.
Yep. So it's like guys, we've caught on to you. We've caught on to you. The American people have caught on to you, and we know. And when the rest of the American people find out, you're gonna be through. You're gonna be, yeah, you're gonna be through. There's no doubt about that in my mind. And it's going to be a permanent thing. It's not going to be something where they're going to be able to go to another state and try and do it from there. Nope, ain't going to happen. And the kids are going to suffer too, because they were involved in it, and they were pilfering just as bad as parents were. I don't think that any of them. I mean, as it is, it's like today there are things coming out. Oh, that Biden's not going to be charged for any of the documents that he had. That dude is a traitor.
Who said that? Who said that?
It came out on let's see. The attorneys and the district attorney that is or the special counsel, Robert Burr, or her, or whatever his name is. I think it's her. That it was in charge of investigating the classified documents found at Biden's home, or at multiple homes, and basically said that they're not going to pursue it. They're not going to pursue any charges. But you're going to go after a guy who was president that had legal right to actually have that through, because he was president.
See, this is that at this point they're all playing this role.
Yep.
Listen, when we see what we've seen unfold, it's unfathomable to us that people are still buying this crock of shit that they're presenting.
Yeah.
So look at how severe it has already been, and trust that that still hasn't worked. Okay. So how much worse does it have to get, or how much more, hypocritical do these people have to be before these people finally say, why did they raid Trump's Mar-a-Lago and, go after him for those, but they're not going after Biden? What about this laptop? I heard there's child pornography on it. What? People are waking up, dude. Like, it's exciting. I mean, it really is. There are more people awake today than ever before in human history, period. And stop, bar none. It's fascinatingly exciting.
So
all right.
today is Flashback Friday. Do you remember this?
Flashback Friday.
I don't want to say, but you'd be surprised.
Do you know who Q Anonymous is? That was the question from the reporter.
Oh.
I don't want to say, but you'd be surprised.
Can you play that again?
Yeah.
This is awesome.
I don't want to say, but you'd be surprised.
When was that? That was
the Cheshire Cat look on his face. Is like, oh, he's just, he's got that, and Real Tory put that out. I kind of thought you'd get a kick out of that. But I was looking to see if I could find where they made the. Let me do a quick refresh.
I don't remember that.
Oh, I do.
Jeez.
I think you might have been in one of your forced hiatuses at that point.
When was it?
That was 2019, leading up to the election time.
That's what I thought. One of my what hiatuses?
Yeah, you were on your forced hiatus.
Oh, right.
And when you got booted, so
yeah,
you weren't seeing everything.
Yeah,
What's this
right.
one here? Smartmatic Group, electronic voting firm based in the UK, has automated voting machines in place in 307 counties in 16 states. The firm's chairman, Lord Mark Monologue.
Yeah.
Monologue. You can't make this stuff up.
Yep.
Come on.
Yep.
Lord Mark Monologue Brown currently serves on the board of George Soros Open Society Foundation.
We reported that probably
7 years ago.
a year ago at least.
Yeah, it was like, oh Lord. Secret illegal Chinese-owned biolab found stocking pathogens labeled HIV, Ebola, in California. Reported that was a year ago that they found that lab, and it's still coming up. So you know how the November rain reference came up, and
Yeah.
we were talking about this interesting. This November rain reference is coming out now. Is there a big drip flood of rain yet to come for November? This definitely isn't a coincidence, knowing Trump. Sarah Huckabee Sanders was talking about this November rain incident in her book. Notice Trump says November Rain by Guns N' Roses is the greatest music video ever made. Not the song, but the video. Movie. You're watching a movie, Q. All 3 movies playing at once. Hunt for Red October play. There is a November Rain playing. Interesting. Guns N' Roses is touring right now as well. So maybe there's some clue there too. Dissect the video. Maybe watch Guns N' Roses November Rain. And I'd play it, but we'd end up getting
Yeah. I'll just sing it for you.
Are you saying this is going to hurt me a lot more than it's going to hurt you?
Yeah.
I was on with Ronnie the other night, because Ronnie does evening times like this. And so somebody wanted Ronnie to sing a song and he wasn't up for it. I said, Ronnie, I'll come up and sing a game song for you. So I went up and we ended up singing for like 3 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Hey, what was what was that post that you just had up? Who was that?
Aardvark. AAAAARDVARK. And he's replying to you and Soul Country because you're referenced in this.
Oh, I am. Okay.
Yes, you are. Yep, Silver Girl referenced you. You, Digital Hawk, Angel of Yahweh, Divine Hecate.
I see it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Silver Girl's looking out. Good looking out. That's awesome. Yeah. I was just on the Q drops, and I'll take you to this because it's very very poignant here.
Let me pull mine down real quick.
Okay.
Ears up. There you go. You're up on stage there.
Thank you, sir. And let me know when you see the cue.
Oh, yeah, it's there. It's there. Okay. It's I'm not sure what it was, but something had created a buffer or something going on at that time. I think it might have been because you had Twitter open and the broadcast was paused. So I think that might have been what was conflicting and causing that lag.
I did a speed test at that point, and I had over 100 megabit, 140 megabit upload.
Oh, that's like 5 times faster. Actually, probably more like 500 times faster than what I got.
Yeah. So that's why I said that. You ain't putting this on me, guy. You're on a freaking generator and a dial-up modem over there. So read carefully. Sound familiar? Sometimes a leak turns into a flood. I was on with my friend today who I've been doing the Ingersoll Lockwood stuff with him. And he was the one that kind of brought it back into my lap after, God, I haven't been on that website in over a year. And we were talking about if something happens today and what that would look like, maybe the firmament's opening up, or now that the thing is delayed, and he seems to think that what we're going to be experiencing isn't a biblical flood, but an information flood.
Yep.
And so here we go. January 23, D class, COC, POTUS greater than bar greater than Durham. F class, kill brackets, classified intel provided, 5i, non 5i as needed. Oh, by the way, Kim.com, he was like, that that the US was really wrong in what they did with COVID, and New Zealand was just pressured by the U.S. He was basically blaming it on the U.S., like not giving Ardern any responsibility whatsoever. And I'm like, oh, were they pressured into that? Like they were pressured into Five Eyes? And he, like, I just stopped him cold, and he's like, well, yeah, but New Zealand's a small player in that. And I'm like, what are you talking about? It's like they're part of it.
Yeah, if you got a
Yeah.
seat at the table, you're a major player. There's no way around that.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the largest intelligence organization worldwide.
Yeah. Right.
Sees all, hears all, and there's no hiding it. No hiding
Yeah.
it whatsoever.
Yeah. And so at any rate, so people were like coming on, and you're like, Dave, you're so right. I mean, I can't. Kim lost me. I'll never follow him again. I can't believe he's sticking up for her. And then, dude, I tried to come back in a couple more times because I wanted to ask him, because I didn't have a chance to ask him. Did she help you keep you from being extradited to the United States to face trial on your case? Because he had a file sharing thing, so they were trying to go after him like they went after like Napster and that kind of stuff.
Right.
He had a thing called Mega Upload, and
so yeah, I've heard of him.
So yeah. So he wouldn't let me back on, right? And because the first one didn't go too well for him, and then at the end he said, "Well, I must tell you that Jacinda did help me with my case." Right? It's like, well, dude, come on. Why didn't you say that at the get-go? Then you wouldn't have lost your credibility. Because you had to say that because she was the one that helped keep you out of prison.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So anyway, so does Durham want to hold freeze public D-class due to criminal nature of the probes? ? Think GJ material. When did the investigation begin? When did the investigation really begin? Nothing can stop what is coming. Nothing. Slow drip into flood. Looking forward to that flood, sir. What storm, Mr. President? You'll see. POTUS.
Yep.
So, yeah. So slow drip flood. GJ. I got to look up GJ. Let me get back up here. GJ. I know as soon as I see this, I'm going to be like, oh man, you're tired. Here we go. No, not here. Yeah, grand jury. Yeah, grand.
Yep.
Of course. I was thinking it was a person. But yeah, well, all right, my man. Well, I got picking up my daughter in the morning, taking her to school.
It's been a long day for you.
Yeah, you too, and I've made it longer with my addition to the show here. So
That's fine. It's when I get tired, I just tell people. We stopped. We ended up stopping last night when I got tired. Because I had a busy night before with the accident and all, and then with the generator problems that
yeah.
waking up to generator problems, and this is the new one, Dinah. There's a part 1 that's already up, but Facebook only allows for 8 hours of recording, and we're at the 9 hour and 4 minute uh, 9 hour, 4 minute mark right now. So it's we see you though. We see you. It's the only thing is when I type into StreamYard, it doesn't go to Facebook. So generally, I try to pull up your comments and put them on the screen so that everybody that's in the YouTube chat can see you and see what you're saying, and and then I'll either put up my response or their responses in order to let you know that you're seen. But you're definitely seen. And like I said, we still have more to go. I have when Dave goes to bed here, I'll be doing the part B of the X-22, the Table of Titans from Space Shot tonight, and also the SDT report, mathematical end of what was it? The mathematical end of empire. So I got about probably about 4 more hours worth of content that I'll be
wow.
Go. So, but yeah, you can go back and watch part one. Part one, he comes in. I don't remember how long I was going. I think I had only been going about an hour, maybe an hour to an hour and 20 minutes, and you'll see where we bring him in, and it's and that's about 4.5 to 5 hours long. So between everything that we did. So
nice. Dina says, miss you, Dave. Is this a new show? Dina, no, this is me just joining Hawk on his channel until I get kind of back up and running. And I tell you, Hawk, that it's everybody tried to sign up on Truthcast and couldn't sign up.
Yeah.
It's like you've got to be kidding me. I mean, I've just been, and thank you all who have tried to subscribe. And if you care to donate other ways, I'll get you into whatever I'm doing, and you can go in through Spotify and find me there. You can Hawk just dropped some stuff down there. Thank you, Hawk.
Yep.
But the subscription for that Truthcast Media is not working, and basically, I'm figuring out other ways to come to you, and Hawk is helping me with that by just getting the word out and kind of getting. And I'm also doing. I've had a lot of requests for interview. Well, not a lot. Three requests for interviews since my show with Nino, and so I'm going to be getting out a little bit more, and just until I get my home situation figured out and studio, and get back on a platform somewhere. So I'm working it out. But thanks for your patience, everybody, and keep up the good fight. Silver Girl is just on. You're doing some great job on Truth Social, and keep up all the great work, guys. And Hawk, thanks for all you're doing, man, and keeping us all on the battlefield, brother. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. And folks, Dave is going to be back pretty regular until he gets his own platform going. So keep tuned in. And as he gets more and more stable, and then once he's got his platform up, we'll of course be sharing that as well. The idea of it is to bring everybody back here that has been booted from both Facebook and from YouTube, and getting these guys back on. It might be because it's loading, Dina. So it might take it might take a little bit of time for it to finally load the whole podcast. But it should be there. Absolutely.
I think you might have been talking about the Truthcast Media. I'm not sure, but
okay. But also, Dave, you should drop the link to that that interview that you did today.
Oh yeah.
And I will take and I can put it up over on the face on the. Oh, okay. She says yes, Truthcast. Okay. Yeah. But we'll also drop the link for that interview there on X. What's it called again? The Spaces.
Spaces.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah. So, and I would believe that after today's interview, they'll probably have him back on there quite often, or as often as they can get him. So,
and guys, just go to go to it's at just go to davidsnedeker.com, and there's some cool stuff there. Have you seen that I send you there?
No, I've been to the indoctrination.com. I've been to that quite often.
This is let me pull this up.
That's under Dave Snedeker, right? DAVE.
David.
Oh, it's under David. Okay.
Yeah. I think I lost your.
What you should do with that site is post up any place that you're going to be doing interviews or making appearances on, and put links there.
You're right.
Because that would be a great way for people to be able to reach out and be able to know where you're at and be able to catch anything that you're on. So I saw you drop the link in the
yeah, this is it here. That's me. I got to take dark mode off. Here we go. This is are you seeing that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just pulled up the site. So.
Oh, okay. So
I put it up and bookmarked it, and I'll drop that periodically for people so that they can, and if you can get something on there where it shows where your next interview is, and stuff like that, then I can pump that out to people too. So
cool. Thanks, man.
Yeah. Scoot, I'm right now I am 2/3 of the way. I'm 425 away from getting it. So we're almost there. So keeping my fingers crossed.
Yeah, guys, we got to cross the finish line with Hawk and his generator.
I got the weekend, so it's I'm hoping to raise it over the weekend. He's not coming to get the generator until 1 o'clock on Monday. But if he wasn't leaving for Texas, he wouldn't have a problem with leaving it with me. But it was just, he was godsend at that moment, so, I must be doing something right because the Lord's putting the right people in the in the path, in order to make sure that I keep going. And he told me to get back to work, and he told you to get back to work too. He just used me to deliver the message.
Right.
So,
yeah.
But he's working, and he's brought a lot of good people together. It's Christ, like I said, my Facebook has never had so many followers before. I've never had so many friend requests either. Normally I get maybe like 1 or 2 a week, but now I got like 50 to 100 a day. I'm like, oh boy, I don't know if I can keep up with this, but we're gonna try.
It's all good, man. There's a reason why this is happening the way it's happening, and I just want all boats to rise, man. And that's where we need to be, and we need to raise our frequency, raise our vibration, and it's hard to keep a high vibration when you're going through some of the difficulties that we are, and it's also hard to look out at the landscape, the media, the alternative media landscape, and see the people that are making money hand over fist, and looking at their content and realizing that that's it's not necessarily helping.
No.
And
There's a lot of
so,
fear. There's so much fear porn out there. It's ridiculous.
yeah.
And I'm so over that. So done with that. I want, that's why the content that I play is, on the spiritual war side, that's all stuff that people need to hear about, and they need to understand that, and they need to understand the, the concept that, it's not always human beings that are fighting. It's the, the real powers that be. Satan has control of the earth right now, and he's battling God, and and their forces are battling in the heavens right now, and everything that we do in order to, like you said, raise our vibration and have a positive outlook, no matter how bad things are going. I don't have time to be sad because the dogs keep me so damn busy that I don't have time to be sad. The puppies, bring me joy and make me laugh, no matter how down I am, because of not having everything that I want to have for them. But the fact of the matter is, I look at it like this, they could be in a place where, where it's somebody who, just doesn't care about dogs, and treats them like crap, or beats them, or chains them up to a tree. No, they got a 30-acre running area here, and they eat pretty damn good. They eat better than I do. I know that. But it's and people are generous. They donate, they help. I get bags of dog food in the mail. To me, that's a blessing in disguise. Shelby, or Auntie Wells, as everybody knows her by, she's been, she was a saving grace, for a good 6 months. She, while I wasn't podcasting, made sure that there was always food here for the dogs, always goat's milk for the babies, things like that. And and is, helping to build a brighter future for all of us. And she was, and not only that, but kind of being a spiritual guide for me. I made a smart ass remark yesterday. She wasn't too happy about it when she heard it either, because I referenced Joe Biden. I said, Joe Biden's got a handler, right? And we know it's Joe Biden. And we see all these other people that we know that they have handlers. Jeffrey Epstein had Ghislaine Maxwell. That was his handler. Well, where it comes to the spiritual side of this, Auntie Wells is my spiritual handler. She reminds me, that even when things are going wrong, how much God loves me, and how much He wants me to bring, to be joyful and rejoice and share that joy with Him. And she reminds me of that constantly. When I'm really down, it's like, let's pray together. So she's been my rock. She's helped me through a lot of this, and I got some great viewers that have been really, really helpful. And show up out here at the farm. Quite a few of them have taken some of my dogs home with them. So puppies that have gone to really, really good homes with really good, adults that are willing to train them, spend the time with them that is necessary. Because German Shepherds, these are working dogs. These are working dogs. They need a job. And if they don't have that job, they're not content. They will chew up everything. They will make messes, and destroy things, you know. So you give them the proper love and the proper training and the proper amount of attention, and they are the most loyal and helpful working dogs that are out there, you know. So I've been blessed. I really have. I've been blessed a little bit with too many paws, but you know, I've got one right now that was tied to my gate. The person couldn't take care of him. It wasn't from one of our litters. Was tied to the gate because the person heard that I take in, you know, German Shepherds that people don't want because they don't know how to take care of them. Well, the thing is he's got he has what do you call it, mange.
Yeah.
Now it's not contagious, but it's extremely painful, and that's the guy you hear in the background back there, trying to scratch. You know, I had to put a cone on him, you know, because he was scratching so hard he was like almost tearing his face up. But since he's been here, he's actually had one-on-one attention. He's had somebody hug him, you know, brush him, you know, hold him, you know, walk with him, talk with him, spend time with him. And he never had that at his old home, you know. You know, and I've taken in quite a few that are like that, you know, that have, you know, developmental problems because of the people that are trying to raise them. You know, so people go to these big fancy farms and everything, get a dog thinking it's going to be the greatest thing in the world. But then they realize how big a German Shepherd gets and they freak out. You know, they're like, oh my God, look at it. He takes up the whole damn couch. You know, I can't have that, you know. The dog eats more than I do. Yeah, you know.
Well, maybe you ought to eat some of that food because their coat is fuller than yours.
Yeah, you know, I'm
right.
almost. I got hair all the way down to my butt. Okay, but
so do they. So do they.
There was a time, okay, because before I had this farm, and the house that I had down in Beaverton, I was homeless for about 3.5 years, I ate dog food. I'm not ashamed to admit it. It's, you know, I ate dog food, but I got ramen. It's better. It tastes a whole lot better, anyways. It may not be as good as the dog food is for you, but I got ramen. Yeah,
right.
It's funny tonight. Tonight was my first meal that wasn't ramen in a long time. I think 22 or 23 days. I actually had kielbasa and potatoes tonight. I was sitting here eating while your interview was going on. And I was just like, oh, if people only knew. And I'm eating a real food right now. They'd probably die. But I can name every flavor of ramen on the planet. Yeah.
Yeah, you need. We need to shift out of this space, and we're on our way. You know, things are gonna shift, and yeah.
Lord's got big plans for us all.
What's that?
The Lord has big plans for us all.
Yeah.
You know, the thing is we just have to recognize that He has a plan for us and go with it. You know, trust Him. You know, and putting the faith in Him has allowed me to survive these 3 years. You know, I mean, because it's, you know, you and I talked about this before. I had a flourishing business here. I went from making $7,000 a week to making 44 grand a month. You know, and we were doing great. But then all of this set in, and that was the end of it. It was like I was like, wow, somebody must really hate me. to have a medical grower just like fall this hard this fast, and but then I realized that this was part of my test, part of my trial, and a part of my awakening to that I don't have to do it all by myself.
Yeah.
And once I realized that I wasn't alone and I didn't have to be alone anymore, I began to see his glory working, and what a difference that made. God's awesome.
Yeah. And always provides. That's why you're going to get your generator, and we're going to shift into a new paradigm altogether.
Amen.
All right, brother.
Get some rest.
Yeah. You too. Get some rest, man.
I will,
All right,
brother.
we'll talk soon. Thanks.
Hey,
Good
Dave.
night, brother. Good night.
All right, folks. While he goes off to bed, we are going to continue this journey tonight. Let's kick right off right where we left off, which was the X-22 Part B. Part A was kind of depressing anyways. You hear about the financial collapse and everything else. It's like, oh boy, come on, give me some good news. But here we go. X-22 Part B. Oh, I got it. It'd help if I bring it up on the screen, wouldn't it? Yeah. There we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X-22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3213BN. Today's date is November 16th, 2023, and the title of the episode is Two-Tier Justice System, Patriots Instill Fear, Deep State Then Makes Disastrous Counter Moves. Let's talk about being prepared. Violent crime across the U.S. has skyrocketed. Just recently, a politician was carjacked by 3 armed attackers outside his home in Washington, D.C. This comes several months after another politician was assaulted in the elevator of her building. Between mass shootings, homicides, kidnapping, burglaries, carjacking, and more, it's never been more vital to learn how to protect yourself. This is why myself, along with tens of thousands, are choosing the Fighter Flare flashlight. The Fighter Flare flashlight has awed people with a wonderful design and a massive light output. On top of an ultra-bright 800 lumen light, it boasts powerful strobe light modes for self-defense, glass-breaking hammer, a built-in power bank, solar-powered recharging, rope and wire cutter, siren high and low LED light modes, and much more. Countless 5-star reviews back up the notion that the flashlight is the latest and greatest in the EDC market. This holiday season, give the gift of protection for your loved ones. Simply place your order now to get 25% off, along with access to Prepper's Peak exclusive newsletter, free express shipping, and last but not least, 100% lifetime guarantee replacement before they sell out by going to fighterflare.com and using promo code Black Friday. That's fighterflare.com and use promo code Black Friday, or click the link in the description. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech fake news, the puppet masters, they are now going to get caught up in their narrative, because no matter which way they go with this document case, they are screwed. Now, a lot of people are saying, well, what do you mean by this? How are they going to be screwed? Well, people are going to see the two-tier justice system. Remember, Trump, he was the president of the United States. Under the Presidential Records Act, he can have these documents. He also can declassify the documents. Biden, who is the vice president, and before that, a senator, under the Presidential Records Act, he is not allowed to have those documents, either as a senator or a vice president. And he's had these documents as both, and he has a lot of them. It's not like he misplaced one and oops, there's a piece of paper, I forgot I had it. So Ben-Hur has been investigating Biden, which there really is no investigation. And we have Jack Smith investigating Trump. No matter what they do to Biden, it doesn't turn out well for them. Why? Because if they bring charges against Biden, how do they explain bringing charges against Trump? Remember, he's the president. Biden is not. If they drop charges against Biden and they drop the charges against Trump, well, Biden, when he had the documents, was the vice president. He violated the law. And he was the senator. He violated the law. So how did they drop the charges? If they drop the charges on Biden and they press charges against Trump, everyone sees the two-tier justice system. They see it throughout this entire process, actually. So people are going to question this no matter what. No matter what they do, they're screwed and they know it. The people can see the two-tier justice system. And the people are getting more and more of this type of information, and they're realizing, wow, these people are never, ever going to bring charges against their own. And that's exactly what's happening. Because now we have coming out of an anonymous source, of course, and this is how they project everything out. They're already letting everyone know that there's a report coming and there are no real charges. So now they're going to have to turn to Trump and say either they charge him or they don't charge him. Either way, everyone's going to see that Biden violated the law. Trump never did. They're going to see the two-tier justice system. They lose. Remember, this is the court of public opinion. It's not the DOJ, the FBI, where they're going to bring charges. Trump wants the people to see. Remember, his entire plan is to get the people on his side. And he needs to be transparent. He needs to show the people the truth. And once the people see it, the people never forget it. The people aren't stupid. The people will think logically. Once they're woken up, they see it all. So Trump, he knows in the court of public opinion, he needs the people to see this. He needs this to play out. Because remember, this all revolves around the 2024 election. And he knows the people are going to make the decision. Doesn't matter what the FBI or the DOJ or the rest does. That's meaningless because Trump knows that they're not going to do anything. They're all part of the criminal syndicate. If you're part of the criminal syndicate, you're not going to press charges against your own unless one of your own goes up against you and starts to reveal certain information. That's when they take you out. Otherwise, what's going to happen? Nothing. But he wants the people to see it. He wants the people to go, holy crap, look at this. Biden was a senator. Biden was a vice president. And under the Presidential Records Act, under NARA, he wasn't allowed to have these documents. And they decided not to press charges. Even though they didn't press charges against Trump, why didn't they press charges against him? Yes, they're going to come up with this long, ridiculous statement in their report saying this is why we didn't, because they handled the documents nicely and they turned them out. They turned them over. It doesn't matter. They broke the law. Again, if they don't bring charges against Trump, everyone sees it. If they bring charges against Trump, everyone sees it. It's a no-win situation for the deep state players. And Trump understands this. And he knows the people will see it, just like they've been seeing everything else. And think about it. Every step of the way, what do the Patriots do? They actually instill fear into the deep state players. And once they do this, what do? Well, out of fear, they make ridiculous moves. They make ridiculous countermeasures. And this is exactly how this entire plan works. Why do you think Trump comes out with all these different statements with retribution? They're instilling fear. Why do you think he says, listen, they just set this precedent against me and I can turn around and do the same exact thing. I can go after every single one of these people. Why do you think they've come out with all these different articles and everything else where they're saying that Trump is Hitler? Because Trump, he is using this against them. And he's making them do really stupid things. And that's exactly what people are seeing. Because the people are saying, well, wait a minute. You did this to him. He didn't do this to you to start off with. Biden came after him, indicted him multiple times. during an election, and you're already doing it to him. So you're already setting the precedent. So Trump is just saying, I can go after you and do the same exact thing. And the people see this. The people see it very, very clearly. And the people, they're going to understand this in the end. Just like they're understanding everything else that's going on. They understand that January 6th was not an insurrection by the people. It was an insurrection by the deep state players. The people are starting to realize that the pro-Palestinian marches, they are the same exact group that we had in the BLM marches. And the people see the two-tier justice system. They see that, hey, look, they're not going to really arrest any of these people. They're not going to throw them in jail, keep them in jail for 1,000 days for an insurrection when they had an insurrection in D.C. They're not going to do any of these things. The people now see all of this. In the end, this is not going to work out too well for them, because as the people wake up and the people see all this play out, the people start to understand the deep state system. And this is what's very important about this entire plan. The people need to understand the system so they can fight against the system. And when they fight against the system, they're able to take back the country from the system that they implemented. And then they can keep the country after that. Without seeing any of this, how could the people do any of this? That's why the people needed to see the 20 shell companies. They needed to see how treasonous Biden really was. Yes, I know there was rumors out there and people had suspicions, but you needed to actually see it, because this needs to lead to another, which leads to another, which leads to another. And I do believe on deck is Obama. And you needed to see how in line and how controlled the Biden administration is and how he works with foreign nations. We're going to be talking a lot more about this a little bit later. But first, let's talk about Biden, actually, because remember, he had Xi Jinping come to the United States and they set up all Chinese flags and it looked like they were actually in China. And Biden, he was giving a talk, and you could see on Blinken's face, he wasn't happy with Biden because he was talking about Xi and how Xi is a dictator of a communist government. And Blinken, he did not like what Biden was saying, which I find very, very interesting. But Trump, he did say something very interesting about Xi Jinping and fentanyl. He put this out on Truth. He said, President Xi and I had a deal whereby China was going to criminalize at the highest level the death penalty, the manufacturing of fentanyl. That deal miraculously disappeared with our rigged presidential election of 2020. Too bad. One more thing to add to the stolen election list of disasters. So that's interesting, because we have a fentanyl problem in this country, and it didn't go away. It actually got worse. And Trump's letting everyone know, I had a deal with him. And look, what did Biden do? He reversed everything that I did. So everything that Trump did was a Band-Aid fix. And when Biden came in, he was able to reverse everything. That's why this plan had nothing to do with the 4-year election. We weren't taking back the country. We weren't changing everything. The plan was set up. Trump needed the 4 years to see the classified information. He needed the 4 years to set up the continuity of government. He needed the 4 years to put everything into place, like the pause, so the people then could wake up. He actually took the plan and made it into a 7-year plan. And now with the people awake, now we can take back the country, because the people now can see it all. It's the Great Awakening. And everyone can see that the Band-Aid fix doesn't work. And the people needed to see the system to take back the system. That's what he did. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, and we mentioned this in the very, very beginning, that special counsel Robert Hur, he is not expected to charge anyone in connection with a mishandling of classified documents at 2 locations connected to Joe Biden. And this is coming from 2 anonymous sources that told CNN. Now, I do believe they're projecting this out there. It looks like Robert Hur is going to issue a report on the matter, and it's going to detail, why he didn't break the law and blah, 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 blah. But we can see right off the bat, he did break the law. It's an open and shut case, because he was senator and vice president. If any other senator or any other vice president took the documents, well, they would be prosecuted, with, especially with the number of documents that he took. Actually, Pence had some documents. He should be investigated too. They all should be investigated. But again, I do believe they ran into a problem, because remember, they went to look at Trump's documents. They needed to go in there and see exactly what he had, because they thought they would surprise him and they would find the continuity of government documents and everything else, but they didn't find any of that, and they were trapped in all of this. And remember, Dan Scavino let us know that there was going to be a raid in Mar-a-Lago. He put up the door with 45 on it. And Trump trapped them in all this because none of the information that they needed was there, but it was too late. They illegally came in and searched the entire place because there was no basis for the warrant. And then they were trapped in it, and all of a sudden information started to leak out that Biden had information. You think it was just a coincidence that it leaked out? Of course not. Trump and the Patriots wanted everyone to see this. They wanted everyone to understand, because remember, this is about exposing their entire system, exposing the two-tier justice system. And that's what everyone is seeing. Just like in the case with Biden, with his business dealings, with his shell companies, and everything else, especially his, pseudonym email addresses. The Oversight Committee on X put this out and said, "We're calling on Kevin Morris to appear for a transcribed interview." Kevin Morris is a Hollywood lawyer and Democrat donor who reportedly lent millions of dollars to Hunter Biden to help him pay back taxes and pay off his legal bills and China debt. So that's very interesting. They are now bringing in people, and they're going to actually investigate all of this. Now, again, this information can be submitted to the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice is not going to do anything. Even if they take it, you know how the game is played. Oh, yes, we will investigate for the next 27 years, which means they will do absolutely nothing. This is how they play the game. And the Oversight Committee, they put this out on X and said, "We still haven't received the 99.98% of the Biden pseudonym emails." So 82,000 pages of emails found, 14 pages of email received. So why hasn't the National Archives released the rest? Because they're panicking right now. They know if they release all of it, game is over. Well, the game is over because they players, they're not in control. Every move they make, everything that they're doing out of fear. And yes, Trump and the Patriots, they're watching this all play out. They're pushing them down a certain path because they want the people to see the truth. And that's what people are seeing. And you have to understand, when we say the Patriots are in control, it doesn't mean they are in control of every little tiny thing here. Certain things are happening naturally. Certain things are happening out of fear. When we say the Patriots are in control, I do believe they're in control of the government. Now, the tiny inner workings of the government, I do believe Trump and the Patriots want these people to do things very, very naturally, and they want to trap them in all of this. This is game theory, military planned. And think about it. They needed to do this to wake the American people up. They needed this to happen, and it needed to look as natural as possible. And that's exactly what people are witnessing right now. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that the Texas House of Representatives, they passed immigration bills that mark a drastic shift in the state's approach to border control. And according to the Texas Tribune, the House approved measures to not only allocate $1.5 billion for additional border barriers, but also to criminalize the act of illegal crossing the Texas-Mexico border as a state crime. Senate Bill 3 would channel $1.54 billion towards the construction of border barriers and fund state troopers to patrol Colony Ridge, a housing development near Houston. During the House debate, lawmakers adopted an amendment from the State Representative Tracy King to SB 3. This amendment would allow a portion of the funds to aid local police and governments in enforcing a newly proposed state crime as outlined in Senate Bill 4. SB 4 takes a direct approach to immigration by making it a state misdemeanor to illegally cross from Mexico into Texas. It grants Texas peace officers the authority to arrest illegal immigrants and requires the state judge to order the person to leave the U.S. and return to Mexico, circumventing prosecution. After passing on an 83-61 vote, the bill already approved by the Senate now awaits the governor's signature. Now, of course, you had those D's out there saying that this is completely racist. Now, once again, everyone's going to see how well this works out, and people are going to see the truth of the matter. Just like when Trump shut down the borders, made them secure, built the wall, people realized, holy crap, we have a secure border. Remember, this whole time, the deep state players, the D's, they were telling everyone that this is racist. You can't do this. Everything is racist to them. That's what they use. They use emotion to convince you of something that doesn't really exist. And once again, when you actually do it, you see the truth of the matter. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see that NewsGuard, they are a surrogate for Big Pharma. They're the surrogate of the FBI, and they have paid NewsGuard a lot of money to control the narrative, to censor people. And it looks like Consortium News was targeted, and many other news organizations, they were targeted after NewsGuard received $749,000 from the Defense Department contract in 2021 to identify false narratives relating to the war between Ukraine and Russia, as well as other forms of foreign influence. So once again, the government is getting involved, paying these organizations to actually say, no, this news organization, they're fake. This news organization is putting out misinformation, disinformation. And this is all being controlled by the government because why? They needed to control the narrative of everything. And it looks like this is completely and utterly falling apart. The people are starting to realize, hey, you know what? All these fact checkers and all these different organizations, they're controlled by the tyrannical government. The tyrannical government is acting like the British government back when our founding fathers were fighting for their freedom. They're doing the same exact thing. And the people are starting to realize this and understand this. Now, you could see why they want to control and say, oh, this news organization, this social media company, or, whatever is not on the up, and they give them, check marks or stars or ratings or whatever they give them. You could see why they're doing it because there are more and more social media companies that are popping up and the truth is getting out there and they're trying to figure out a way to control all of this. And you can see with True Social, they're having a major problem. With X, they're having a major problem. With Rumble, they're having a major problem. Devin Nunes put this out on Truth because it looks like there's a lot of fake news coming out about True Social. And the fake news is about the funding and how much True Social is making. And it looks like Devin Nunes is now going after them and hitting them really hard. He said, having served as the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee during the committee's investigation of the Russia collusion hoax and the first impeachment of President Trump, I've seen my share of fake news attacks, but I have never seen one as massive, malicious, and tightly coordinated as the parade of nearly identical stories touting false financial results for True Social. Our company is the centerpiece of a rapidly growing movement, and we created the platform for a fraction of the cost spent by the big tech giants. The mainstream media apparently is frustrated. They can't stop us, so they defame us. Having squandered the trust of the American people, the mainstream media has become a pitiful, embittered, and increasingly idiotic industry. And he's absolutely right. And yes, they are panicking because, again, they can't control these platforms. They're trying to, but they don't control it like YouTube, like Facebook, like Instagram. They used to control Twitter. They lost that control. Now they've lost control, or they don't have control of all these platforms. Yes, they still have control of YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram, but think about it. There's X, there's True Social, and there's Rumble. Yes, there's other ones like BitChute, CloudHub, and many others. But those are the main players right here, and they're panicking because more and more people, they are flocking to these platforms, and they know that they can get the truth there. And this is going to be a major problem for them as we approach war. Look, with these platforms, the entire COVID narrative fell apart. They tried to, bring it back. They tried to bring back the boosters. How come that didn't work out well? Because people got the truth. When we enter 2024 and we start to see the economy fall apart, people are going to look for the truth. What's really going on here? As war builds up, people are going to look for the truth. What's really going on here? People are looking for the true poll numbers because remember, ABC, CBS, and YouTube and the rest, they give fake poll numbers to control the narrative. So people are going to be looking for the truth. Remember, the deep state players, without controlling the narrative, it's game over for them. Remember, they've been telling us, oh, Ukraine has the upper hand. Putin, he's on his last leg. The country is falling apart. It's going to implode. He doesn't have a chance. And what have the truth tellers been telling everyone? The complete opposite of what they have been saying. And now we're at the point where they have to admit that everything that they said was a complete and utter lie. The Wall Street Journal put this out and said, it's time to end magical thinking about Russia's defeat. So the Wall Street Journal is claiming that, listen, Russia won this. They're not going to be defeated. Ukraine doesn't have the upper hand. Ukraine is actually screwed. They were screwed from the very, very beginning. And the fake news, the social media platforms that they control, they tried to convince everyone that Ukraine was going to win, and they were always winning. While the truth tellers were saying the complete and utter opposite. And now we see that Putin was in there removing the biological weapons, removing the neo-Nazis, removing the deep state players, and look where we are today. And what's very interesting is that Rudy Giuliani, he was on Roseanne Barr's podcast, and Green Lives Matter put this out on X and said the following. Rudy Giuliani suggests that Saint Zelensky is blackmailing Joe Biden because he has a bank account numbers and files on him that no one else does. Zelensky's mentor was the biggest money launderer in Ukraine. Zelensky knows the whole story. He knows a lot that I don't know. I can give you half the documents. He's got the whole file, which means if he says, Joe, I need 60 billion, Joe says, yes, sir. Joe, I need another 20 billion. You want to see the other pictures of Hunter? What about the foreign bank accounts? Joe, you know, we put a lot of money in foreign bank accounts for you, but I have the bank account numbers. What do you think would happen if we started opening these bank accounts? You better give me the 60 billion. And you can see that, yes, I do believe Zelensky has all this information on him. And now Biden's running into a problem, isn't he? He can't get the funds for Zelensky, which means there's going to be a lot of pressure on Biden. And if Zelensky starts to show the world the truth, that's going to be very, very interesting. Let's see how this all plays out, because who is it not going to play out well for? Oh, it's not going to play out well for the Biden crime family, which is going to put a lot of pressure on the Biden crime family. And now Biden is feeling pressure from all over the place. Do you really think the D's want him there? Do you really think the D's are looking at this going, wow, this guy, we should just keep him in there. Let's have him run for president. Yes, it would be great because Trump could come along and show the world the rest of the information. But I do believe this is why Trump has continually said, when I become president, I'm going to hire a special prosecutor to go after Biden and finish him off. He didn't say finish him off, but that's what he's going to do. I do believe he wants his pressure on Biden so they make the old switcheroo. And I do believe that switcheroo is coming. Now, Trump, he did mention that North Korea is going to be coming into the fold. And it looks like North Korea is now coming into the fold. Now, it looks like the deep state players, they are now working with South Korea. They unveiled a new deterrence strategy aimed at North Korea. And North Korea is out there saying that the actions of the U.S. military officials in the puppet area clearly show that the main culprit causing the escalation of the situation on the Korean Peninsula is none other than the United States, or we should just call them the deep state players, and its followers. So right now, North Korea, they're looking at the situation and they're saying that the deep state players are escalating everything. And yes, you can see that now North Korea is coming into fold, because now we got to go back in time and say, okay, what did Biden do? What did Hillary Clinton do? What did Obama do? What did many other people do? They sold uranium one. Where did they get the uranium one? Did they get it from Arizona near the Grand Canyon? Maybe. Did they then sell it to Russia or pass it through Canada, then to Russia? And then that ended up with Iran and North Korea, because remember, with their 16-year plan, they were going to start a war. And I do believe it was going to be a nuclear war. So now, with all this coming out and North Korea coming into the fold, it looks like this entire agenda is now complete, because now you need to bring in the other players. And I do believe this is what Trump and the Patriots are planning, because you can see all of this now leads back to who supplied these countries with uranium to make nuclear weapons, because Trump said we're heading towards World War III. It's going to be the N word, which is nuclear. So here we are right now. Absolutely unbelievable. And you could see that the deep state players, Soros and the rest, they are now building up the chaos. Think about it. We had close to 300,000 individuals, people in D.C., mostly Jewish people there. Did they riot? Did they burn down D.C.? Did they destroy the White House? No, they were peaceful. Now, fast forward to the next day. At night, what did the pro-Palestinians do? They rioted in D.C. Really think about this for a second. It's the same exact playbook as Antifa and BLM. But that individual who was pro-Hamas, who actually hit the Jewish man on the head, who was Paul Kessler, and Paul Kessler died, it looks like they charged him with involuntary manslaughter. So it looks like he's being charged right now. Remember, this individual was a professor in a community college, Ventura County Community College. Let's talk about protecting our wealth. Are you new to investing and have savings you need to protect right now with the Middle East war, the Ukraine war, maybe Taiwan soon? You need a new playbook that's safe. Allocate some gold now and avoid the frenzied panic of the unprepared. When fear reigns, gold protects the wise. Noble Gold Investments offers a free 5-ounce America the Beautiful coin with new IRAs this month. Shield your savings with a Noble Gold Investment IRA. Go to x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com, the only gold company I trust. And he was violent against someone else. And you can see that these people are violent. Now, what's very interesting is that the Israeli army, they have entered Gaza. They are now looking through the tunnels. They are now seeing evidence of many different things, where the hostages were kept, where they kept their weapons. They are now flushing out the terrorists. Now, again, this is why the deep state players want a ceasefire. They don't want Israel in there. They don't want the world to see, holy crap, they can see that, yes, we do have bases and tunnels under the hospitals. Yes, this is where we kept the hostages. This is where we kept the weapons. The world is seeing this now. And as Israel continually shows the world these pro-Palestinian people, which is Antifa, BLM, and yes, the illegals that came into the country, they're going to get more and more violent as time goes on. But Karma Patriot put this out on Truth and said, can anyone enlighten me about the box labeled World Health Organization? What is that box? So it looks like in this basement, there is a box that says World Health Organization. It looks like it can turn pipes on and off. Maybe it's air, water. But it's very interesting that the World Health Organization actually put this in there. Now, again, if this is under a hospital, you can understand why this is here. But again, you can see here's the tunnel. This is where the hostages were. And Israel is now exposing all this. And this is something the deep state players didn't want exposed. And you can see that the UN, who is part of the deep state system, part of the one world government, they have now voted on a resolution demanding a ceasefire in Gaza. And we could see that they want this to stop. Why? Because everything the deep state put into place is being exposed. All these years where they said, no, there's no bases under the hospital. Oh, no. This is the Palestinian people. No, it's a terrorist group funded by the CIA. They're underneath. Yes, it's also funded by Iran. They're underneath the hospitals. It's the same exact playbook that they used in Ukraine, where they set up their bases in the shopping centers and hospitals. And now the world can see this. And what's very interesting is that the UK, they also voted on their own, and they are completely against the Gaza ceasefire. So once again, you can see that countries are not going along with the deep state players. They're actually pushing against it, because you could see the people now, they're watching this all play out. They're watching sides being taken. They're seeing the infiltration, and you can see it in all these countries. But there are still good people in these countries that say, no, we need to eradicate the terrorist groups, because if we don't, they're just going to come back. It's almost like the central bankers. If you don't eradicate the central bankers, nothing changes. You need to eradicate them. You need to remove them, just like Putin did in Ukraine. But you can see as this continually happens, and as the evidence pours out, the pro-Palestinian rioters, they're going to get more and more violent as time goes on. Raw's Alert put this out and said, pro-Palestinian protesters are clashing with Metro DC police outside Democratic National Committee headquarters. Currently, hundreds of pro-Palestinian protesters have gathered outside the DNC, and they're saying that, listen, they're supposed to be for diversity. They're supposed to be for peace, equality. And why aren't they doing what they said they were going to do? Well, this is a tricky situation, because now they would have to show the people of this country what side they're actually on. And remember, these individuals, they're made up of trans people. They're made up of Antifa, BLM. These are the same exact people that actually had the riots in 2020. And they want the D's to do what they did back then. And this has put them, the D's, in a very, very tough position because America is watching. Because if they go with the pro-Palestinian people and Hamas, this is going to be a disaster for them. So they can't agree with these individuals, and these individuals, they're getting pissed off, which is very interesting. Cynical Publius put this out on X and said, pro-Hamas protesters just attacked the DNC headquarters, and the DC police are shutting them down violently. Big mistake. You can attack the Lincoln Memorial, the White House if Trump is president, the Holocaust Museum, any white oppressor, colonized space, any nomination hearing for a conservative SCOTUS justice, wounded veterans at Walter Reed, the Smithsonian, just about any memorial to any American icon of freedom, and really anything that celebrates America or its Constitution. But if you attack the DNC headquarters, well, that's not allowed. And that's exactly what's happening, and that's what people are seeing. And I do believe the D's are trapped in all of this, because if they expose themselves as in line with Hamas, this is a complete and utter disaster. But what we saw in DC was an insurrection. And now, of course, all these people were arrested. They were put in jail next to the January 6th individuals, who've been spending time in jail and not had a trial. Oh, no, right. That's right. That didn't happen because there's two sets of rules. They've only made one arrest. So 6 officers were injured. They were treated on the scene, and there was one arrest was made for assault. So once again, all these people, they're damaging things, banging on things, breaking windows, graffiti everywhere, and there's one arrest. And now we see the U.S. House buildings, they are now on lockdown. That is very interesting. So once again, you can see the difference here. And the people now realize what's going on. And think about it. They were not thrown into prison. They're not waiting for a trial. And we have January 6 prisoners. They've been waiting 700, 800, 1,000 days. Isn't this what our founding fathers fought against? Where you had a right to a speedy trial, that you wouldn't just be kept in prison forever? This is what they fought about. This is why they created these rights. This is why they said you have the right. But look what the deep state is doing once again. It's what was done back then. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see war is definitely building up. And you could see the deep state players, they are planning to draft the people. Now, before they get to draft the people, they're going to try to recruit the people. And remember, waiting in Congress, there is a bill that they will draft women. See, at that point, they'll know what a woman is. Benny Johnson put this out and he said, new U.S. Army recruitment strategy just dropped. COVID vaccine not required. Up to 50,000 enlistment bonus. And you know what happens when the war starts and they realize, well, we don't have enough people because enrollment has been dropping. We're going to try to use this method to get people into the armed forces. And when this fails, well, then we're going to have to start the draft. We're going to have to start drafting women and men. And you're going to see certain bills pass or maybe brought up in Congress. And the people are going to see this. And the people, and especially women, are going to go, whoa, wait a minute. What are we doing here? We're going to start drafting women. And once again, those people that are on the side of Biden, on the side of Obama, on the side of fake news, on the side of war, well, they're going to have to make a decision in the end. And yes, this is going to build and build and build. Actually, Douglas McGregor on X put this out, and he says, listen, this is how I think it's going to play out. The last thing we as American state want is a regional war in the Middle East. The Iranians and Turks will shut down the Straits of Hormuz. Egypt will close the Suez Canal. We're not preparing to pay $200 a barrel of oil. Given the damage of these fools in Washington have done to our energy sector, $200 for a barrel of oil is absolutely catastrophic. Our financial position would collapse. So think about it. When you start a world war, what do? You shut down things. You shut down the supply of energy. You shut all of this down. You make it very difficult for the country to do anything. So what do you think Iran is going to do? What do you think the Turks are going to do? Yes, they're going to make it very, very difficult. Now, think about what Biden has done. He has tried to bring us into the Green New Deal, and he used the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. He pretty much emptied it. How many days we have left of this? 17 or something like that? So if oil goes to 150, 170, or $200 a barrel, this is going to be a complete and utter disaster for this country. And we will have a very difficult time getting oil from other places, especially if there is a war. And Trump once again put out a video before and now. Before, we had peace through strength. And now we are approaching war. We're approaching nuclear war because of weakness. Because, look, they cheated in the election. And when you cheat and you overthrow the United States government, there are consequences. And people are seeing the consequences right now. And in the end, the people are going to realize what really happened. Remember, you need to bring the people into the fold. So over this next year, that's what Trump is going to do. He's going to show everyone, yes, I've been telling you they rigged the election, but now I'm going to show you. Now you're going to see it firsthand. And now that you're seeing that they rigged the election, they overthrew the United States government, look what's happening. The economy is a disaster. It's imploding. The borders are wide open. We have terrorist cells in this country. We're probably going to have an event. War is building up. And everything is getting worse and worse as time goes on. That's what people are going to see. And what do you think people are going to do? They're going to say, I understand now. Now, again, everyone wakes up at different times. So as we go throughout this year, there's going to be a lot of people waking up at all different times. And yes, the really, really brainwashed people, they're not going to wake up until the very, very end. When we're on the precipice of war. And yes, you're going to have like that 4 to 10% that we're going to have to explain this to them later on of what really happened here, because some people just can't believe it. Some people just can't accept it. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we can see the deep state players, the pharmaceutical companies, they're getting really pissed off because now people are awake. The people see that, hey, wait a minute, look what the pharmaceutical companies did to us. They made us inject ourselves with a bioweapon without giving us the truth. They didn't give us all the information so we could make a logical decision. And now the people now are rejecting the pharmaceutical company, the CDC, the FDA, and now they are losing credibility. Actually, if you look at all the different agencies, all the agencies are losing credibility. But Mother Jones put this out and said, childhood vaccination rates are declining. You can blame MAGA. Wow. They went there. Well, Inversionism put this out and said, and responded to this and said, you should blame yourself and all the dog shit mainstream media organizations that covered up the egregious crimes committed by criminal pharmaceutical companies like Pfizer and the governments they captured to force their toxic bioweapon on people against their will, profiting immensely throughout while gaslighting and censoring people for dissenting against it. They were so overt and disgusting at what they did with the shots that it made people question every other vaccine as well. Rightfully so. Can't wait to see the 2023 numbers now that X has free speech to discuss it. Bet it's much lower. And yes, I do believe this person is absolutely correct. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that Yehuda Miller put out a post on X, and it's referring to a CDC article back in 2019. And in this article, it says, do not use face masks. CDC does not recommend the use of face masks for the general U.S. public to prevent the spread of 2019 COVID. Now, this wasn't allowed to be seen by the public, and it looks like Yehuda Miller got this using the Freedom of Information Act request. He said, exclusive. CDC document warns, do not use face masks. CDC does not recommend the use of face masks for the general use public to prevent the spread of 2019 COVID. This document, obtained via Freedom of Information Act request, was shared by government agencies on February 13th, 2020. So once again, they lied about the masks. They knew that the masks weren't going to work. And actually, you know that the masks don't work. Why? Because the CDC, during the forest fires in California in this past year, when we had them up in New York, because it was, from Canada, they told everyone the mask that you use for COVID cannot be used to protect yourself against the smoke from the forest fires. As soon as they did this, they screwed themselves because the smoke particles are much, much larger than a virus particle. So what they're saying is the smoke particle can get through the COVID masks. So if the smoke particle can get through the COVID mask, that means the virus particle can get through the COVID mask because it's much, much smaller. I mean, extremely smaller. And that's how you know they lied from the very, very beginning, just like they lied about George Floyd. And I do believe in the end, the people, once again, they're learning that they lied to the public. All these riots and everything that they pushed was their agenda. And it had nothing to do with George Floyd, it had nothing to do with Derek Chauvin. It had to do with their agenda where they were pushing one race against another to keep us divided, to keep us busy. The breaker of narratives put this out and said, Derek Chauvin is seeking to overturn his conviction for the murder of George Floyd due to claiming that he has new evidence that shows he didn't cause Floyd's death. And yes, while we were all trapped in our homes, we couldn't go to funerals, people couldn't visit their loved ones in the nursing homes. What did they do? They had a funeral, multiple funerals for this criminal. Really think about that for a second. I think people could see this very clearly. And what's very interesting is what we were saying before about the January 6th prisoners, because we just saw the insurrection in D.C. where they arrested one person. And believe me, this is going to be like no cash bail where they're just going to release this person. They're not going to be put into prison like the January 6th prisoners where they just went ahead and they walked into a building. Remember, Trump is calling them hostages, and they are hostages. And you can see that they're violating their constitutional rights. And the political prisoner, John Mellis, he is watching another birthday pass after 1,000 days in prison without a trial. So they're doing the same thing that they did back during the Revolutionary War. And this is what our founders fought against, because they would actually throw you in jail and there would be no trial. Actually, it would be the opposite. You would have to prove your innocence. They didn't have to prove you're guilty. You had to prove that you were innocent. So you were proving the opposite. That's why our founding fathers switched it. No, they have to prove that you're guilty of what they're saying. Because how do you prove your innocence? That's very, very difficult, especially when they don't tell you the crime. I'll give you an example. Just use today. When Twitter and YouTube brought down people's accounts and they never told them why they brought down their accounts, they didn't give them the reasons. The people tried to appeal the decision, and these social media platforms said, okay, show us why you're innocent. Well, how can you show your innocence if you never told me what I was guilty of? It works. That's how it's working with these crimes. This is what the founding fathers fought against. And you can see that the people are seeing this. The people are starting to understand this. And you can see the deep state players, they're panicking right now. There's a lot of people out there saying that if Trump wins in 2024, they're leaving the country. Now, I remember a lot of people saying this in 2016 and 2020. Now, 2016, Trump won, and actually in 2020, he won. But in 2016, a lot of people said they were leaving and they didn't leave. Why don't they stick to their promise? We have Barbara Streisand out there being interviewed, and she said if Trump wins in 2024, she's out of here. Well, I hope she keeps her promise. I think Cher said the same thing and many others. But it looks like the deep state players, they know a change of batter is coming. And we can see with The Rock, they're trying to find those individuals that are popular to go up against Trump. And we can see Dwayne The Rock Johnson, he was being interviewed by Joe Rogan, and he actually said, no, my people, we're not for Joe Biden, but we are for the Democratic Party. So there is a separation going on right now. And we can see that they're trying to groom him to see what type of reaction the people have to him. Now, do I believe that he's going to be able to pull this off? I don't think so. But Ultra Peppy Lives Matter put this out on Truth and said the following. The Rock is clearly being groomed by someone to become the next Petalwood candidate to join the fray. It's almost comical how scripted this is. They're seeding the idea within people's minds that he's a great dad who has the majority of support. And oh, did we mention he is such a nice guy? Who is grooming The Rock would be a better question, because he is clearly making the media rounds. The establishment is clearly thinking long-term here and grasping for straws. I do believe they're testing the waters. Let's see if we choose these people. How are the people going to respond to this individual? And can we sell it to the people? And if we bring these people in, can we bring the actual candidate that we want? And I do believe they are now testing the waters. Now, Trump, he did say something about Biden, since these individuals are not for Biden. Trump said this on Truth, and he said the following: Biden calls on specific reporter, gets a question, then reads the answer off a card. In other words, he knows the question, then reads the answer. What is going on here? Now, once again, who's doing this? Is this Obama, or is he being controlled by the military? That's interesting, because who has the ultimate control? I do believe the Patriots do. And we can see that everything the deep state is trying to do to Trump is completely and utterly failing. All the court cases and the indictments that they're bringing against him, they're not going to destroy them. They're going to actually lift him up. And in the end, they are going to be screwed. And we can see that everything that Letitia James has done and the judge has done, it is not working. And once again, their star witness, Cohen, he lied to everyone. He actually told everyone that Trump didn't inflate the numbers. Shouldn't this case just disappear because there is no case? Absolutely. Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said the following: why doesn't the implosion of AG of New York State's star witness end this witch hunt? He admitted on the stand that he lied and that I never told him or anyone else to inflate the numbers. In fact, the numbers are low or very conservative, the exact opposite of what this ridiculous rigged case is all about. The fraud is by the judge and AG, Mar-a-Lago, and more, not by me. And he's absolutely right. And that's what people are going to see. They're going to see the fraud, and people are seeing the fraud. They're seeing the election fraud. And we're seeing more and more of this. Charlie Kirk put this out and said, more ballot fraud caught on camera. A man told NBC Boston that he went to vote in person at his local polling site in Lawrence, Massachusetts, and was told that he already voted. He then checked his Ring camera footage where he saw the woman appear to lift his ballot from his mailbox and walk away. He contacted the police. Mail-in ballots are a total fraud, and we all know it. But you'll only hear about it when it's Democrats cheating other Democrats. And remember, the 2020 election was rigged. Yes, 2022 was also rigged. And they used the mail-in ballots and the drop boxes. And there's a lot more information out there. They've been caught on cameras, and there's a lot of video of all of this. Catherine and Greg put this out on X and said, just when you think you've seen it all, we were preparing to beginning streaming the 2020 surveillance video onto Open Inc. We connected some Gwinnett County, Georgia video to a new advanced AI video reviewer server. Not only do we have the Dropbox video, but they appear to accidentally have provided all the video from Gwinnett Central Count. We were told it didn't exist. Here's a few screen caps. Wow. So now they have all this information. Boy, this is getting worse and worse. Then we have Garland Favorito put this out on X and said, Fulton County, Georgia Board of Elections Chair, you are responsible for cleaning your voter rolls. Garbage in, garbage out. How many felons, dead people, and non-Georgia residents are on Fulton voter rolls if they never clean them? Well, there's a lot, and they don't clean the voter rolls. And this whole thing is falling apart. And the Dominion systems are now in the crosshairs. Marjorie Taylor Greene put this out and said, wow, Judge Amy Totenberg declared the electronic voting machines used by the state of Georgia have substantial flaws. Georgia must get rid of the machines and go to paper ballots before the 2024 election. I told 2020 election denier Pierce Morgan that the 2020 elections were rigged. Pierce Morgan, it's not being proven in the courts. Here's your proof, Pierce. Yes, they are rigged. It's funny how people, they only can accept it if it's in the courts. They only can accept it if the fake news says it. Well, how about looking at the actual proof and seeing what's going on and then putting 2 to 2 together? Then you can see what they have done here. But since Marjorie Taylor Greene mentioned this, that reminds me of post 4,963. This is November 18, 2022. It says Runbeck, Dominion, Secretary of State offices, investigators, researchers, whistleblowers, patriots in trusted positions. Trust yourself. You have seen the truth. Time to show the world. Focus, focus, ascension. And think about all this information that is coming out now. Remember, Trump is about to show the world how Biden's Clinton's, Obama's, Soros, the fake news, and many other people around the country that were installed by Soros and others, how they rig the election and how they work with foreign governments to do this. The people are about to learn all of this. And what's very interesting is that Trump, he retruthed a tweet or a post from X, and Eric put this out. It was Clinton won by 98.1%, Trump by 1.6%. And this was a poll that was taken back in 2016 or so. This was 7 years ago on November 7th. So Trump, he retruthed this, and this is very interesting because there is a post with that picture. Post 2002, August 30th, 2018. And down below, there's Edward Snowden, who tweeted this out back then. There's a New York Times article that says Hillary has a 93% chance of winning. Edward Snowden said there may never be a safer election in which to vote for a third option. Down below, it says fake news. So you think Trump is trying to let everyone know that the polls that everyone is seeing out there, they're not real, they're all fake. And if they have Trump winning by a little bit, he's winning by a lot. I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they have the country right now. They have the majority right now. And I do believe he's letting everyone know that all these polls that the fake news is pulling out, it's not the real polls where they're saying, oh, look, Biden has 45 and Trump has 47. I do believe the percentages are much, much, much wider than this. Just like when you look at these going back to 2016, it's very easy to see now when you go back to 2016 that these weren't true. Clinton at 98.1% and Trump at 1.6%, or the New York Times saying that Clinton has a 93% chance of winning. Remember, they use these polls and they use it as propaganda to convince you of something. So this way you say, oh, look, Trump doesn't have a chance. Let me just vote for Clinton because it's not going to make a difference. Or they don't want you voting. Trump, the Patriots are letting you know everything that you're witnessing today is fake. And Trump, he has the majority. This is why he continually says the majority is hotter than ever. They're waking up. And I do believe they're bringing the deep state players exactly where they want them so the people can see what they have done to this country. Now, Dan Scavino on Truth, he put this out, and it's a picture of a shopping cart, and it says the most expensive vehicle to operate in 2023. Yes, because of the inflation, plus, how much the food costs. So he's absolutely right in that. But when you look at this and you look at the timestamp, which is 10:45, and you go back to the post, it says the following. We don't inform our enemies of the specifics. We instead instill fear in them to make unplanned and disastrous counter moves. And I do believe this is what Trump and the Patriots are using on the deep state players. They want them to do things out of fear. Trump says something happens. It's always being done out of fear. And every time you do something out of fear, it doesn't work in your favor. Actually, it hurts you in the end. And you can see this as plain as day with COVID and everything else. And if you go back in your lives, most people say, yeah, you know something, when I do something out of fear, that was the worst decision I've ever made. But this is what Trump and the Patriots are doing. They're not informing the enemies. They're instilling fear into them to make them make certain decisions. And if they don't make the right decision, they use another piece of information to instill fear to bring them back on track. And I do believe this is how the Patriots are in complete and utter control. And actually, this is how they're forcing them to go down a certain path and allow the American people to see the truth, which means the Patriots are in control, and the Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, that was the X22 with Dave. Yeah. All right, up next. The Titans coming at you in just a minute here. All right. think this one might be my last one tonight. It's 12:30. I've been going since 6 o'clock this morning. This will be the last one. It's 2.5 hours long. I'll definitely need to be asleep by then. It's either that or I stop now and start again in the morning, and I'd rather not do that. Oh, that's what I forgot. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Give me a minute here. Give me a minute. Rotate. 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 There we go. Mega full train. Here we go.
You guys jumping now. Hi. Hi guys. Hi everybody. Oh, I know. Oh. Hi. Hi. Everybody knows how to make noise now, don't you? Yeah, you guys know how to make noise now. Oh. Okay. Really? You have anything else to say? How about you?
It was like it's bedtime. I'm hoping I stay awake too. I fall asleep, somebody better call me and wake me up and turn it off. Yeah, Gabriel's been a busy little beaver, hasn't he?
Let's go! You're now tuned in to the Patriot News. Patriots United, that's how Patriots do. Doing deep dives and discovering the truth. Follow along and you'll discover it too. Yeah. Doing research and covering Q. We turn the deep state into bumbling fools. How they don't know what to do. We got them on the run, grabbing popcorn, the world's best movie has begun. Let's go. We made it through the storm, now get ready for some fun. Now comes the name for the traders, every single one. Come on, from Evergreen to Renegade, they're all gonna fall. This ain't a game of Pokemon, but we're gonna catch them all. Taking back power from the clutch of the cabal. They won't answer questions while they're rushing down the hall. You got love for us, and we've got love for y'all. That's the meaning of where we go, where we go on. Patriot News, get with the program. Shout out to the team and the whole fan. Country, Hulkinator, all Dr. D. Wilder, Space Shot, Red Pill, and Bree. Patriot News, get with the program. Shout out to the team and the whole fan. Country, Hulkinator, all Dr. D. Wilder, Space Shot, Red Pill, and Bree. Let's go. Let's get it. Yeah, you know what's going on at the table of Titan. Yeah, you know they're going strong. Yeah. We're taking back control. The cabal got it wrong. We got it where we fit in, right where we belong. The movement is exclusive, so come join along. Red Pill with this music while you enjoy the song. Yeah. It's easy to lose and we've been waiting for so long. Knowing all we know about common ping pong. Break the normies up, sleeping with pajamas on. Yeah. It's time to wake up to the Q phenomenon. Feel the energy, just like the beat I'm rhyming on. The Great Awakening, it's time to turn the sirens on. Where we go, all with no one left behind. The community we formed here is one of a kind. The deep state is scared and they're running out of time. Cause the Patriot News gotta run it from the crimes. Patriot News, get with the program. Shout out to the team and the whole fan. Country, Hulkinator, all Dr. D. Wild, Space Shot, Red Pill, and Bree. Patriot News, get with the program. Shout out to the team here, the whole fan. Country, Hulkinator, all Dr. D. Wild, Space Shot, Red Pill, and Bree.
Yes, that's right. The summit is expected to bring in $53 million, filling hotel rooms, bringing big business. And the city did tidy up for Dreamforce, but this cleanup is much more extensive. While San Francisco is in the spotlight for the Asia Pacific Economic Conference, city leaders are making sure the city shines.
Tourism is our business here in San Francisco, and we need to focus on making sure that the tourist dollars still come back.
Caltrans repaving major roadways like the Harrison Street off-ramp from the I-80. BART doubling down by deep cleaning their stations overnight more often.
The city had gotten a little bit dingy over time.
Scrubbing and power washing is happening all over the city.
Yeah, the bottom of my shoes look clean.
It's noticeable how clear the streets look and how few homeless encampments there are on major thoroughfares.
Having been a longtime resident in the Bay Area, you just naturally start to wonder of houseless folks being displaced.
Public Works is installing decorative crosswalks in North Beach and Chinatown, and the Webster Street pedestrian bridge in Japantown was recently repainted. The Yerba Buena Gardens at the Moscone Center are decked out with new colorful landscaping and murals, paid for by the Clean California Grant, just in time for the 20,000 high-profile CEOs and heads of state coming into town next week. Some people say this should be how it's always done.
What about the people who are here year-round, and local, hardworking, working-class Bay Area folks?
Others welcome the cleanup.
Anything that brings in a positive look on the city of San Francisco is great.
We will continue to do everything we can to maintain cleanliness in our streets.
And city officials are saying that there are no additional funds that are being allocated for beautification. Departments are just using existing budgets. They also say that those budgets are being moved so that they can focus on the areas where APEC is taking place.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Table of Titans. It is Thursday. Yeah, they cleaned up San Francisco all in a week. Remember, they didn't have the money. We can't do it. What do we do with the homeless people? Just bring over the new world leader, Xi Jinping, to meet the new president, Gavin Newsom, in California, because we all noticed that they didn't go to D.C. They're over here in California with all the other tech entrepreneurs and all that fun jazz. We're going to dig into that even a little bit more. Who's there? Who are they meeting? Plus all the other stuff we've been having to deal with all the court cases that are coming out, and information is coming out like a fire hose. So before we get too much further here, we got full crew tonight. I got Mr. Tron Space Shot, our doc, with me. Tron, what is going on, sir?
What's going on, guys? Thank you for joining us. Table of Titans. And like Hulk said, man, San Francisco, the Democratic shithole of America, cleaned itself up. And even Gavin Newsom came out and said, yes, that's what we do. We clean up when we have important dignitaries. And a lot of Chinese flags on the streets of America, a thing to come, especially in these Dem areas, but nothing too short of that. But boss, again, in the courtroom, gag order lifted, and then Hunter Biden gets a little escape from his courtroom as well. So moves and counter moves going on, and Israel and Palestine and all that Hamas stuff is still going on, guys. So we're going to get into it. Thank you for hitting that thumbs up. Thank you all for sharing the links. Mods, you guys are awesome. Let's rock and roll, baby. Let's go.
Yep. What's going on, Space Shot?
What is going on out there, my fellow world patriots? How is it going? Hulk, Arda, Tron, all the mods out there. Appreciate you guys all tuning in. Got to say hello to the folks over there at Patriot News, Country and Wiley, helping us rock this endeavor off the ground 5+ years ago. Yeah, we are dealing with the fire hose. There are so many stories. And when I find myself doing show prep, I know Hulk has this same problem here. It's just like too many things going on. It's like, what can we put into the show?
What don't I talk about?
Yeah, so it's there's so much stuff coming on, but I'm seeing that boomerang starting to return here. A lot of interesting little things going on in court, especially out in Georgia. Keep your eyes on that as well. So without any further ado, let's get back into this and rock the show. I know Hulk's got a great show set up for us, but welcome in anybody that's new, and please share this out and give us the old thumbs up on all the old platforms and the follows, por favor.
Yep. Mr. Ardoc came up with the title for this week. We're going to kind of dance around this particular topic. But again, The Economist, the world ahead, 2024. Right. Seems like moves and counter moves are happening very quickly in this next year.
So this is it. This is really interesting. There's a lot of people talking about it around the world, but not necessarily in the United States. And this is a good setup for the whole picture of what's going on. The World Ahead 2024. This is a neocon publication. This is what the U.S. State Department looks at. And we're talking about whether we're talking Trump, whether we're talking Russia, China, Iran, Israel, or anything with AI. The cover of these magazines are looked at around the world by people as prophetic visions as to what the elite power people are trying to do. And very often The Economist is correct because this is their plans. Their plans are laid out in here, and there's a lot of deep meaning in this cover, and they intentionally do this. If you go back to the one in 2023 and on, some of these things are not necessarily prophetic. They are their wish list. They are what they're laying their plans out. And we'll get into some of this discussion a little bit later on.
Wait, this is Xi Jinping. That's Biden. This is all-seeing eye with some brain stuff and the crashing market on the right-hand side.
You got AI, human brains plugged into the computer network, and the eyes, the surveillance. Is that the surveillance state? What do the question marks mean? There's a lot of different things there. Who's the woman with
Kamala?
the ponytail?
Isn't that Kamala? And there's
no.
Who's that?
That's Hillary.
Well,
that's the Hillary.
This could be Zelenskaya, his wife, or it could be Ursula von der Leyen, or somebody in Ukraine not yet identified. You got a lunar lander. You got a Titan. It looks. I don't know if it's a Titan. 1, 2, 3. I don't know how many stages that has.
That's Putin, Zelensky, Biden.
Yeah. But notice the peace symbol over Putin, and then the Trump question mark. And notice that Putin and Zelensky are facing each other, but Biden and Xi are not facing each other. And you got South America and Asia Pacific in the picture.
You got bombs on the other side above Zelensky too, where you got peace, dove.
That's right.
I would contend though that does look like the typical, and maybe it's not, but it looks like the Hillary snapshot of it. Remember the old picture she had with the ponytail there? I don't know, but who knows?
Be.
And I just want to add my last.
That's an interesting point, Space. That's an excellent observation.
My last ad for this one, my last decode, and you guys can take over. Is Hunter Biden? I think is this little rubble of white powder in the bottom there.
Is this the crap rock next to it then? Is that crap?
Well, there's different things. It could be, some of these things could be lithium, because notice it plugs into the electric battery, which plugs into the car, which plugs into China, and the temperatures, the heat wave, the high temperatures, what's going on with that. Notice the difference between the black and the white circles on the top line and the blue and the white circles that merge and become black on the bottom line. And then this circle in the middle with question marks of the merging circles, which is attached to the voting box.
Let's get back to this. We're coming back to this. This is good. I didn't pay attention to it in the beginning, but let's get back on with the show. We'll come back to this stuff here. Just some talking points coming out of the news over here. This is what Tron was talking about. Come from Gavin Newsom. And I think this is why he would make a good president. I wouldn't vote for him, but he could do this type of thing.
I know folks say, they're just cleaning up this place because all those fancy leaders are coming into town. That's true, because it's true. But it's also true for months and months and months prior to APEC, we've been having different conversations.
Yeah, conversations.
Where'd they put all the homeless people? Where'd the poop go?
That's what their conversations were.
No more needles. The floor is lava.
Sure is a lot of shit on the sidewalk today, huh?
Let me turn the audio off. But just look.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Maybe the Olsen twins will come back for another Full House episode.
Exactly, dude. Just to show some of this, dude. I mean, they even got the whole guard up here.
Hey, walls work for the homeless people. They can't climb.
So did that stuff stay up? Because I see like newer videos where I don't see them, but maybe it's just different sections.
Some of them are, some of them are not. And just remember, You always got to watch your homeless. It's very important to watch
And
the
he
homeless.
tells her to go down the street somewhere else. That's going to be all of us in like 5 years.
Just make sure you keep your homeless clean. That's what they were doing.
He's like, jokes on him. I got a pre-shower out of it. He thinks I'm being annoyed.
Where did they go? What did they do with the homeless? Do we know?
Camps. Remember the old Walmart?
They're in the hotels.
Yeah, they're in the Walmart FEMA camps. Remember those things from years ago? And there actually are videos of some of those facilities.
We don't need to see his ass again. What else I wanted to show you over here? That was good. Oh yeah, the first getting off the plane. I was like, oh yeah, Biden's going to be there, right? He's going to meet him down at the bottom of the plane because Xi Jinping's coming back from China. He's waving there. Just think about this. This dude released COVID on the entire world, killed a bunch of Americans, and he's showing up in the United States going, hi, Mr. Biden. What was it, Manitoba? Biden's little anti-mab program or whatever it was there. Mr. Ardock, I can't remember. I just find it quite funny.
Yeah, well, so it's not an official state visit. He wasn't going to attend. Our State Department begged him for a year. So just to let everybody clear, we've had no official communications between our governments except for Janet Yellen's visit. Blinken made a couple of attempted visits, and the Gavin Newsom visit for some time. Okay, the military even stopped communicating because the Biden administration and those neocons over in the State Department, they effed around in Taiwan, right? And they started calling Xi a dictator, Xi a dictator, Xi a dictator. Okay, so just remember all that stuff as we're getting into this thing. So we begged them, and the State Department worked on this, setting up this meeting, and begged Xi to please come so that they could talk. And within 18 hours, I don't know if you got the clip or not, the Biden's calling him a dictator again.
Oh yeah, that's coming. Wind-up's coming. But let's just figure out what they're doing here. Why China here? This is talking points out of Fox News.
Progress on restoring military-to-military communications, which is a big priority for Biden. But the biggest development, Bloomberg reports a near-finished deal.
Hold on 1 second. I don't want to blow your ears out. I apologize, guys.
Where China would crack down on fentanyl precursor manufacturers in exchange for the U.S. lifting sanctions on China's Forensic Police Institute. They were sanctioned in 2020 over allegations of human rights abuses to the Uyghurs. Nobody is officially commenting on any of this, but the deal is reportedly on shaky ground, contingent on a demand from China that President Biden pledge not to criticize President Xi or the Chinese Communist Party, or the deal would be null and void. That would be a very tough pill to swallow going into an election year where Republicans have pushed for a harder line, citing economic coercion, intellectual property theft, and military aggression in the Taiwan Strait by China. But Biden's approach has been quieter. The administration believes that China is alarmed at the relative strength of the U.S. economy. Also, efforts to redirect critical manufacturing and deepening partnerships with our allies in the region. So China's going to ask businesses to invest in China. Biden's going to ask Xi to give them what he progress.
So before we get to the wind up on that surrounding of that rest of that story, just to make sure, again, no American flags. Definitely police escort as we're getting here. And as they were showing up over here, everybody noticed we got our own military guy holding, there's an American flag, but the other guy's holding a Chinese flag. So I've never seen that before. And they almost ran over one of the guards as they're getting in. See China flag right there.
He had to back
just
up.
Interesting.
I'm wondering, and maybe it was a translator, but it doesn't seem to be. Who was the guy that when he got off the plane, he walked up to and he talked to that dude said some stuff to him and then walked away, and then Newsom was still talking there. That I found pretty interesting. And
I don't know who that is. This is a secret video from Murdoch he found.
Oh, nice. And then don't lose the clip on the last one because I want to bring something back after you play this one. Because what the hell happened to his forehead, dude? Remember every one of those old pictures with Xi, he's got this thick ass mole in his forehead. Where is that now? Oh, plastic surgery, right?
Yeah, just to set this up. So they met there at the conference room where they were going to meet. They had a full delegation sit down across the table from each other, and we've got some clips on that. Hulk, I've got one if you don't have it, of Blinken looking really nervous. and then after they had their little exchange, they had a 2-hour private meeting, and then they went for a walk, and where just the two leaders themselves walked around and talked. Okay, and Biden can be seen shuffling here and whatever. So this is the Biden shuffle. He's doing good, standing there. Oh, you don't have the music on.
They go to your trees.
Oh, what's going on?
Oh, wait, what's all that rustle?
What the hell?
What's all that noise? Oh! So stupid.
That stupid cat out of there. Every friggin' thing.
Yeah.
Like,
yes, we went there, didn't we? Didn't we? We had to keep it funny, guys, because there's a bunch of shit going on. Got to keep it light. So who showed up there? Who did we get there? Who showed up for the APEC? Well, we got the guy from Pfizer. Remember them? He's such a nice guy. Who else did we get? Condoleezza Rice. We got Michael Foreman from the Foreign Relations Group. All the guys. Sam Altman from OpenAI. Gavin Newsom. We got Elon Musk showed up. Sundar Pichai from Google, and James, I don't know, the guy from Google. Anyways, we even got. I want this face shot to read this. Read this right here at the top.
They made him an honorary member of the Golden State Warriors. Let's see. Laura Loomer says Gavin Newsom's wife is always acting. She was acting when she had sex with Harvey Weinstein to get her husband campaign donations. She was acting when she faked crying in court and accused Harvey Weinstein of, quote, raping her, even though the jury didn't believe her. And now she's acting again. She dressed up as the Chinese flag for a photo op with her husband, quote, in parentheses, who was cheating on her. And I know because I have the name and home address of the woman he's having an affair with and China's dictator. How does it feel to get all dressed up and know your husband is still sleeping with another woman? At Jen Siebel Newsom. Oh, that's rough.
That's
she doesn't
juicy.
care. She doesn't care.
Who else we get? Tim Cook, the rest of the guys were there. Just they're all doing the lotions and meeting with everybody here. But I'm looking for the one clip. Oh yeah, Elon Musk is there. May there be prosperity for all. Because this peace thing is coming out. He's like, I want to do peace and everything's good, and we're gonna, have good relations. And
Elon
whatnot.
needs
And then,
Elon's factories to produce a lot of the components for his electric cars. And his mega factory there is basically, cut off. But go ahead.
I wanted to play this little video because I had to go find the picture that he was talking about here. Listen to this.
I regress just a second. I was with Xi Jinping today, and I showed him a photograph that he's extremely proud of. When he was a young man, I think he was 32, maybe 28, 30 years old in that range. And he was, hey, how you doing, man? He was actually standing on the Golden Gate Bridge. He had come to visit. And he said, and I looked at the picture. I said, I want to show you a picture. He said, I like that picture. I like he was translated to say, I like that picture. So he's been coming here. And one of the things I pointed out to him is that you have one of the largest Chinese populations in America here. And he feels like he's going home here.
Going home there's the photo right there. I had to go find it. There it is. From 1985
That's
in
a
San
real
Francisco.
Wow, look at that.
That's crazy. And,
So-
and you remember his past, remember, right? His father was speaking out against the communists, right? He was killed, and then they put him in like some sort of concentration camp. So you wonder if he's got any deep-seated hatred towards these communists, or if he's just so brainwashed in with them. Of course, because he's a leader. But how would they let somebody how would they let that happen, Ardoc? You get
Xi
somebody like
Jinping
that.
has had to play. So communism is just a means to control. They still have elections. They still appoint people, but ultimately control is maintained by political intrigue and Game of Thrones type stuff. And so Xi has had to be a hardliner and represent the interest of hardliners until he can have control, and those hardliners can't touch him. And he's had to do that in the midst of U.S. intelligence having control over certain factions, and British intelligence have control over certain factions all throughout the elites of his country, because corruption is is the modus operandi that we use to get in and infiltrate. But it's very hard because ultimately it comes down to Chinese culture. And while they may have been working with U.S. politicians that were also corrupt, they have an end game in mind that is deep seated in 100 years of humiliation that they will not forget. And so their end game is to play the long game and to be the best and fight with everything that they have to be the best, whether it's financially, whether it's legally, whether it's militarily, as the last resort. They want to win. Okay, they feel that the United States screwed them and Britain screwed them, and they will never let that happen again.
So here's your clip right here. Everybody pay attention to Blinken there in the middle.
No, that's not the one I'm talking about.
After today, would you still refer to President Xi as a dictator? This is a term that you used earlier this year.
Look, he is. I mean, he's a dictator in the sense that he.
Oh shit! Oh, let's see that again, Hulk.
Look, he is. I mean, he's a dictator in the sense that he.
He just shit his pants.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop you a link in the bottom of Tip Secret. Okay, play this one.
It's a communist country. He is right there. He is,
This is during the meeting. This is when they are in the sit down face-to-face meeting. Okay. I don't know
Oh, this is at the end when they're doing the press conference. They turn to tell everybody to leave.
They had just done the sit. There's a big long table here. He's sitting next to Joe Biden. Look at him. There are analysts that are watching this right now. He's not talking. He's not communicating to anybody. He's clearly in discomfort and uncomfortable. And there's something going on with him. Maybe he's sick. Maybe he's got the flu. Don't know. But there's something wrong with him.
You got the vid, maybe.
When if you don't have the clip of them giving their two speeches, Biden gives his little speech, and then Blinken, Xi gives his little speech, and Biden's over there talking about, we can't fight each other, we can't do this, we can't do it, because it's Biden's wish list. It's Biden's. This is what they want. The neocons, of which Biden is a neo-lib, but he's on the same side when it suits him as the neoconservatives in the government, the one uniparty. And he is desperate, and his neocon little peoples all around him are desperate to not have a conflict with China right now, while Israel, Gaza is bogging them down, while Ukraine, Russia is bogging them down. They can't do the three wars. They know this. And they are desperate to lay out what they want done. And they literally sat there in Biden's speech and tells Xi and the Chinese everything they want to accomplish. They played all their cards right out in the middle. But of course, Xi knows that Biden will screw him 6 ways from Sunday. And all the cards that Biden just laid out are the U.S.'s vanity and the neocons' absence of reality, of understanding that it's no longer a unipolar world. They still are thinking that they are in charge of the world, that the U.S. is the strongest and the one that will be in charge of the world. And it's not that way anymore. And everybody knows it, including everybody in that room. Xi gets up there in his speech and he talks about how he has known Biden for many, many years. And he remembers the first time Biden came and visited him, which brings up some issues. He went on to talk about how they will kind of see how things play out between the two parties, but they're always open to try to work things out. Okay. But he didn't commit to anything. He didn't indicate how they're going to go. And at the end of everything, Biden's touting, and his White House administration is touting fentanyl. Oh, yay, fentanyl. Okay, well, that's great. Guns kill more people than fentanyl. Okay, but fentanyl is the big thing that they're touting. And they agreed that the military will have open lines of communication, but there's still no formal agreement for any kind of diplomacy between the two groups. There's nothing been agreed to, nothing, no working relationship, nothing. But
Exactly. And, you know, and he puts his foot in his mouth immediately, right? And then Blinken looks like he literally crapped his pants. So I wanted to thank Shine on 47, became a monthly supporter over here on Rumble, and just dropped a $17 Rumble rant, which says, I think it said, shine the light on them to expose them. Remember President Trump, right? Sunlight, some of the posts, sunlight is the best disinfectant. We need that, guys. And I really feel like that boomerang is starting to come home to roost. You like how I put those two sayings that have nothing to do with each other together? But thank you, other
read that tagline right there.
How could the DNC avoid a messy primary and nominate their preferred candidate, Newsom? It's in the fine print. Yeah,
It's in fine print right here. Read that right there.
He does concern me though too. Okay. Why that specific timing? Because rules adopted by the DNC in 2022 leave the DNC as the sole authority to appoint a presidential nominee where that nominee resigns after the August 2024 convention. No vote or primary needed. Oh, shite. Quote, filling a vacancy on the national ticket in the event of death, resignation, or disability of a nominee of the party for president, Democratic National Committee, which is authorized to fill the vacancy or vacancies. So does they have to wait until, does it have to be after?
Hold on a second. They left out a middle part, and this is not correct. No. They highlighted these two parts, but the national chairperson of the DNC shall confer with Congress and the Governors Association and report to the DNC, which is authorized to fill the vacancy or vacancies. Report what? There's a piece missing here.
I don't have the full report thing.
It's like they're going to report what exactly? Yeah, it doesn't make sense the way they wrote that.
It doesn't have any. I don't have a link to where he got that information from.
Well, it's probably the DNC party platform, which is published on the website somewhere, I'm sure. But I mean, it's not to say that. I mean, ultimately, there's going to be a big jockeying for who would become the nominee. But once all of the delegates vote, and if they vote for a candidate, there's perhaps multiple candidates in the primary. I don't know that there are any other candidates in the primary. Okay. The ticket technically has, I mean, the way the election works is the VP and the president are in two separate elections, but they're in the same approved slate of delegate approved, what do they call it? The ticket. So I don't know. This is going to be interesting to see. I see what Technofog is saying. He's usually spot on in his legal analysis, but I'm going to say, and the people out there in the chat, you'll probably be able to dig this up really quick, is the DNC and the Congress, you know, basically the Democrat Party chairman, the DNC leadership in the House, which are mostly delegates, and the Senate. These are the delegates that are in the convention anyway, and the Governors Association, the states that have the slate of delegates for those individual states. They have to confer and report something. I'm assuming it's going to be some sort of a candidates or slate of candidate, or a ruling as to who they would nomination or something. I bet you there's something like that in there. And then ultimately the DNC will select, but there's probably behind the door wrangling and discussions going on.
Well, that's that. On that side, what else are you picking? Oh, I wanted to make special note. This came out from Inferno. He said you should go take a look at this story over here. China's ICBC, the world's biggest bank hit by cyber attack, reportedly disrupted treasury markets itself. U.S. Financial Service Division of the U.S.-Chinese Bank, which is ICBC, was hit with a cyber attack reported vector U.S. Treasury. ICB's worldwide bank Thursday financial service arm experienced a ransomware attack that resulted in distribution of certain systems. Well, evidently, it was part of their payment system was what we were running into, and our little buddy Inferno said that they had locked up their money for transfer, and China did pay the ransomware for the BitLocker that got into the system. And he said that they paid $1 million or $1 trillion in U.S. denominations. I don't know. That's what he was saying. I went and looked. I couldn't find any information about it. Do you hear about this hack?
No, this has been an ongoing issue with the payment systems, and I did hear about this particular issue with the ICBC, and there has been no ransom paid that I'm aware of. It's possible. I mean, I wouldn't say
in this article it says they paid it. In this article from mainstream media, it said that they paid
this
the
is
ransom
CNBC.
and they would have access.
Yeah. So just to let you know and to let everybody else know what's been going on in the banking system, because maybe you don't know, is that the member Chase and Bank of America, we reported on it here 2 weeks ago, was having a problem with payment processing. It's still not resolved. There are still payments that are held up that are not going through for your ACH and EFT transactions that are going through either FedWire or Automated Clearinghouse as American transaction. The SWIFT transactions are also held up. So if you got any kind of international monies coming into the United States to a bank through wire or electronic, that would have to get processed through SWIFT. Those are also held up. There are millions of transactions that are literally not settled at most major banks. ICBC is in the same bucket as that. Now, this specific case is talking about a ransomware attack. I'm not familiar with it. If it happened, I doubt very much that they would have paid $1 trillion so that you can kiss that idea goodbye.
Yeah, they probably paid some ransomware, probably in American denominations. I don't know about the $1 trillion, but it did get out there in the ether, so I don't know how true it is. So that was that. I just wanted to make a quick jot by that. And again, I just want to also point out that Secret Service agents protecting Biden's granddaughter opened fire on 3 people trying to break into an SUV. Listening to Dan Bongino says that's very unusual for them to start shooting at people, because they do implore the Secret Service that where that bullet goes is going to land and possibly hit somebody. So he says something's really weird about this particular story. He hasn't figured it out. But again, if you line up with the January...
Sorry, did she get cut? Did she get protection, or were they just around somebody?
Yes, she does have protection. This was one of the vehicles in the parking lot that somebody was trying to break in, carjack, something along those lines. So Biden's family members were next to this vehicle, but Secret Service supposedly shot at this guy and he took off in a car and they couldn't find him, which I don't believe.
And they still haven't found him, I don't think. Like, how does this happen? And there's no video. It kind of went in and went out, like buried really quickly. I mean,
because usually somebody like her would have probably one protective detail agent assigned to her. Somebody, even Hunter has at least one. Hunter probably has more than one. Hunter probably has some constant
one
FBI
that
attached
just
to him.
gets the coke for him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're going to get to that story here in a second. Because again, residence tourists and even Biden's granddaughter are unsafe, and Biden's handpicked prosecutor responsible for prosecuting violent crimes in D.C. Round up Americans outside of D.C. to protest the Boston election 3 years ago. So new rounds are coming out, guys. More indictments. This is just happening this week. So they're going in for the second round. The other 1,000 people they want to go get. Pay attention to this and Space Shot. Read that right there.
Okie dokie. It says, let me see. Infant son of January 6th defendant placed on Quiet Skies suspected terrorist watch list. This is pure revenge stuff here. An 8-week-old infant, honey, listen to this. An 8-week-old infant was placed on secretive terrorist watch list known as Quiet Skies last week. The only suspected but not so reasonable explanation for the designation is that Fisher is the J6 defendant and is the infant's father. Most alarmingly, it's not even Fisher who booked the ticket for his child. Fisher's fiance booked the ticket for herself and the infant. Neither was anywhere near close to D.C. on J6. So now, anytime Fisher's fiance or their infant son travels, the boarding passes are stamped SSSS to indicate they are suspected of domestic terrorists and listed in the Quiet Skies database because of their association with Fisher. That is so ridiculous. But beyond that, too, Arduk, check this out. Beyond all that and being ridiculous, the infant with the Quiet Skies thing, they're suspected domestic terrorists. It's like you're just going to leave people with these determinations or these classifications. You're not going to ever, investigate these people and then decide we're not suspected anymore, where we figured out that they're not. I mean, just the idea that you would go to a friggin' thing and you got somebody behind the booth, maybe looking at even one of ours guys being like, oh crap, this guy's a suspected domestic terrorist. And we wouldn't even know.
What's the name? What's the name of the infant? If the infant's the same name as the father, then more than likely when the database entry was made, then it was probably, all known aliases of the individual. James Fisher Senior, James Fisher Jr., James Fisher III. It could be something like that. Now, the bigger point, which is what you just raised, which is, okay, there's this arbitrary assessment by some unelected group of bureaucrats that gets you on the watch list. Now, how do you get off the watch list? This is Big Brother. And this is where lawyers cost a fortune to try to get that issue resolved.
Let's see what else we got in here. I wanted to show you. Oh, yeah. They were going. This guy, Steve Baker, is going through the January 6th video itself. He doesn't seem to like the Woo's News videos that came out. He says that they're disinformation or whatnot. That's what he's saying. Absolute truth, and some internet conspiracy videos or whatnot there. But it seems to be wanting protected Jaden Smith. He thinks Ray is a bad guy, but Sullivan is somebody who got sucked into it. And Jaden X, exactly. We all know his connections and all the shit that he had done. So I just wanted to throw that out, that court case is happening, and we do have results on that. We'll tell you that here in a little bit. But Space Shot pointed this out to me, and I wanted to make sure you guys all saw this, because this lines up with the January 6th stuff with Clay Higgins questions FBI Ray about the ghost bus that were running around there. So I just kind of wanted to bring this back out again and make sure everybody knew that this stuff happened this week. Let me play a little bit of this.
Communicating with his FBI handler while people were entering the U.S. Capitol. Can you confirm that the FBI had that sort of engagement with your own agents embedded into the crowd on January 6th?
If you are asking whether the violence at the Capitol on January 6th was part of some operation orchestrated by FBI sources and or agents, the answer is emphatically
You're saying no?
No.
You're saying no?
Not
Okay.
violence orchestrated by FBI sources or agents.
Are you familiar with you know what a ghost vehicle is? Director of the FBI certainly should. You know what a ghost bus is?
A ghost bus?
Ghost bus.
I'm not sure I've used that term before.
Okay. Well, it's pretty common in law enforcement. It's a vehicle that's used for secret purposes, painted over. These two buses in the middle here, they were the first to arrive at Union Station on January 6th. 0500. I have all this evidence. I'm showing you a tip of this iceberg.
Mr. Chairman.
These two buses are painted completely white.
Point of order.
Point of order. Sure.
Just run over the time.
I understand. Yeah. You'll recall that Ms. Jackson Lee's been allowed to go 2 minutes before. I've been very fair in letting people finish their question throughout my tenure as chairman, and I'll continue to be fair on that regard. But I will make a note to the members, if you could stay as close within your time as possible. We have a lot of people that want to ask these gentlemen questions. So with that, the gentleman yields. But your point, I've been very fair in this, Mr. Ivey, with everybody on this side of the aisle just as much.
I don't think I accuse you of being unfair, Mr. Chairman.
You're making a point. Okay, thank you. I now recognize Mr.
May I close this statement, Mr.
No, I think your time is expired.
I note that other members across the aisle have been granted time, and I object to my question being closed. This is a very significant hearing, Mr. Chairman, and these buses are nefarious in nature and were filled with FBI informants dressed as Trump supporters. You deployed onto our Capitol on January 6th. Your day is coming, Mr. Ray.
Mr. Higgins. I now recognize.
Yes.
Super vehicle, 2 black SUVs, unmarked state trooper vehicle, 2 black SUVs, there's 3 state vehicles, state trooper vehicles, escorted 4 Antifa shuttle buses right here front center. There was actually 5 vehicles total. There was 3 up front, 2 in the back. They escorted right here, waited for them to get off their buses, and then the state troopers unloaded and took their positions. Watch. There's that guy. He had his lights on. They were coming, and then there's the ones up front too. They escorted, and each one of those buses are labeled.
They're not buses, are they? Halt.
Look at that, bro.
Wait, let it play.
Check this out. Watch. Here's the black SUVs up front. And wait till you see. Wow. They freaking brought damn Antifa here. They escorted them here. You've got to be lights flashing. You've got to be effing kidding me. Lights flashing. Are you guys watching this? You guys.
So at the very end of that video, they're showing a crowd of people sitting in the front of his cop car over there in that corner. So I just wanted to bring up some of the old history because some of you guys might have seen it.
Are those buses? Are those
shuttle
buses? What are they specifically, though? They're conversion vans. Now, Space Shot, do you remember the story about the all those white conversion vans that were purchased and sitting out there in various different places in the East Coast and the West? Okay, so this is all related. Okay, people can go dig for it, but the government has arranged to acquire significant number of these conversion vans that are sitting around. Now, some of them have been used and converted for certain purposes, for hurricane purposes and things like that, but they're available for use by the Department of Homeland Security, okay, which can then be loaned to other groups as needed, specifically in this case, very, very likely possible. And so the license plate as a federal vehicle or a certain state vehicle will come back and it'll be registered. Now, do you remember when we were talking about this after we sat and we did our long episode show during the January 6th protests, and we were live on the air and whatever, and afterwards,
which doesn't exist.
Yeah, and then afterwards, we talked about it, I think, in subsequent 1 or 2 sessions. I had a talk with a colonel in the National Guard that was friends with family member, and we got a direct report from him within, I got the message literally within 24 hours. And it said that they were already aware and tracking 7 busloads full of Antifa, that the National Guard colonel who was assigned there and was monitoring the situation with National Guard members. So there were National Guard present. This is something that people don't quite understand. Oh, they didn't call out, though. They didn't do a broad call out, but there were National Guard there. And they were assessing things from the Tactical Command Center that was on the grounds. And then they also had a facility, and shoot, I can't remember the name of this facility. It's the Blue Mountain facility or something like that. Anyway, they monitored these buses. They knew and expected these buses. They had been tracking these buses. The FBI had been tracking these things. The National Guard was aware of them, and they monitored everything that they did. So where is that information? It did not come up in any kind of congressional open door testimony. There you go.
Interesting.
We reported on that.
What's the other thing I wanted to show you? Oh, yeah. The first 2 of the January 6 appeals reached the Supreme Court. U.S. Supreme Court has scheduled a conference on December 1st to decide whether to hear 2 significant appeals to the January 6 events. The first case involves a federal agent who brought his firearm to the U.S. Capitol. The second concerns a Department of Justice use of an evidence-tampering law in prosecuting January 6 defendants for felony obstruction of Congress. It's Supreme Court agrees to hear both of these appeals, it would mark the first time it has reviewed any cases connected to January 6th. On November 14th, the court noted that both cases are set for discussion, and then the conference will happen on December 1st. So we'll see what happens with that. So they're going to go after two of the cases. Might be interesting. And look at this. Jaden X, come on. Yeah, he found guilty. I don't think this happened in DC. I think this was the Utah court system. But yeah, he found guilty. He's going to do sentencing here in the next month or so. So I don't know if you guys heard about Jaden X and all that.
Yeah.
No? Yes?
Yes.
Yep. That was that. And
did you?
Go ahead.
No, I want to just, since we're on this January 6th protest deal, I want to compare and contrast that, because just the other day, again, you had more protesters for the
it's mostly peaceful, Ardoc. I don't know what you're talking about. It's mostly peaceful, and the congressman said, or senators over there, this is the Democratic National side or whatever they're at. They said they were more scared on this day than January 6th. There's about 200 protesters here protesting the support of Palestine or whatnot there. But yeah, that did happen. No insurrectionists, no news coverage. You won't see any of this whatsoever. But U.S. Capitol Police were very scared.
Wait, this
very,
was
very
Canada.
scared.
This is Canada, right? This is Canada on the bridges.
No, this
They were
is
blocking
this
the
is
traffic.
United States. This is not Congress. This was the DNC place where they do their shit at, and then they also evacuated Congress.
Yeah, and then don't forget they did the same thing last week, like 2 weeks ago, that the pro-Palestinian, where they went in the rotunda. Like, so where are all these people getting charged, right? So if all the people with J6 got charged 10, 20 years, each and every one of those persons should be, and I don't agree that any of them should. You know what I mean?
Their protests are being paid for by a very particular millionaire, tech millionaire, and his wife. Did you pull up that link? So that,
who is it?
No. See, because I didn't get that far all the way down the list.
Yeah, there's something else I wanted to throw in here.
So, hold on. Let me make my point, because now you took me off traffic looking for that link. Okay, Canada also has these protests going on. That's why I thought it was Canada that you were showing there, because it wasn't the capital. In the whatever. And they were blocking bridges. Now, what was another similar type of, I'll call it a MAGA protest for Canada, a MACA protest maybe.
The fuel thing, the trucker protest thing.
Remember the truckers that went to jail, got threatened by the government in the same types.
Banks too. Yep.
So you had this last weekend, Trudeau was again challenged with people that were protesting, but they are his supporters. They're people on the left side of the voting spectrum, and they're treating them differently than they did treat the protesters on the right side. That's the message I'm trying to get across here.
Yeah, that's interesting. General Flynn said this: draw strikes, a good guy to follow. It says, my partners and I have a lifetime of data analysis. We have the digital ID of every mobile device and computer in the U.S. have indexed every and archived every IP address in the world. Our extensive experiences in big data companies and the top authority of providing data for corporations and law enforcement and U.S. government agencies, like the three-letter agencies. There's a number of videos documenting these ghost buses, as well as a number mostly nondescript DOJ vans that dropped off ninja-wearing individuals that appeared in other videos to have breached the Capitol, cutting fence, removing barricades, opening up doors. So they're going through this, and he's saying he's got the evidence that this guy's talking about. So I just kind of wanted to bring this all full circle as they're talking about this. So this guy over here
had it all.
But Tony, there's another post that Flynn made from Tony Segura, and the thing that I want to get across is that this group has amassed. Matter of fact, there's another link. You don't have the other link from this guy. Maybe you want to check his Twitter. Okay.
Yeah, in here.
Private organizations have access to every single phone, every single IP address. This is what Flynn posted. I thought you grabbed that. This was the link you grabbed.
No,
I posted this Flynn tweet to you as well.
That was in there, Ardoc, right there. We have we own the ID of every mobile device, computer in the world, and an index and archive
Every
IP
IP.
address.
I want you to think about that for a second. So this is the surveillance state. Now, Nikki Haley, the other day, I want to say yesterday or the day before yesterday, got up there and said, we have
We're
to.
going to get to that. We're getting to that.
Okay, but it's very much linked. Okay, because I want you to
the same thing.
I want you to think about this. The surveillance state is totalitarian state. There is no freedom. This is what the technocracy is that Zbigniew Brzezinski was talking about in 72, 73 when he wrote these books. This is all their plan, okay? And they will use the right to propose the laws. They will use the left to create the chaos, and they will clash the two together to bring about the totalitarian control and loss of privacy that they so crave. Because once they do that, they control you. That you will become cattle. You will have weapons taken away. There is nothing you can do. Okay, and you got personal, private people that are not controlled by the government, able to do this, and they work with the government and they work with others to provide it to them. That's dangerous, very dangerous.
Oh, it also says here, we also tracked the infamous January 6th pipe bomb mark from one of these vans. Later, we eventually tracked them to a Virginia metro station. Interesting, because I can't seem to get the full video out. I don't know. Also notable thing. Yeah. The other thing I want to say, notable things to pay attention to, David Dupree was found guilty and is looking at 20 to 30 years. So there's Siegfried and Roy, if everybody remembers the Hammer event. That's happened today. So that results of that trial came out. What else do we want to get into? The photos of the cocaine found at the White House. And I remember it was in the lockers, and everybody sees that key right there. You see that? You need a key to open that over there on that side. And
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
and it seems West Wing unknown powder. And it seems to be that they did have DNA evidence, 3 different DNAs on this said bag here. But the Secret Service says that's second-party DNA stuff. Sorry, it got contaminated. It's our fault. But then again, they destroyed this stuff because it's kept at Quantico, and they went over there and destroyed it before they could turn it over for evidence.
And do they have the same security that the Las Vegas casinos, that all of Las Vegas has? Because it's black and white. There's no photos. There's nothing. There's no evidence that they have 3 DNAs on there, and again, part of the story. And this Hulk. This whole week is like. It was a weird week, very obscure. You had the Hammer time with Pelosi, then you had all this other stuff happen that we went through, and then to top it off, again, another story that gets buried: the yayo in the White House, guys.
The reason they call it secondary, contamination, but who's to say that those people that handled the cocaine, that they're saying, it's one of our people that has their DNA evidence on it. We must have contaminated it. It's no good. Well, what if one of their people was one who planted it? was actually the one who delivered it and then provided the key to some Hunter Biden? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right. We're not going to Ronald McDonald, but I defend my record as chair, and we all know that she needs to go. Exactly what Ramaswamy said about her, but we're going to skip right over that crap. Federal judge issues an order November 10th denying the Georgia SOS and electronic board motion to dismiss the Curling versus Roethlisberger case. SOS claimed Dominion was secure. Well, guess what? That wasn't the case, and they're going to trial on December 9th. The judge has ruled that the conspiracy theorists are actually professionals and they know what they're talking about. And we're going to continue on, and we're going to have to, you guys come up with information here. So this is the one from the 2018 issue that they ran into that went up the Supreme Court, came back down. We talked about it last week when the judge realized that it's in his district. Well, that came in, so they're going to have to deal with this one, and it's going to court. So that'd be interesting what they come up with that.
Go down a little bit. Go down just slightly right there. No, right there. Boom. The court notes. Critically, the court denied the criticism of the security flaws with Georgia voting machines are based purely on, quote, conspiracy theories. The court notes that the record evidence does not suggest the plaintiffs are conspiracy theorists of any variety. Indeed, there's some of the nation's leading cybersecurity experts and computer scientists provided testimony and affidavits on behalf of plaintiffs' case. The long course of this litigation, the judge's footnote remarked. The district court then laid out several established objections to the 2020 election. Yeah, so it takes time. Unfortunately, these things take time. And what are all these were filed in 2020? It takes 3 years, right? And by this time, he's already 3/4 of the way done with his.
This started.
Oh, this one was.
This
Wow.
case started 2018, and they refiled in 2020 because of the election. So this is a continuing case that keeps going. So we'll see what they're going to do with that. What else do we want to get into? And again, don't like the source, Patrick Burns, those types of guys. Again, he says from New Year's Day, P.S. These ballots were forensically examined by the FBI paper forensics and experts determined not to match the authentic voting ballots. So I just want to go back through these photos because I think some
paper
of
was wrong. The paper was
Yes.
wrong. The ink, and we've known all of this. If people don't remember, I was this close to being able to go up to Philadelphia, be part of one of these forensic audit teams. Okay, and I turned it down, and I bet I turned it down actually. But anyway, the paper did not match. The ink on the paper doesn't match, and the watermarks in the paper didn't match. There's only 2 or 3, and paper companies are able to use this ballots, and only 2 of them in certain jurisdictions were available, and only one of them had a contract at the time. And so the fact that they're using different paper that doesn't match is a clear indication, and they've known all this within 1 week. Within 1 week of the election.
Yep. So just point that out. And I would just like to point out John Eastman. Remember, they were talking in Georgia here, and listen to what he's saying.
We know there was fraud, traditional fraud that occurred. We know that dead people voted, but we now know because we caught it live last time in real time how the machines contributed to that fraud. And let me, as simply as I can, explain it. You know, the old way was to have a bunch of ballots sitting in a box under the floor, and when you needed more, you pulled them out in the dark of night. They put the ballots in a secret folder in the machines, sitting there waiting until they know how many they need. And then the machine, after the close of polls, we now know who's voted and we know who hasn't. And I can now, in that machine, match those unvoted ballots with an unvoted voter and put them together in the machine. And how do we know that happened last night in real time? You saw when it got to 99% of the vote total, and then it stopped. The percentage stopped, but the votes didn't stop. What happened, and you don't see this on Fox or any other stations, but the data shows that the denominator, how many ballots remain to be counted? How else do you figure out the percentage that you have? How many remain to be counted? That number started moving up. That means they were unloading the ballots from that secret folder, matching them to the unvoted voter, and voila, we have enough votes to barely get over the finish line.
Quite, but anyway.
Yeah, that was John Eastman, you guys, just paying attention there. And
it was not quite correct there, but that's okay.
Close enough, right? And I just want to point out go ahead. I wanted to play another politician over here at Georgia, the commissioner over here. She was evidently a little drunk here. It says Atlanta Area Commissioner Felicia Franklin is the perfect example of Democratic leadership in Georgia. They run the elections and are prosecuted Trump. They are elected leaders when qualifications no longer matter. So yeah, she's being very violent, and her little handler, her little handler is basically telling her to calm down. The police are there, and she's absolutely freaking out right here.
So loud.
She's screaming. He is absolutely drunk. Their handler and their political team are here trying to help her. He's flipping people off. Yeah, great people.
Looks like she peed herself. Yeah,
she did.
Anyways, that's enough of that crap. Just wanted to point that out. Elected officials, that happened this week, a couple of days ago. As long as anybody's paying attention here.
You got the way. Before you go on to another jurisdiction, you're hopping all over the place here, okay?
Got her.
No. you don't have to cover every single story in the world. There's other stuff. You got the gag order being released.
Well,
That's
we know that they pushed that, and the one also from the guy from Louisiana is also supporting another one too. The one from Louisiana versus Biden. That attorney general has also filed the thing for Trump to speak also too. And that was just in the court case you're referencing.
He won. The appellate court decided earlier today, that the gag order is lifted. Okay, so Judge Tottenberg's gag order, that's the one from Georgia, if I remember.
Yeah, only one of the cases.
Georgia, one of the cases has been lifted. That's huge. It's huge news.
Yeah,
and
that
it's
is
related
huge
to
news.
this.
Yeah. Anything else you want to throw on top? I gotta go to this.
Well, we were talking about Nikki Haley and the link to that other story. Where's that one?
That's coming. That's coming.
Okay.
We're going to go through this stuff first because I don't know if anybody was paying attention here about the Teamster president with Sean O'Brien challenges Senator Mark, I can't even say it, Mullen to a fight in the hearing of the Senate. And Bernie Sanders is playing the adult. Did you hear about this?
Yeah.
You are a United States Senator. Stop it. Plug it.
Oop, come on.
In the truck with me when I was building my plumbing company myself, and my wife was running the office because I sure remember working pretty hard and long hours. Pretends like he's self-made. What a clown. Fraud. Always has been, always will be. Quit the tough guy act and these Senate dreams. You know where to find me. Any place, anytime, cowboy. Sir, this is a time, this is a place. If you want to run your mouth, we can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big
Oh,
guy.
oh, stop it.
Is that a solution every problem?
No, sit down. Sit down. Okay. You're a United States Senator. Sit down.
Actively.
Oh, okay. Sit down, please.
All right.
Can I respond? Mr.
Hold it. If we can, no, I have the mic. I'm sorry.
This is
Hold
what
it.
he said.
You'll have your time.
Okay.
Can I respond?
Oh, no, you can't.
So these two have had an ongoing issue, Teamster type of stuff. It was quite interesting to see the whole 8-minute conversation go down because they do go back and forth itself. And I believe, is it Mullen who's the MMA fighter?
Yeah, so
Right?
there was saying Mark Wayne Mullen used to be a MMA fighter too. But dude, that bald dude, he's got some. I'm telling you, I read people. That dude's got some rage in his eyes. He might be a book nerd, but that dude will probably put up a decent fight.
Do you know how you get to be a Teamster president?
Yeah, mobbed up.
Bill Hoffa?
Oh, you're mobbed up. You're made man.
And later on, and Debbie Roush had after I showed this exact same clip the other day, but Debbie Roush had sent me another clip which is a little extended to it, and it goes on to where he basically Mark Wayne goes on and says, all right, let me finish it, and he says, oh, we're just doing a charity event in Oklahoma, let's do it there or whatever. But then he continues on to say, all right, this is your witness here, Senator Sanders. This guy has been, he's been reported for bullying his own or intimidating his own people that are under him, like numerous infractions and whatnot. And then he actually corrected him on one of the names. He's like, oh, you were bullying and harassing this person. He's like, and he didn't even deny. He corrected the name of the person that he was alleged to have abused or whatever. It's nuts. But you're right, Ardak. How do you get those positions? You can't be a pushover, right?
Yeah. Well, I got another one for you. Okay, you guys, do you know there was an actual fight in Congress?
Oh, there's been many over the years.
Did you guys actually hear about it?
Talking about the elbow?
Here, you ready?
Heard
Read
it.
it.
Justin Matt Gaetz has officially filed an ethics complaint against Kevin McCarthy after the former speaker assaulted Rep. Tim Burchett today at the U.S. Capitol. According to Burchett, the attack was a, quote, sucker punch and a clean shot to the kidney. McCarthy is absolutely pathetic. So thankful the Gaetz 8 stripped him of his power. And yeah, it was an elbow allegedly. And if you watch the video of Kevin McCarthy talking about it, he's just got the guilty look of like the cat that just got into the catnip,
So
I haven't heard from Tron lately. Is Tron still here? Tron, you there?
What's going on? What's going on?
Booms.
Booms.
All right. So that's
we need more fights. Too. It'll raise money for charity. We should put them all in a ring. Joe Rogan can host it, and Elon Musk can be on the side and do commentary. We can raise some money, dude. Yeah, let them beat themselves up. I'm all down for that.
So we'll watch it. Well, the other part is seems like the Georgia case about being on TV with Trump is not holding very well with them. Can you give us your input of what you think about Trump being in front of the TV talking to the rest of the United States during his court case?
You talk about me?
Don?
Oh,
yeah.
No, this is good. Like we've always, and this is the time, like if you're ever going to have our 3-letter agencies, our courts, our judicial system actually do the right thing, put the boss on TV. This is what he was made for. This is The Apprentice all over again. Meanwhile, the eyes are on Sleepy Joe. We have a hand, an upper hand in sort of that navigation. But again, we have 1 year left. I'm all for that. And guys, years ago, we were like, oh yeah, Guantanamo Bay, court TV, this and that. We had it wrong. It was the wrong court TV. Boss even hinted several times during these rallies that he may have to, quote unquote, go to jail and televise it. Let's do it, guys. I'm all for it because the boss has the hand of God on his shoulder. So bring it, man. We're ready for it.
Yeah, so TV's coming. Jack Smith's freaking out. They're not sure if they're going to do it. What else I wanted to get in here? Oh, all the video that came out between Jenna Ellis and Sidney Powell and all that. All that stuff came out. I do want to cover a little bit of this over here, just so you guys know.
And at the time period where they were going to start to discuss what was Dan Scavino's role.
At the time, I believe his title was social media director for the White House. It became deputy chief of staff at the time that the conversation in question took place.
Okay, and when was that?
The conversation was around December 19th of 2020.
Whoa.
What happened?
What happened?
Did he Hulk went bye-bye?
Yeah, he did it again.
Oh, damn.
He made it farther this time than last time, I think.
Yeah, and here's the thing too, guys. Like that whole thing, she talks about the 19th or the 18th. And I'm gonna get Hulk a link here, so sorry about that. But she talks about the 19th, and I don't know if they're gonna show at the end of this, but she has a tweet which is like a week or so later, and it's her saying, President Trump should never basically give up this election.
Yeah, it was, he should never concede. But here's the important thing. Okay, so this is a videotape deposition, legally subpoenaed her to come in and give testimony, and she argued probably for maybe 2 months before the actual deposition period. Okay, that's how it works. So they will approach her, hey, you want to voluntarily be deposed in this civil case or in this criminal case? No, I will not. She's an attorney. She would never voluntarily do that. She probably answers reasons why she couldn't. She provides motions to the court why she should not be subpoenaed, blah, 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 whatever. And then they get to a point where written interrogatories are exchanged. They will get a list of written interrogatories. She will respond in writing. Her attorneys would help craft this, communicate with the other opposing counsel, and then they would say, okay, let's schedule your deposition. We're going to videotape this, etc. And they will ask her the same questions. They will ask the same questions, and she will go through and basically say exactly what she wrote down. And if they try to ask additional questions or probe, her attorneys would come in and object, and so on and so forth. Now, here's the key thing that I want people to understand. The defense attorneys and whoever leaked this have known what the answers to those interrogatories were probably for over a month. They chose to release it now, these videotapes now. And she's not the only one. They also have been releasing Sidney Powell tapes and so on and so forth. Leaking these types of tapes is an attempt by their defense counsel and the prosecution to
it was the defense that did it on one of the cases. I can't remember the lady's name, but she's got the same charges as Sidney Powell did. He said he released the video. He told the judge that I released the video itself because I feel that nobody is seeing a lot of this It's information that is coming out that is in this because they're trying to sequester a lot of the information. I can't remember the term the judge was calling it, but there was some hidden parts of the files that they can't see. And this guy released it, and most of the parties like, we should release it all. All this stuff's being hidden. We should put it out in public or whatnot. And of course, the Biden administration doesn't want anything to do with that. But half of the defendants said, yes, we need to bring it forward. Now the judge has to make a decision on this. I think it's tomorrow or next week, what they're going to do with a lot of this information. And is it going to come out in the trial?
Well, that's the thing, is that whoever that so why would they release Jenna Ellis and Sidney Powell? Is it the same defense attorney?
No, it's different people. It's another lady. They all have their own different attorneys. All different.
They should not have access to this.
They're all in the same group. They all have the same source information of all the attorneys. One of the attorneys on the defense.
Is it being tried as all together? Are they all being tried together?
Yes.
That's why.
That's part of the RICO case. That's why. But here's the important part. A lot of these plea deals from Sidney Powell and the other one I just said, what was it? Jenna Ellis. They put in guilty pleas and agreed to these particular charges. Those still not have been filed, period. The guy that goes and digs in the cases and whatnot, he said they're going to drop these charges from them anyways. They're not going to give them guilty pleas. It's misdemeanors. It's going to go bullshit and it's going to disappear because the case is falling apart with a lot of the other shit that's coming out that we just talked about at the beginning of the case. Stuff like this about the ballots and whatnot. Did you guys see this?
I didn't see that, but they did. Just so you know, Hulk, they did plead guilty to a felon, at least one felon. I think it was one felony each. But those things are going to be diverted because it's the first crime in there. So in the end, even if they do, well, no, these ones were felonies. They had one felony each. So at the end of it, they'll be. Oh yeah,
no, they all got pleaded down to misdemeanors. They all got pleaded down to misdemeanors.
Yeah, Sidney Powell would now lose her license.
Exactly. This one here.
Tron hasn't.
Tron, read some.
The court notes that the record evidence does not suggest that the plaintiffs are conspiracy theorists of any variety. Indeed,
this is the one we already covered. Sorry. This is the one we already covered.
I got rickrolled.
I apologize.
I got rickrolled.
The other thing I do want to point out as we get away from the Georgia stuff, all this stuff coming out from Fulton County and talking about what's her name? The girl, Ruby Friedman lady. So remember the guy, Harrison Ford, which is part of the Black for Trump group over there, that he was basically charged with going after this lady, and they're basically charging him with some sort of terrorist threats or whatever. But when you go through, dig into the story, she's the one that called the cops to facilitate the meeting between him and this Harris Floyd guy over here on this side. This is Ruby Friedman calling the police department to go ahead and facilitate the meeting between Ruby Friedman and this guy, Blacks for Trump, because they were going to talk about all the issues that they were running into with the election that was happening. And we talked about and showed the video of them talking to her with the handler in that one room. Remember that? And they're talking with the police and whatnot. I just find this quite interesting, that she's the one that arranged the call or whatnot, and then meeting with the police. So I don't know where to put this story here. I'm still trying to piece together what the Blacks for Trump, and I think he was going to facilitate a meeting with Ruby Friedman and maybe get her some direction to go or whatnot. And the police are all involved. But none of this information ever came out. We never saw any of these videos. So I just find that quite interesting. I just want to put that collection together.
CIA up.
Exactly. And this one's for you, Mr. Ardoc, or Mr. Space Shot, right here. You tweeted this out, so I might as well give it to you.
Oh yeah, this is excuse me. This is the one was talking about the ballots, the 100,000 mail-in ballots that were not folded. I think we talked about them earlier. But so CanCon, I'm not really familiar with this account, but it says prominent attorneys, and if you look in the deal above it, they're not really saying anything, but it says prominent attorneys Donald Samuel and Amanda Clark Palmer, which are the two attorneys in the pictures I had above there that resigned from the other side, basically are now representing Ray Stallings Smith in the Trump RICO case. Prominent criminal defense attorneys like to win. Interesting. Little flippy action.
Yeah, I find that interesting. That they're playing all this stuff.
Very interesting.
Oh, here's the other thing. Here's the other thing, headline breaking right here. Special Counsel Robert Hur is not expected to charge anyone in connection with the mishandling of classified documents at 2 locations connected to Hunter Biden. So the ones in the garage are totally fine, especially the ones at the Penn Biden Center, where the guy that was standing next to Biden, and when he said that we're going to withhold the $1 million or the $1 billion, that's the guy who was running the Biden Center at that point. So all this stuff is absolutely fine. There's no issues. Don't worry about the stuff that he had about Iran or the stuff from the 70s when he was the center. It was all by mistake, right?
Yeah, I dropped
expect
this
this?
story. I dropped the CNN story to you earlier on this one, and in detail of that story, they basically talked about how her, and I dug into this a little bit back to October. Her interviewed something like 200 different people involved, and got through all kinds of analysis and yada yada yada, and concluded that of all the things that we know, he's going to be very critical of the president's handling of
I laughed at that.
of this, but it's up to Congress and the impeachment inquiry, which our new Speaker of the House just kind of quietly set aside the other day.
Well, they're not coming back until after Thanksgiving, so
Oh,
don't matter.
he came back and he said there's no evidence of any wrongdoing. He stated that.
That's what the Speaker of the House said?
That's what the speaker said this week. We don't have that story.
No, there's so much shit going on, dude. So I don't know what to put it. What else do we got out here? We wanted to get in. No, we're going to skip that over there on that side. The only reason I brought this up is Flynn was out there asking for money again because they got another round of subpoenas from Jack Smith. So just putting that out there. Here's Kathy Hochul of New York, dude. Talk about collection of data. This is some of the stuff that Ardoc was talking about. And plus, I got a little bit more from the EU to talk about, too.
Also, we're very focused on the data we're collecting from surveillance efforts. What's being said on social media platforms. And we have launched an effort to be able to counter some of the negativity and reach out to people when we see hate speech being spoken about on online platforms. Our media analysis, our social media analysis unit has ramped up its monitoring of sites to catch incitement to violence, direct threats to others. And all this is in response to our desire, our strong commitment to ensure that not only do New Yorkers be safe, but they also feel safe. Because personal security is about everything for them. As I said, no one walking down the street or in a subway should feel they have to hide any indications of what their religious beliefs are. We expect to see people celebrating their lives, walking about freely. And that is no longer the case because people are living in fear. They have a right to do whatever they want here in the state of New York.
That's
you
pretty
realize
scary.
you
She
realize
doesn't
that
play-
you realize that's
Fed to
being
her.
fed to her through an earpiece.
Yeah, because she's not very good at transcribing it. And also, you know what she did this week? Also, did Operation Clean Sweep and sealed all the criminal records of everybody inside New York. So now you can go get a job and your record's going to be expunged. Yay! That's such a great idea here. And here's your other part of this. You want to make any comments before I play her?
Yeah. So, what was the story we were talking about earlier with Nikki, with the social media and so on and so forth? I can't remember now.
Social media.
'Cause that's why I brought it up at the time.
I don't remember off the top of my head. Let's go to the clip and maybe it'll
Which
jog
is
your
why
memory.
we should have done it then. Okay. So Nikki Haley got in there and started talking about national security. Go ahead and let her play her little clip. Sounds good at first.
When I
but
get into office, the first thing we have to do, social media accounts, social media companies, they have to show America their algorithms. Let us see why they're pushing what they're
Oh,
pushing.
sounds good.
The second thing is every person on social media should be verified
Oh,
by
no.
their name. That's, first of all, it's a national security threat. When you do that, all of a sudden people have to stand by what they say, and it gets rid of the Russian bots, the Iranian bots, and the Chinese bots. And then you're going to get some civility when people know their name is next to what they say.
Accountability.
And they know their pastor and their family member is going to see it. It's going to help our kids and it's going to help our country.
Okay, I got one more clip. This fits in right where you're going to talk about. And where is it? Where is it? She's here. This lady right here. This happened this week also. Right in line with this.
Digital euro is on the move. Yesterday, the Governing Council of the ECB approved the opening of the preparation phase. It will be a journey, and we will walk the journey together with the legislator. All European institutions will be involved to make sure that Europe is equipped with the currency of the future. Cash is here to stay. You will have all options, cash and digital cash. So what does it mean for you? For consumers, it would be free and easy to use everywhere in the euro area. All of that, of course, is subject to the legislative process. Cash or digital, the choice will be yours.
Yeah. You will own nothing and you will be happy itself because the FCC just signed in those equity rules in for the digital equity on the internet is the other thing that came through. But I just wanted to put that in there because it seems like all three of these people are all saying the same damn thing.
Let's go back to Nikki Haley. Okay, so Nikki Haley is the military-industrial complex's queen bee. This is the chosen one. She's actually convinced 6% of the Republican base that she's the right answer for America. Okay, and I want people to think, how much have we bitched in this program about the algorithms, Space Shot, Tron, Hulk? You guys have all been victims of it. We've all been victims of it. Okay,
I've never been censored.
What? Never. He's lied. And boy, doesn't it sound great? We can get rid of all those bots that I've been talking about, all those Ukrainian-based networked accounts that are being run and managed loosely through this group out of the Ukraine, which is our intelligence services doing it through them. Okay. Boy, wouldn't that be great to kind of clean up social media? Yes and no. And this is where Elon Musk comes into play. Okay. The freedom to be able to say what you want to say and say it anonymously has existed in this country since Thomas Paine. Thomas Paine is who wrote the Common Sense, but it was done anonymously. The Federalist Papers, they wrote these things in a series of papers back and forth under pen names. Silas, what was that movie with Nicolas Cage? I can't remember the name of the movie. People may remember it.
On Air.
No. where
National Treasure.
National Treasure.
With the dollar bill.
Silas Dogood, okay? But they all kind of wrote with pen names back and forth to each other. And that's how they argued, because the British were reading the same papers and they didn't know who these people were. And then these men got together when they were able to get together and talked in person. But this is how they communicated their ideas anonymously. Okay. And so what she wants to do is the military-industrial complex, the deep state's plan is to bring everybody under this umbrella of no privacy. We know who you are. You cannot talk online in what is now being determined to be, according to the FCC, a utility. A basic need for every human being to conduct their lives is the access to information, internet, online services. So if it's declared a utility by the government and the Biden administration has control over that, it's no longer the courts, it's no longer in the public domain, it's now in some bureaucrat's hand to determine who, what, when, where, and how. This is their dream, because once they lock it down, there is no privacy. Now, let's talk about the digital cash. Okay. Oh, you will be able to use cash, she says. Now, first of all, they're years away. They are so screwed up in how they want to apply this thing. They don't know. The bureaucrats are so bad at this. They wouldn't do a good job of it. And there will be hackers galore that will break the system a million ways from Sunday if they are able to go forward with what they've planned now. So they're nowhere near close to being ready for this. But what they want to do is they want to be able to make, and they've already started locking down the banks. You can no longer get cash out or put cash in to the system. They will control all those avenues through identity verification and validation. And if you're on the bad list, you know, like that ticket for that infant stamped SSSSS, okay? If you're on the bad list, you don't get to do banking. Your bank accounts get shut off by some nameless bureaucrat. And then you got to go through the hassle of fighting with your government, and you can't do it as an individual. That's what the totalitarian surveillance state is all about. This is their plan. She is part of their plan. If you even thought Nikki Haley was somebody you wanted to vote for, you need to get that out of your mind. She is the deep state's little plan to divert
John
your
McCain
attention.
and heels.
Yeah, but almost. It's
The other
dangerous,
thing
very dangerous.
The other thing I ran by here, Merrick Garland announces the Data Protection Review Court. What caught me is Eric Holder is now a judge on the Data Protection Review Court at the Justice Department. So Eric Holder's back over there helping out, doing some sort of stuff. I thought that was Mary McCord for a second, but it turned out not to be. So that was something else that's there.
The former attorney general. Think about it. You get the former attorney general, and now he's tucked away doing this job. So obviously, it's important that they need him in there doing that, right? One of their guys.
Wait a second. Okay? So there are portions within the Department of Justice that are supposed to evaluate information. So let's say they seize Donald Trump's computer or cell phone. There's a group that's supposed to go through, independently review, and determine this is permissible for you to get copies of, this is not permissible for you to look at.